Wow. Woo.
That's the shofar. Hasharam Tazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Hakarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayasha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No and not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalakwa, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shiwa. No and not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabah, Labakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. Ba'ah, Thalatazak, know and not thou murder. Ba'ah, Thakanab, know and not thou murder. Ba'ah, Thakanab, know and not thou steal. Ba'ah, Thayonah, no and not thou testify falsely. Kamad Kala Shira La Rakaya. No and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah. Hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
Hasharam Tazama, the Ten Commandments.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's when we was talking about that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes.
We sing praises to your name. Oh, yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh, yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah. Praise Yah. We sing praises to
Praise Yah. We sing praises to our Father's holy name. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Shabbat Shalom, Yasharal. Shabbat Shalom, Israel. Shabbat is the Sabbath, the fourth commandment of the 10 commandments that the Most High said to remember forever. The seventh day, that in Genesis on the seventh day, from day 1 to day 6, he created everything. On day 7, he rested. For that day, he gave us a day of rest. That's Shabbat in the ancient Hebrew is Shabbat. Shabbat in the original is Shabbat, but in the ancient is Shabbat. That's Sabbath in the modern, in the English transliteration. So happy seventh day, happy holy day, Shabbat. Shalom to everyone worldwide. This is the day that the Most High said we are to remember forever. And this is a special Shabbat day to Mashiach's assembly, because this day we celebrate the Feast of Trumpets, a high holy day today, according to the calendar that we follow. So we'll bring that out a little later, some understanding about that a little later. So shalom, shalom to everyone worldwide. Welcome to Mashiach's assembly. I'm your brother, your host, Uncle Yahshua, and I am a man of the Most High, and we come together as an assembly to assemble on this day to give honor and worship and praise to our Father on this holiest of days, that seventh day that he said to set apart forever. Forever, ever, forever, ever, forever, ever, yeah, forever, ever. It's the fourth commandment out of the 10, and it says forever, ever. So all praise to the Most High for those who try to do his will, try to do actually what he says, and not just getting caught up on some people reading us the Bible and reading us scriptures and enjoying the music and going to service and dropping money in the basket and just doing all the stuff. No, some of the children are actually trying to do the Father's commandments, do the things that he said. And he said, remember this day, the seventh day, forever. And the seventh day is today. It ain't the first day that is Sunday, right? What they call, Most High had numerical values for the days. The first day, the second day, the third day, the sixth day. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and the seventh day. Now, the later nations and kingdoms, they made names for the days after their gods, right? After the sun god and Thor and Zeus and Semiramis and all these other, the sun, Solar Victus, and all this, the Saturnalia, all these different gods that they worship, these different nations. So we don't follow that. So today is the seventh day, not the first day. And in the scriptures, he said evening and the morning was the first day. So evening starts the day according to the Most High who created the day. Make that make sense, right? The Most High created a such thing as called the day, but we want to follow somebody else. Not Mashiach's assembly. We follow the Most High. So, Shabbat Shalom to everyone worldwide. Welcome to Mashiach's assembly. Tonight is our Shabbat Bible study. Let me bring the comments on the screen. Shalom, Kanya Yasharal. Shalom, let me see if I see. Shalom, Mashiach's assembly. Everybody, Mashiach's assembly. Too many of y'all to name. But let me see if there's some new children in the building yet. Probably not yet. They'll come in a little later. Shabbat Shalom, Sharish Yah. Shabbat Shalom, daughter of Yah. Shabbat Shalom, all of Mashiach's assembly. So I will be adding Mashiach's assembly. They'll be coming on the screen. Let me just put the invite right now, because it's our live Shabbat study, so I won't be on the screen. It'd be for those from Mashiach's assembly who would like to join us on the screen for our Shabbat study. I'm quite sure the children, the people at home would love to see your beautiful Hebrew faces on the screen on this beautiful Shabbat study. All right, let me do this. Summon. I don't have to summon that. I can do this, and then take that, and then do that, and scroll to the bottom. I wasn't trying to do that. I don't know what that means, but whatever. So I can do that. That should refresh. Okay. Let me see. All right, praise y'all. That's enough of that. So I did that. Where is it? Give me 1 second, guys. I'm handling 27. Okay. So Shabbat Shalom. They're coming on the screen. Shabbat Shalom Yashiyah. Shabbat Shalom Taj Bala, Taj Bala Yah Yazan, and Yanapah. Shabbat Shalom. Children of Yah first on the screen. Let me make it big. So now we big and popping. Shabbat Shalom Yashiyah on the screen, and Ahavah Yah until all the children in their home. Shabbat Shalom everyone worldwide. Welcome to the Bible study. Yes, it's going to be a very informative Bible study. So the Most High put it on me to shout out to Mia Mack in the building. My day one from elementary school. Love you, Mia Mack in the building. She's over on Facebook, guys. So tonight's going to be a very informative one. So y'all know how I am. This is a spirit-led ministry. We're not a religious house. We're a spirit-led ministry. And so I'm led by the Spirit. In the ancient, it's called the Rayak HaKodesh, ancient Hebrew. In the more modern Hebrew, and it's called the Ruach HaKodesh, the Ruach. Right? In the ancient, the original is called the Rayak HaKadash. And the more modern is called the Ruach HaKodesh, a set-apart spirit that's holy. All right, so that's a transliteration into English. right? So this is a spirit-led, a Rayak-led ministry. So the Most High led me to do to discuss the Africa thing. That's, I know y'all seen the thumbnail. That came out of nowhere with the Most High. It's just so when he instructs me to do things, I'm like, I'm surprised because it just comes out of nowhere. Shout out to Diana over on Facebook from Mashiach's Assembly. So I'm like, okay, the Africa thing. So yeah, Africa. All right. So now we know that there's been a push that a lot of so-called Black Americans and so-called Black people spread across the world are being it's a thing to go back to Africa, right? I don't want to say being enticed, but it is, I guess, enticing. So they tell us the whole thing of our motherland, that that land mass that they call Africa is where we come from, the so-called Black people across the world. That is the homeland, where that's where all, matter of fact, not just the so-called Black people. That's the funny part. That's where everybody come from. That's where Adam and Hava, Adam and Eve, was created at, and everybody comes from them. That's like common sense. You don't need a science or a history book to tell you that, right? So mankind was created there, but that land, when it was created there, was not called Africa. All right, that wasn't the name of it. All right, so Shabbat Shalom, Magya Allah on the screen. So it was not called Africa, right? It was, at one time it was called Akibulan, and there's been different things that was called. Another one that was called, the original was Pangea. That's like way back before all of the continents split. Like the Pangea was like the total of the earth that was named that. But I'm quite sure further back, someone can go and find some original or really antiquated Hebrew name for the landmass, what they call the earth, which the Most High created. But it was in that region that they call, hold on, let me mute. Why he always comes in hot. All right. It was in that region that they call, and Shabbat Shalom Wayat as well. It was Shabbat Shalom Wayat. It was in that region that they call Africa. So, because the so-called Black people, were sold into slavery, our ancestors in that land, all right, we lost our culture, our identity, our language, our history. We lost everything, but the Bible says that we would lose that. It says there will be a group of people that will be scattered across the four corners of the planet Earth by slave ships, and they will lose their culture, their language, their identity. So the so-called Black people are the only people on the earth who don't know, who didn't know who they were, where they come from, right? If you ask any other person on the earth, they'll tell you, I'm from Australia, and they'll tell you their family line and their culture and their identity. I'm from Syria. I'm from Assyria. I'm from, I don't know, Iran or Iraq, or I'm from, I'm giving modern names from this. I'm from Greece, Greek. I'm from Italian, from Rome. I'm from Shabbat Shalom to Alayaha in the building, and King Nelson and the family. Shabbat Shalom, Alayahu in the building. All right, so every other people on the world can tell you where they're from and their culture from there, and how they grew up, and their bloodline, their genealogy. Now, the crazy thing is, you can even go to Africa, and they can tell you where they're from, right? So if you meet an African that's from Nigeria or from Tanzania or from Timbuktu, I don't know if they call it that no more, from Ethiopia, right? From Morocco, from Cape Town, South Africa, wherever they're from the Congo, right? They can tell you where they're from, their culture, their language, their identity. They have languages, right? They'll be over there speaking 13 languages, right? So that is the oxymoron right there. It's like, hold up. So there's one group of people on the planet Earth, through the whole entire Earth, only one people have no landmass. It's been taken. Their identity stolen, wiped. They were renamed, right? Reculturalized, everything. One people. Now, that people is written about in the Bible. It literally says that this group of people, their ancestors, would do this thing, made a covenant with the Most High, and this would what would befall their children, and they would be scattered, and they would lose their nation and lose their the people that ain't a people with all the nations in the world would conspire against them, because understand, when we was in that landmass called Africa, who you think sold us? There was so-called black people who sold us to so-called white people. But when you go further back and you erase the races, meaning you erase the black and the white and the things that they created that later, right? And you go for nationality and then you go for nation of people, then you would understand that it was Ham, right, selling us to the serpent seed. Whew. That part people don't even get. And some of those Hamites, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, Noah's 3 sons. That's who repopulated the earth after the flood. And every culture and every nationality, every nation in existence has a flood narrative. No matter where you go across these 4 corners of this planet Earth, they all have a flood narrative. So that's one thing the whole world can agree upon. I don't care if you native, wherever land, every culture have a flood narrative. So the whole world agrees on that. Now, there was 3 sons from the flood narrative, and the population was replenished from them after that cleansing of the earth, the repopulation. Now, so everyone has to descend from those 3 bloodlines. Ham, Hamitic, Shem, Shemitic. I didn't say Sem either. I said Shem. So let's not be foolio. And Japheth. 3. And they got dispersed. Ham stayed in the part of the world now that we kind of call, that is called Africa. Ham was granted most of Africa, this much. Shem got a piece of Africa. Ham got the biggest allotment. Shem got a piece of Africa. It was really Northeast Africa. I'm not about to do that with these other Fulio people that want to make it somewhere else. We about to do something tonight. We're gonna show some things tonight. We're gonna bring some receipts tonight. So Shem was allotted a part in Northeast Africa, right? The Mesopotamic region. It wasn't the Middle East. There was no Middle East. Okay, remember they make up this stuff later, in modern times, right? So Shem was granted a small part, and Japheth, he was granted what we call Europe and the rest, the northern European lands. The colder regions. He was granted. He had a bigger allotment of land. But now, then later, those generations populated Ham, Shem, and Japheth. And there's prophecies that Japheth will enter the land that was given to Shem later. That's another thing. And who's in our land? See, most people don't know that, but anyway, right? So anyway, and then there will be wars. They're different. They have different gods. They're different. They come from the same bloodline, just like you and your brother and your sister. Can all 3 of y'all come from your mother and father? But one of your brothers follow Islam, another of your brother follow Christianity, and another one will be atheist, right? But y'all all come from the same bloodline. Y'all all got the same mother and father. So I'm trying to simplify it so people can understand that just because they all came from the same bloodline don't mean that they all had the same spirit. You hear? It don't mean they all serve the same God. So Ham took on a lot of gods. And then you go back further and you mix the fallen angels sleeping with the daughters of men in Genesis. And then there's another race of people. That's why I said serpent seed. Remember at the beginning, the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent will be warring against one another when Adam and Eve transgressed. That story, right? And everybody got an Adam and Eve story too, unless you big bang, big boom, idiot juice head, when you big boom heads, right? But every other nation, they have an Adam and Eve story, right? So so don't forget that in the mixture, that there's a people that ain't a people in the land that's created after Genesis 3 and 6, that's roaming around, right? And they got a God, a dark fallen God, fallen angel God. So they got a whole different thing. It's a second world created after Genesis 3 and 6. So they got a whole thing that they're following, okay? So now it's amazing. This wasn't even planned. Y'all know, the Most High does this. I'm laughing at this. Like, look, he always got me. He got me breaking this thing down to the lowest compound of understanding. Praise Yah, His holy name, His rightful order, spirit-led ministry. So now, Ham, who's given the biggest allotment, right? Ham, throughout the nations, the generations, he took on a darker kind of spirit, meaning he took on following a lot of gods. He became polytheistic, a lot of gods. And he also mixed with this serpent seed that was in the land, right? There was a seed from the serpent seed that was in the land. And so Ham mixed his seed with the fallen angel seed, okay? The serpent seed. And that seed can be pretty handsome. And now it wasn't just white. That seed didn't just have white, but it did have like an albino white with white hair and red eyes type of thing. But again, Adam and Eve, we gave birth. They call it the God gene in the so-called black people, where we can give birth to a white-haired, white-skinned, white-haired, red-eyed baby. They call them albinos. Noah was one of them, and Esau was another, but not as much as Noah was. Okay, so that's in the bloodline too. So don't mix it. So some of the serpent seed looks like that, but now not all of them look like that. Their dark fallen angel DNA mutates like ours do, make anomalies in the DNA strand. That's where you got genetic mutation just that occur naturally. That's where you get albino from. And it's mirrored, listen guys, it's mirrored in the whole animal kingdom. Y'all seen them beautiful pictures of an albino alligator, all white, an albino tiger, all white, an albino lion, an albino, they got albino it's a natural occurrence in the DNA genetic kind of, not I like to say a mutation, but they got another word for it. When it, what's the names? Somebody think about it right in the chat. So anyway, so now you got Ham, who's given the biggest allotment of land in this place. It wasn't even called Africa back then, but I'm gonna call it Africa now so that y'all can have more understanding. Everybody can ride along with the teaching, right? So Ham was given the biggest allotment, and Ham was given over to like a darker spirit. But out of the three, the Most High, it was this prophecy spoken that Shem, the oldest child, Shem, with his seed, his bloodline, yes, recessive, his bloodline would be the one that would kind of be more righteous. And because, the Most High knows the beginning from the end. Yes, Abiyah, natural mutation. So, the Most High knows the beginning of the end from the end. So it's prophesied that Shem bloodline would be the more the more moral, or the more adapt to follow the Most High, to stay closer to the Most High. And Japheth will kind of cling to Shem a little bit. Japheth, but Ham would go dark. Ham would go dark. Now Ham, which was the biggest of all the nations, who got the biggest landmass and the most, Ham, as the prophecy stated, would go dark and start following the serpent's seed and start mixing his seed with the serpent's seed and cause a new creation on the earth called Nephilim, right? Well, the Nephilim came when it slept with the daughters of men, but Ham would continue the Nephilim line, but would mix that Nephilim line and mutate it to the point where you can't really tell the difference between them by looking, because of the generations of Ham mixing this seed with the serpent seed, the fallen angel seed, the Nephilim seed. It started over the generations, started to look more like just regular. They might be taller in stature, or they might be a little stronger or bigger, but due to mutations, some of them just look normal. But one key characteristic that kind of stood out throughout these generational mutations was that mixture produced a handsome, well, attractive kind of people. What you would, what that's relative to the person, but what modern institutions would classify as attractive, that mutation would take that on. So it would be a mutation of the natural with the unnatural, because remember, Hasatan was the prettiest of all the fallen angels, and this is his seed. So it would take on that. Now, Ham would be the biggest, so Ham would get darker and darker, and Ham had most of the land, so it was a lot of gods Ham would take on from mixing the seed with the fallen and taking on the cultures of the fallen. So it would mutate and grow through all the Hamitic lands. That's where we get voodoo. That's where you get Santeria. That's where you get all of the gods that later the other nations took on, even Japheth, when he came later with Rome and Greek and taking on all them Roman gods and all that stuff. That's where you get Nimrod and stuff and then you get Terah, Abraham's grandfather. They're taking on, see, even Shem's descendants sometimes took on Ham's. Now, Ham and Shem look more alike. Ham was originally darker and Shem was browner, like us. And Japheth was lighter, like light skin black, red bone type of thing, right? Now later, the mutations and the generations, and then also the region that Japheth occupied, they became lighter and lighter, and mutations for the atmosphere and all the different things that happened through generations. And then our natural mutation of our original seed bringing forth like a basically white seed. That's where you get the white people who are not the serpent seed. It's classes, but people are destroyed by a lack of knowledge. They don't understand. So they classify everybody the white man, and you're an idiot. You're an idiot juice. Sorry, I need to put the juice at the bottom of it to make it a little better. You idiot, you drinking idiot juice. That's a good one I'm going to start saying. You drinking idiot juice. There you go. So a lot of people have drinking idiot juice, right? Yeah, demigods. Good one, Linda Lowen. They've been drinking idiot juice. So because of the trauma and the things that happen to them by some white people who have white skin, but some serpent seed who infiltrate will do an act, and you'll see a white skin and say it's a white person. You don't even realize that ain't white. Same thing happened with black. So a lot of times we don't even realize when they say, remember they say the black people sold us into slavery in Africa. That's true. But all of them weren't. See, all of them weren't black. Some of them were serpent seed. You see? So the real way that you can tell the difference is discernment. Spiritual gifting and discernment and the fruit of the people. But you're really going to have to discern spiritually to tell when someone's a serpent seed and someone's not. Now, that can happen in your own bloodline. You can literally have two children. One is the seed of the Most High, and another has the seed of the serpent. Because the serpent seed was placed into all of our DNA from Adam and Eve. When she cursed us spiritually, it's in our heart. It was lodged in our heart. That's why we're called to circumcise our heart. We're called to remove our stony heart and replace it with the heart of Yah. They call it the flesh of Yah. That's symbolism. Y'all got to understand the Hebrew to understand that, right? So that's why we're called to die to the flesh and be reborn, renewed again. And that's why I said after Adam and Eve did that, now we are born in sin and iniquity, right? So because that, a little bit of the serpent seed is in all of our heart. We're all born in sin and iniquity. That's why we say we're born in sin. But those who choose to die to it, the fruit shows the difference. But then you'll have children. Let's say you have 4 children. You can have 2 that choose to circumcise. You have 2 that be on demon time. Y'all heard of that, right? You got 2. You be like, they were raised together. Little Johnny and little Mimi was raised together. Little Johnny turned to a doggone serial killer. He is just a monster. Some of them kill their own mother and father. And people don't understand because they don't have the spiritual discernment to understand just because someone looks like you, came from you, sound like you need to discern their spirit. You need to discern what Rayach thereof. Cain, from Cain and Abel, was the first spiritual son of the serpent. He wasn't physically, but spiritually, he chose. Shabbat Shalom, Hakyama. He chose. So now, with the discernment, you'll be able to see. Hold on, let me mute her. I got you. All right. With the discernment, you'll be able to, but you have to ask the Most High for spiritual discernment, and it's something you have to work on to see. But the world, they just see color of skin and think, that's why the scripture says the enemy will come from those of your own household. See? That's why Mashiach, what they call Jesus, warned us when he came. He said, no. The enemy will come from your own household. He went to his own received him not. What did they say? Kill him, kill him, kill him. Give us this dark Barabbas. Give us this murderer, killer. What seed do you think they were of? But then there was some of them that was like, no, don't kill him. Some of them were trying to free him, give him water. Some of them were weeping at his feet, getting hit by the Roman. Move. See, what spirit were they of? So it's the discernment that you have to see. Now, let's get back to the understanding. Now, Ham was given the allotment of Africa, what they call Africa. And Ham took on all these gods. That's where you get Cush, right? The kingdom of Cush. You get the Cushites. You get the Mizrites, right? That's Egypt. That's Ethiopia, right? You get all of the, like most of Africa was given to Ham. Shem had an allotment. Ham, and then from Noah, Canaan, Ham did an act, and the Most High cursed Canaan's seed line because the Most High knows the beginning from the end. Most people don't understand. Like, why would he curse Canaan? Because the Most High knows the beginning from the end. He know that Canaan's seed line would be the one that really mates with the fallen angel seed and make a whole new people, make a whole new nation of demigods and people. So cursed be Canaan, right? So now that's where we get the Canaanites. So through Canaan, the Canaanites became a prosperous, strong, Nephilic people that look like us. See, back further, when the fallen angels slept with the daughters of men, you could tell them because they were giants. 10, 15, 20, 50, 100 feet tall, 6 fingers and toes, and, And then mutations with one eyeball on the head, horns. That's where they get all these mythical creatures when they show you in these movies. These Harry Potter movies and all these movies. They know this, they know the history of the world. So monitors and all those other crap. That's where dinosaurs come from. Those are Nephilim, right? Reptilian Nephilim. So that's where all that comes from. But later, through Canaan's line, constantly mixing with the Nephilim seed line, it took on a generations of them starting to look more and more normal. Some of the stature came down, you see, to the point where some of them were just regular like us, 6 foot tall. So now you got your bigger ones that was 6'5", 6'7", 6'7" foot, 7'5", and all that later with the giants. But over the generations, it blended more and more and more, where you can't tell them apart just by looking. Now, that's the Canaanites. Now, the Most High, that generation went on and the seed mixed. It made nations. It also made 7 nations. The Jebusites, the Hittites, see, the Canaanites, the Ammonites, all those ites, 7 nations, and the Most High said, do not mix your seed with them. I'm a double back for that for us in a second. But anyway, now the Hamitic God, the land of Ham, that's what they call Africa, the land of Ham, because most of it was, right? What they call Africa now. Most of it was. A part was given to Shem, and Japheth had got the European lands, what they call Europe later. Again, remember, they call this stuff because later these things got named that. Now, Ham became the purveyor of demigods, fallen angel worship, all type of wickedness. Shem was the more righteous line. But then throughout history, sometimes Shem would mix with Ham, right? And they would, and then sometime, that's why the Most High warned us about taking on, like, just be careful if you mix your seed with the other, because he said they warned you because some of them will try to turn you to their gods. All right. Now, 7 nations, he said, don't mix with, period. 7. Do not mix with. And then 2 more came later, the Ammonites and the Moabites. That's from Lot's daughters. The story of Lot. Y'all remember Lot's wife turned the pillar of salt. I'm doing this because I'm doing elementary stuff, guys. So everybody just have a little patience. So, Lot's wife turned the pillar of salt, Sodom and Gomorrah, when all that mess was going on, right? Trying to, men sleeping with men and women sleeping with women, all that stuff, right? So Lot's daughters slept with him, and they made 2 more nations of peoples, and the Ammonites and the Moabites. So they got lumped in with the Canaanites. So it's really 9 nations, But the Ammonites and the Moabites are a little different, because they said if you mix with them, a certain generations, the 10 generations, I think, the seed can come back to real. But the 7 nations, no, you don't mix your seed. Now, so Ham was allotted most of what we call Africa. Shem was allotted the Mesopotamic region. Now, as the nations of them went forth, and Ham is mixing his seed with the fallen, and Shem is doing stuff, and Japheth is doing stuff, then the world was getting, again, it's like another judgment on the world, and it was getting, shout out Star the Gift in the building. Shout out Star the Gift. It was getting darker and darker, and the Most High was placing another judgment on the world, because even Shem started to really mix his seed with the fallen, with Canaanite, with the 7 nations and the Canaanites and Ham, and everything was getting dark again. So the Most High chose a nation, a people, out of the whole world. He made another covenant for another chance. And he chose from the line of Shem, which it said was the morally righteous line, the one that would be righteous throughout it all at the end, a remnant in the line of Shem. Shemitic. It's not Sem. No, ain't no Semitic. That's semen. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. All right, so that's some kind. That's stuff they made up. All right, ain't no, you can't find that in the Bible. No Semitic. It's Shem, from the line of Shem. Shem was a black man. You hear KRS-One? Shem was a black man in Africa. If you quote this fact, they can't laugh at you. That's from you must learn. All right, now, so the Most High chose from the line of Shem. He chose a line of people that said, I'm going to choose you to be set apart from all the nations, and through you, this covenant I make with you, you would be the light, because if I don't, this whole creation is going to go dark, because the fallen who sleep, the Nephilim and the fallen and the Canaanites, they're taking over, because they're strong, they're smart, they're powerful, they're getting giftings from their gods, right? The fallen angel gods, they're getting giftings from their gods. So they do astrology, astronomy, they building pyramids, opening portals, they're handsome people on the earth. So the regular people from the earth are mixing their seed, because the women are really beautiful and the men are really handsome and strong. So they don't even know what they're mixing their seed with. Yes, Linda Levin, and evil, good word. And they're very wicked and evil. So he chose out of all the nations one bloodline, and they were small. But he told them, your seed, if you do what I say, your bloodline, your seed will number as the sands of the sea. It will become many nations, far as the eyes can see. That's where Abraham comes from, this line. This is Shem. So he chose one nation of people. And that nation of people, the Most High didn't force them to do anything. He asked them, if you make this covenant, I'm choosing you out of all the nations of the earth. What he said was, you're the only people that I know. What that means in the ancient Hebrew means, that doesn't mean what people think. What that means in the ancient Hebrew, the original Hebrew, it means you're the only people, the only seed that I see prophetically, because I know the beginning of the ending, that can be saved. That salvation is still in the seed, that won't go dark if I don't set you apart and consecrate you to myself, to keep your seed, a remnant of your seed line pure. So when he said, you're the only nation that I know, it doesn't mean he didn't know the other nations. He knew Ham, he knew Japheth, he knew the seed lines that came from them, because they came from Adam and Eve, who he created. But he was talking about their seed line has gotten so dark, and if I leave it alone, it's going to turn totally dark. It'll totally get encompassed by Nephilim, by fallen angel, over if I let this go. So he said, you're the only nation, you're the only people of the earth that I know. He's talking about the seed line of Shem that was going to go down. There's a remnant that's going to come from that, and his only begotten later, he knows beginning for him is going to come through that bloodline. So he knows. So that's when he was speaking, you are the only nation that I know, set apart. Because in your bloodline is a remnant, not all of them, right? Y'all see how it played out. It definitely wasn't all of them, right? So now, he said, out of you are the only one that I know out of all the nations. Now, he chose them. So now the Most High is not going to make robots. So he asked them, he gave them a covenant. If you will make this covenant with me, if you will do this thing for me, I will bless thee and your line. I will make you a head above. I will make you the light in the darkness. Everything you touch will be fruitful. Every place you go will be abundance. Everything will be yours as I gave your ancestors, Adam and Eve, dominion over the whole earth. Y'all hear that part? Now, what most people don't know, ain't nobody taught y'all, he literally, guys, listen, y'all got this from Uncle Yahshua and Mashiach Assembly by way of the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, right now. The Most High, when he told that to our ancestors, he literally took them right back to the beginning. He took them right back to the garden. In the beginning, he gave them dominion over the whole earth. And everything was under their foot. Dominion means you own everything. So you have to care for it, take care of it, it prosper. If you prosper, it prosper. He literally took them right back to the garden, right to the beginning covenant, reset. He said, if you would do this, make this covenant with me, then basically I will give you dominion again. Literally. That dominion, like he gave Adam, wasn't to abuse. It wasn't to, now every nation will be under you, you'll be above and not below. You'll be the head and not the tail, and it didn't mean you'll do that and enslave people and make people homeless and hungry and starving and abused. No, that wasn't the dominion he gave Adam. It wasn't to abuse. It was to nurture, to take care. He was a tiller. Think of a gardener. That's why the greatest profession is gardening. Shout out to Yashia. Your calling to tend to the earth is the greatest profession in the world. It's the most natural when Yah created us. That's the first law. Now later we got all these professions, right? People want to be lawyers and doctors. You want to do all this other stuff. We were herders of the land, farmers. Okay? Now, yes. Adriana Yah wrote, Amos 3:2, you only have I known out of all the families of the earth. Amos 3:2. That's what he was speaking. You, your seed, your line. So he made a covenant with our ancestors. And he said, if you would do this, y'all know the Most High really don't ask for much. So it's very special when he comes and he asks someone, yes, now your agriculture was our thing. Now, and that's what we're going back to, right? What's going to save us at the end? What's going to help us to be able to make it with agriculture? Back, because they're going to starve us out like they did before. Now, okay, so he chose this line of Shem because he said, just what he was saying when in Amos, hold on, let me see what that was. In Amos 3:2, what he was saying, your seed line is the only seed line. If I let this continue, a remnant, a little piece of your seed line is the only light. And if I don't stop it now, that will get squashed out. So now the Most High made a covenant with our ancestors. A small group. He called them out of all the nations. Y'all got to understand, it's Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and it's thousands and thousands and thousands of nations. Then you got Nephilim nations and Canaanite. The earth is full. They didn't traveled everywhere. Okay? Now, he said, of all the nations, I choose you. So he made a covenant with them. So they would be the light, and they would be the door, the dalat, to bring salvation onto the earth, because the earth is going to go dark, and they need to be the light in the dark. Now, our ancestors agreed to the covenant so they can get the blessings of the covenant. But the Most High is an Elohim, an Alayah, an Elohim, that's what they call Elohim, but that's plural, right? He's an Alayah of covenants, okay? And you don't break a covenant. You don't renege on the Most High. He's a Alayah, a Elohim of covenants, and he doesn't renege, and he doesn't break. But, with us, we got free will, so we could break a covenant or two. Yeah, you could do it with each other, but our stupid ancestors, stupios, they broke it with the Most High. Now he said, if you make this covenant with me and do this, I will give you all this. This is Bible. This is all in the Bible. That's why he don't let us read it. That's why he don't teach us it, because it's us that he's talking to, our ancestors. And he said, if you do this, all of these things, these blessings will befall you. All of these. Read Deuteronomy 28, right? But then he said, but if you renege, if you don't, then all of these curses will befall you. There's actions for your deeds. There's the Most High is an Alayah, Elohim of covenants. There's an action. Hebrew is an action language, tongue. It's always a doing. That's why the Mashiach, what they call Jesus, said, if you don't believe my words, believe my work, that I believe what I am doing, that'll manifest who I am. Know them by their fruit. Now, our ancestors, they chose with their free will to do it some, not do it some, do it, and they went into slaveries, Babylonian captivity, Persian captivity, all this stuff. I'm a double back, but it was one of our ancestors' bloodline generations that did the ultimate sin, the ultimate crime against the Most High. Because of our transgressions, the chosen seed, we got dark all over again. Mixing our seed with the Canaanites and Ham and just doing all type of folio stuff. Just crapped on the covenant we made with the Most High. Basically stabbed him in his back. Shout out to Radiant One. Basically stabbed him in his back. Then the Most High was ready to wipe us again. Darkness again. Through Yahuwah Sabaoth, the heavenly host, the general. But that's when the Mashiach, what they call Jesus in the heavens, Shamayam, stepped up and said, let me go down. Let me go down and be a sacrifice for the remnant. It's a remnant, Father. I'll take them. I'll be the sacrifice for them. And that's when we got one more chance. And what did our Fulio ancestors do? He went to his own, and his own received him not. But remember, guys, there is always a remnant, a small amount who did, but they were few in number and they didn't have power. The majority of our ancestors said, kill him. We don't receive him. He don't look like the other nations' kings. The other nations' kings ride on chariots, and they got gold and silver, and they riding and beautiful Canaanite women are feeding them grapes on the thing, and they got scarlet and purple and gold things in the clothing. This dude is on a donkey with dusty sandals. We don't receive him. He's just one of us. He's from Nazareth. Nothing good comes out of Nazareth. He's from Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. Nothing good comes out of Bed-Stuy. He's from Callio Projects. Nothing good come out of Callio. You see? He's from Bankhead. Nothing good come out of Bankhead in Atlanta. Nothing good come out of Parkside Projects in Hempstead. Y'all can say it everywhere. Y'all can go everywhere in the world. That's what they did. That's the carpenter's son. And they chose not to see him spiritually. The only begotten who came down on our behalf. And he spoke and he showed. He showed them. He said, if y'all don't believe me, don't believe saying what I'm saying, believe what I'm showing you. Believe my works. Look, show you. They see, but don't see. They hear, but don't hear. They're stiff-necked, hard-headed, stubborn, and rebellious. They want what the other nations have. Because he came saying, you have to come back and do what my Father says. You can't just do what you wilt. That's the serpent seed's law. Right? That's the fallen angel law. You just can't party and ooh-ish and turn up and cook out and smash everything and get drunk and do. No. You have to be loyal, moral, righteous, lawful with the Most High created at the beginning. So you know what our ancestors did? They made a covenant with the Most High, broke it. He allowed his only begotten son to come into the flesh to redeem us that way. And they said, forget your covenant, Yah, and forget your son. We like what Hasatan. We like the flesh. We like Hasatan is turn up. He the turn up king. We like partying and smashing and getting drunk and drinking and nah. We good. Give us Barabbas, the murderer. We can lock him up in jail, take care of him, but that means we can still serve our flesh. We ain't trying to do all that good. It's boring. Now, what our ancestors did, the last set, it's one thing when they transgressed the Most High covenant they made with him. He cursed us, sent us into captivities. He was going to wipe us. Now he sent his only begotten. Anybody here that have children, you know what happens if someone harms your children or more or less killed your child. You lose your mind, right? You like lose it. You have to gather yourself so that you don't exact revenge of what they did. It's very hard. So now, when they killed his only begotten, our ancestors, the ones that he chose in Amos out of all the nations, they've been on this earth for a long time now. The majority of them chose to kill the Most High's only begotten, who came down on our behalf to sacrifice his life for us. And that sin, and when they did it in the book of Matthew, they not only said, we're going to do this act, because the Romans didn't even want to kill him. Pontius Pilate was like, I'm good. I'm not messing around with this. They said, put his blood. We agree. We're making a covenant with you, Rome, to kill him. And we take accountability spiritually. Let his spiritual blood of the begotten Son of the Most High, who proved who he was. He raised the dead. He did all type of stuff to prove with his work. They said, let his blood be on our head. So that means we're making a covenant. We're taking accountability spiritually for killing him. And then they said, and on our children. So that means the bloodline after them. Those were our ancestors. So now, after they did this, the greatest curse of all mankind befell the children who did that to the Messiah, the Mashiach, what they call Jesus. That ain't his name, but the greatest curse of all mankind befell our ancestors. And because of it, now you got the judgments. He said, this is what will befall you. And he said, you'll be dispersed into bondage. That's Egypt, the land of bondage. That's a Hebrew word for, Egypt is a Hebrew word for bondage. It's a word for bondage, a transliteration for bondage. It was called Mitzrayim before that. So he said, you're going to Egypt again, bondage again, this time by ships, slave ships. Every other time when we went into captivity, they walked us in because we were all in the Mesopotamic region. Babylonian captivity, Persian captivity. You see, all the captivities, they marched us in, we walked. This time, we'll be dispersed across the four corners of the planet Earth, the worst of ever of mankind creation. That's why when people talk about, well, all people went into slavery. They had slaves in Egypt. That was servitude. You could get bought out of that slavery. There was nothing like the chattel slavery that happened after they killed the Mashiach. And they said, this people, no other people on the planet Earth this has happened to. They will be spread across the four corners of the planet Earth. Everywhere on the earth, they will be spread. No other people will spread across the four corners of the planet Earth. Spread. Everywhere that a rock lay, they will be under that rock. Y'all hear that part? Everywhere across the four corners of the planet Earth, you lift a rock, it'll be a black person under that rock. Listen clearly. Now, he said, they will be sold and taken captive by a people who ain't a people. Uh-oh. The people who ain't a people is the serpent seed. But the lack of knowledge will have you think white people. Wrong. A lot of them had white skin. Not all of them. That part. A people who ain't a people, and they won't give regards to the old or the young, You know why? Because they ain't got no emotion. They serpent seed people. Reptiles ain't got no emotions. They don't give a crap. They'll crash the head of a baby and use it as a bait for alligator. They'll do anything. They take the old and they don't give a. They're not a people. A people that ain't a people. Now, he gave what would happen to them. Their language, their identity, their culture, everything will be stolen. Now I'm going to double back to get back to this Africa thing. Now, this is how we got into this mess. For those black people scattered across the four corners of the planet Earth who have who now have an urge to go back to Africa. This part. That's why I needed to walk it down. So everybody got the urge who was dispersed to the four corners. Now, some of them, our ancestors, didn't get dispersed. Because remember, he said to the four corners. So that don't mean that all of the chosen seed line, the Shemitic line, who the ones who said kill Mashiach, would get dispersed to all the lands and won't be no more in what they call Africa. Because the prophecy said all the four corners. So that means it's going to be some still left in Africa. Ahavaya. That's you. It's going to be some still left in Africa. Because they have to be dispersed. They have to be on the four corners of the planet Earth. All right. So that's for the ones who didn't get sent into the transatlantic slave trade. But you know what happened to them? They got colonized, enslaved right in their own land. And beaten and this and all that. Now the same level didn't happen in its fullness like it happened to some who got dispersed. Because depending on where you dispersed, it was worse and worse for some others. But yeah, they got what they call colonized and all type of stuff. The lumber people and all of that. They got so now Ham was given the most vast part of what they call Africa. So that's why when this prophecy was to be fulfilled for the children of the ancestors who did this to Mashiach, all the different slaveries, for our ones, what they call the transatlantic slave trade, it was Ham mixing with the serpent seed that gathered us up on the west coast of Africa, the slave coast and the Ivory Coast and all of that. That was Ham. But most people don't understand that, so they think, oh, you have people, your own people, so they're not our own people. Just because they look like us don't mean you think I'm lying? Go to Africa and look at the history of the people, and they'll watch you that the nation of people was slaughtering and genociding the people who look just like them. And so people that come from outside be like, well, they just savages, they killing one another. They ain't the same people. All white, what they call white people ain't the same. You put an Australian and this other people together, they might all look alike, but they ain't the same seed. It's the same thing with black people, so-called, but they make us think just because we so-called black, we all the same. Wrong. Now, that's why it's about to come out in a second. That's why so-called black people who was sent from slave ships from the motherland Africa, you better be very careful thinking you're going back. And I'm about to show y'all. I'm about to show y'all where the whole come back to Africa thing started from that president. I got the video I'm gonna show y'all for the dude in America who set that up with the president and I think it's Ghana, the Ghanaian president in Africa who started the come back home. I think it was 2019. It was when the 400-year prophecy thing. I'm about to bring the receipt and show you. Now, I'm not saying that ain't where we come from. That is. But that's where all mankind come from. We're going to show you what, and you'll have a clear decision to make. I'm called as a child of the Most High to bring understanding and correction so that people don't go back blindly and become victims. Because these other ministries, they're pimping you. All of the tail ministry, they tell go back to Africa. Everybody go back to Africa. They setting up all these things. They getting money off of it. But there's a way to go back. And if you do it wrong, it could be really catastrophic for you. And when everything falls, that's a whole nother ball game. Then after we show the right way and the wrong way to go back to the mother continent, and you can use your own gift of discernment and make your own decision, then we're going to break down what the scriptures say. Y'all know we ain't going to speak on our own accord. Then we're going, oh, I didn't know Yana was there. Shalom, Yana. Then we're going to break down what the scriptures say. Okay? So now, oh, it's more people here. Sorry, guys. I didn't know there's more people down there. Hold on. Oh, the elders back there. All right, I didn't know y'all was back there. All right, Wyatt, you hot. You be coming in hot. There you go. You caught it. All right. So, now, there was a brother from Washington, D.C., back in, I think it was the 80s or the 90s, from D.C. with go-go music. He said he got a spiritual thing that he wanted to keep going to Africa. And he heard from now listen guys, from the spirits of the ancestors. See, this is where you start to understand the difference. That just because everybody black, that don't mean they're the same as you. And the continent has a lot of ancestor worship. Understand? A lot of gods. Ham is the land of gods. And the mother continent is the land of Ham, most of it. Shem was given Canaan. We'll break that down in another study. Shem was given the land of Canaan. The Canaan to go fight the Canaanites, to fall in Nephilim and all that stuff. And our ancestors got scared, and that's with the wilderness with Egypt and Moses and all that foolishness in the book of Numbers and all that. And they were scared, and Joshua and Caleb went in, right? And then the children still started to go after the other gods, mixing with the Canaanites and all that. So this is scripture, what I'm talking about. This ain't nobody making up this ain't no us, this ain't no where these other nations be like, oh, those black people who went to slavery, they just trying to get any identity. They don't have no identity written in our history book. Literally. Ain't no other, it don't fit no other people on the planet Earth. Find somebody it fit. We'll wait. You know how you sit there and like, tick, 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 tick. We'll wait. Fine. It sure enough don't fit those wish people. Those Genghis Khan's people. Those people, the what's the name, the Khazarians and all that. King Bulan and them people definitely don't fit them. They couldn't have been in Africa, and the Egyptians didn't draw them on the on the hieroglyphs. that wasn't them, right?
Beautiful side curl people.
Yeah, the beautiful side curls. It don't fit that. It don't fit no people on the planet Earth. We'll wait. Find the people. So we do got our history now. It was in. What did they say? You wanna hide something, hide it in plain sight, right? What's the other saying? You want to hide something from the so-called black people, put it in the book. It was in the book. In plain sight. Oh, my goodness. He said it would be a strong delusion. This was part of the curse. This is part of the prophecy. Oh, we know who we are because you can't not know who you are. If you don't, it's because you're choosing to be Boo-Boo the Fool. Now, that thing was in our hand the whole time. They used our history book to enslave us. Because they know the book. That's the people in the book. They curse. They can't see it. Listen, they can't see what's in here until the 400-year prophecy is up. And So they start in this brother gonna tell you, I'm gonna let him tell you. The brother who started the year of the return to Africa. Most people don't know it was a brother from Washington, D.C. that started it. And he went to Africa, and it was the new Ghanaian president, and he got with him, and he's going to tell you out of his own mouth how it happened. Now, this ain't to tell nobody don't go to Africa. This is no disrespect to the motherland. But remember, we don't identify with land, we are people. So our people are still there. My family member, Ahavaya, my sister, she's from there. I'm her brother. We come from there. Okay? So this is not about the land, because the same thing as Ahavaya is from there, there are people there where she's from that look just like her that would enslave her and her people too if they were allowed to. Okay? So people are running there thinking they're gonna run into just a beautiful, a land of milk and honey, right? A land of, and the funny thing is, a lot of the people that are there are trying to get here. That's the part that you can't make it make sense. They're over there fighting to get here, and then they got us over here thinking we're gonna go there. Listen, guys, to get filled, we're going there because it's the land of our ancestors. And the brother who started it, he said ancestors summoned him. Spiritual ancestors summoned him to start that. Now, here we go. Now, I'm not trying to discourage anyone from going back. I am a man of truth, and we're going to show you that if you can, you have to go back the right way. Mentally, physically, and spiritually. Now, and everyone can make their own rightful decision as you are. This is righteous correction. Now, these other Hebrew Israelite groups are telling everybody to go back, and they're profiting off of it. Shout out to Kirby Wright Sr. in the building on Facebook. They're profiting off your lack of knowledge. My people are destroyed. They're ushering, they trying to build, they got a pipeline, and it's monetary base. It's gains. They don't care what's going to happen when it falls. Now, I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to let the people who are there in Africa, who moved from America, tell you their experience. All right, this one just finished downloading. Good. Oh, he made it. Okay, let me download selected. Download selected to, is that the first one? Yeah, that's the first one. That's going to take too long to download. Let me try it. Let me see if I do it. It's going to take too long. I'm going to get started right now. Yep, 1%. Yep, my thing was being attacked. That'll take too long. So anyway, I'll show it on YouTube. Now, so the first clip I'm going to show, it's a brother from Ghana talking about, it's a Ghanaian. He's talking about it. The second clip I'm going to show is a sister who moved from America. And the third clip is the brother who started the whole back to Africa thing with the new Ghanaian president back in, I think it was like maybe the late 90s, early 2000s. He says it. You'll let him say it. Now, we bring receipts here. So as the thumbnail said, can you go to Africa and have a house like that for $77,000? $100,000? Yes. But the banana in the tailpipe is most of the, no, let's save it. Let's let it say itself. Okay? Now, yes, you can, but you better do it correctly. All right. Before we get started, can someone pray us in? cover the house. And let me pull up this person's video. So let me do this on my phone. Okay. Y'all willing? I think I did a successful trade for the investment group. And it's right on time. Before, I think today I got my first over $200 day. And it's before the Shabbat too. Before, like, I did it before I went to rest. Oh, what I want to say to investment group, when you do a trade, of course, we're not telling anybody sell nothing today, right? I'm talking about it might fail. When you click the sell button, it'll fail and say transaction didn't go through. That means do it again, hit it again. And if it fail, hit it again. If it fail, keep hitting it. That means a lot of people are trying to sell at the same time. I missed a sell point and it stressed me out. That was yesterday. Because I was at the perfect point. I clicked sell and it didn't go through. So now I'm trying to figure out why it didn't sell. And I lost my position. And I'm like, no, it cost me like 50% profit, right? But then later I said, let me just see something. I'm do 25 cents. And I said, let me try. And then that one failed. I said, 20, so I can't buy it? And then I did it again and it went through. And I said, duh. That means congestion. So if that happened to y'all, click sell, keep clicking it until it go through so you can get your position. So when I woke up to prepare for this, I looked because I went to rest and I knew I got in last night at a good position on this coin. And I'm like, no, because I know it's going to go up because I already did the diligence. And finally I had the patience and everything. And I woke up and I looked and I was watching it and it was up. And so right before, I'm like, okay, I need to sell before the Shabbat, right? So I looked and it had got up. So I bought 3. So I bought one at 22. I bought another one at 22. I bought another one at 22, three different times. And then I bought one at 18, right? And I'm like, I'm going to do this. And so right before it got dark for this, I looked at the thing and it was up. The one I bought at 18 was up 50%. The other one was 30%. The other one was 30%. The other one was 20. And I was like, if I cash out all of them now, that's 50, 30. That's like 200%. I'm like, that's a successful trade. You know what? Instead of trying to be on this study and then the study finished and I look and it all dropped and I didn't look. I said, you know what? Let me do it now. And I said, I clicked sell and it went through. And I looked and it was like, you have gained. I said, I finally did it. Really did it. I made 4 trades. So praise y'all before this new coin drops. This for the investment group, guys. So guys, yes. I know y'all are like, yes, I got a victory. Right? Praise y'all. All right. So, sorry, I just need to share. Yana, I did it, Yana. It worked. Praise y'all. All right. So, now, and then that's the thing. So then I didn't want it because I was like, but it could go up more. See, Yana? So I was like, I'm looking at all the percent. I'm like, but what if it go up more? Then I'm like, Folio, you're going to be on the study. And next you know, you come on the study. That thing crashed when you could have got out. I'm like, just cut your losses. Just do it now. Because guess what? You can't sell it until after the Shabbat on Saturday. I'm like, oh, no. Doom. Like, sell. I clicked the panic sell button, Yana. I sold all of it at once. Then I kept checking. Did it all sell? Did it all? I'm like, I'm making sure it all sold. So praise y'all. His holy name is rightful order. All right. So, sorry guys. Guys, we've been in this space so we have our investment group and we're trying to prepare the children. We're trying to prepare us to be able to learn this digital currency space because that's where the world is going, and to be able to train successful. You have to learn. You have to train yourself in the way like you learn any industry or anything you do. So we've been at it. Me and Yana have been at it for years, like a long time, and now we're teaching the group. And so now, it's like one thing to try to do something, but it's another thing to do it. You know what I mean? To actually be successful and like, yes, it builds a confidence. Like, okay, you know what I mean? So praise y'all. It's been a long time, guys. So that's why I'm kind of like excited. It's like, yes, I did it. I made, oh my goodness, 50% gain on this one, 30 on this one, 30 on that one. I'm like, yes. All right. Now, guys, let's say if I would have had $1,000 in there, I'll be like, God, I made $1,000-something in a couple of hours today. All right, so we're doing this so we could prepare for the collapse and the fall of Babylon. You understand? Because later, when they try to lock us in again, this is what this Africa teaching is about too. When they try to lock us in again and take the jobs away again, the last currency is going to be digital. And if you don't know how to navigate the digital currency space and you're not set up, you're going to be a slave to the universal basic income system that they're going to usher in. So our job is to prepare, right? Mashiach said, prepare for the coming famine, prepare for the fall, right? So that's what this Africa lesson is about. I'm about to show y'all, because people are trying to run and they thinking, what do you think going? Let me just save it for the lesson. We're gonna show y'all what's going down. All right, so guys, can you someone pray us in, and let me get my point. The reason why I talked about investment, because when I clicked on my phone, it was the thing was up, the chart was up on the phone. That's why I saw it. I'm like, it reminded me. All right, so this one is at 416. All right.
Elder Taj Balayah is backstage.
Oh, thank you. Let me let him in. All right, so I wish some of y'all could let them in, because once I start teaching, I don't even know they back there. But thank you, guys. And y'all can stop me if someone's backstage. Y'all can interrupt me. Y'all can interrupt me. And let me know they're backstage. Y'all know when the Ryak is really going in, the Holy Spirit, y'all know to wait then. But, y'all know, because y'all can tell when the Holy Spirit is really there. Just don't interrupt that. But, all right. So go ahead, Yashia. Ooh, I'm hot. I need to turn this up.
Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Shabbat shalom, daughter of Yah.
Okay, I'll just wait for you.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to turn this fan up. I'm hot. Woo. Go ahead, Yashia.
Okay, thank you, Yah. Thank you, Yah, for this day. Thank you for everything, Yah. Thank you for allowing us to all assemble on this Friday and just be in the presence of you, Father Yah. We just want to thank you for each member that is a part of this family. Just everyone has their own gifts, and we just all come together as one. So I just want to give you thanks for each one of us. Thank you, Yah, for Yah Asha, for bringing him down to give us another chance to get things right, Father Yah. Thank you for being a part of our lives and just protecting us and loving us despite how we betrayed you so many times, Yah. Thank you for your mercy. I ask that you open our hearts so we can hear what you have for us tonight, that you just be with us on this set apart day. I ask that whatever you have for us tonight, Abba Yah, that those who are able to hear, that they receive, those in our family, those that are watching, that might join for the first time, Abba Yah, that if it be your will, that they receive the message that you prepared for us tonight. And above all, we just want to do your will, Father Yah, and we just give you thanks on this set apart day. In Yah Asha's name we pray. Amen, Yah.
Amen, Yah. All praises to the Most High. Amen, Yah. Shabbat shalom, everybody worldwide. So now we all prayed up. I gave the intro from according to the Most High. Let y'all know. Now, the first clip is a brother from Ghana. Don't be triggered by it. There's an order to this madness. The Most High. So I'm gonna play the first clip, the second clip, the third clip, and y'all have a complete understanding. The Most High says show them, and so they can be prepared, so they don't make a huge mistake. All right. Now I'm gonna share my screen. So this one, because let me see, did it finish downloading? Oh, it's almost finished. 74%. 740%. That's gonna take too long. This is moving so slow at a snail's pace. Moving right along. All right, it's all right. I don't care. I can show. So I'll show the YouTube. All right. I'm not telling y'all to be watching this YouTube channel. That's why I try to download it so people don't, start watching these channels and take on spirits. Because I don't know what spirits be over these people with these channels. So I don't really like to show the YouTube channel. Because then people, especially Hebrews, black people, we curious George. You get we get ourselves in a bunch of mess. We nosy, we nosy Normans. Bunch of can't mind our doggone business. That's a spiritual gift. I learned to bridle everything. I don't need to know. I'm a believer. I don't need to know. Unless the Most High want me to know. I ain't picking that up. All right, so let me see how far. Did it move? Nope, 740. Let's just do it. All right. So I'm not telling y'all to watch this channel. Here we go. So it's there. Go to share screen. Before every clip, should we move to Africa? Could we have a beautiful home there? And if we can, and if we do, what's the right way to do it? All right? Now, present, share screen. It got to be the first one. Yeah. Share. So this video was a brother had a discussion. So this brother moved there from the United States, and the other brother is from Ghana. Here we go.
Saw the reel that I posted.
The kind of depression we have seen, racism is down on the list. 2 hours.
So what about the African Americans who are living in tents in America and saying there's no job?
Bro, I don't know why they are living in those tents. Honestly, because if a Ghanaian is able to leave Ghana to America and live in Beverly Hills, and if you are born in America and
First of all, let me explain to my Ghanaian brother right there. The reason why those African Americans are living in those tents in America, and why you were able to, like you said, some of your Ghanaian brothers were able to come over and get, corporate jobs, become lawyers, is because those African Americans who are living in those tents, that's the curse that was pronounced over them. And us, their ancestors built this country, so we're placed at the bottom of even you. But you came from Ghana, and you don't realize you have more opportunity than they do. This system, Caesar, and this daughter of Babylon in America, has he placed even you above them. That just don't go for my brother from Ghana. That go for my brother from Jamaica, my brother from Grenada, my brother from Trinidad, my brother from Haiti, my brother from wherever you come from. With your black skin, so-called, when you come to America, the system place you on top. And if you don't catch and gather yourself, you will become what they call that word? You will become what they call a colonizer in your thought, because you'll be like, look at them, they just lazy. Look at them in tents. Why would they be intense? There's no excuse. My Ghanaian, or my Nigerian, or my Jamaican, or my Haitian, or my whatever, Brazilian, whatever, they came over and they got a business, and they got this and they got that. But these people were born here. This is manipulation, but it's all prophetic. Because you don't know what befall the people. Now, if you reverse that thought, listen clearly, and you take an African American who's prosperous here, and he might go to Ghana or Nigeria or Tanzania, somewhere in Africa, and he'll go and he got all his money, right? And he go there and he start a business in Ghana. He open up schools. He do all this, and then he can go into the village and look at the Ghanaians that don't got no right, the ones starving, and say the same thing, right? He could say, look at them. Why are they starving? This their land, their country. See? You were born here. Your president's black and all this. Your police are black. Why? See? It works both ways. It's a spiritual thing. Wherever you go, if you do not control your thoughts and understand what and do going on, those dark adversaries will turn you into a colonizer. Listen clearly, in your thoughts, you'll put yourself above the people of that land. We're going to break this down today. Yeah, y'all know Mashiach Assembly. So I ain't okay with Teo Ministries and everybody, Ronald Dorn, run to Africa. Everybody tell you, run there, run there, run there. Not saying that there ain't a proper way to go. But no, we're going to break this down today. Y'all know Mashiach Assembly. Shout out to Mashiach's Assembly. All right. So I need to explain that part to the Ghanaian brother who looked at the people that's homeless in America, the black people, and don't understand why. Now, there's some whites homeless too because America is a capitalist, right? So they're going to put the black or at the bottom, but the poorer the people, you right over the black, right? It's a capitalist society. Money is the god, mammon, okay? So let me put them back a little bit. Here we go.
In America and saying there's no job.
Bro, I don't know why they are living in those tents. Honestly, because if a Ghanaian is able to leave Ghana to America and live in Beverly Hills, and if you are born in America and you live on the streets, bro, I don't know what to tell you. A client in Germany was telling me he is a cleaner and he makes $17 per hour. Look at this. He works 1 year, he comes to Ghana, and a bank manager is not his class. I would rather create an opportunity for a Ghanaian to work in the UK as a health personnel than to create an opportunity for her to work at Kolebu. Don't sit home and say that, oh, look, diasporans are coming. Man, they are coming with money. Go and look at their bank accounts. Some of them are coming with $50,000.
Y'all hear that part? Now, of course, I don't agree with everything he's going to say. But he said, don't look and say that the diaspora, meaning the so-called black people that were scattered across the world, is coming back to Africa, to Ghana. He said, don't just lump it up and say they're coming. He said, they're coming with money. I want y'all to hear that part. Because that ain't the part that Teo Ministries is telling you Israelites and stuff. That ain't the part that Ronald Dalton is telling you. They just saying, come back to Africa, come back home. America's treating you bad and this and that. And Africa is your, right? But you hear what he just said? Listen.
Here to work at Kolebu. Don't sit home and say that, oh, look, diasporans are coming. Man, they are coming with money. Go and look at their bank accounts. Some of them are coming with $50,000, $100,000. You don't have any money and you're here saying diasporans are coming. So, man, that is why when they come, they stay at East Legon cantonment. And
you see? He said that's why when they come, they stay, I guess, these beautiful places in Ghana.
You live at Kaswa and all those.
But you live here. See? Now. Oh, this is going to be broken down today. The brother is telling the truth. He might be saying it in a harsh way, and he might have some biases in certain things that he's saying. But a lot of what he's saying is the truth. So he's saying, don't be just saying the diaspora is coming to, they come into Africa, like they come into Africa. He's saying like it's a good thing. He said they coming with their money. They coming with 50,000 American dollars, 70,000, 100,000, if they're smart. Oh, listen clearly. If they're smart. They're coming with money. He said, and they're coming and they're staying in these places. Now I'm going to show y'all the other part where they're coming and they're building those nice homes that I showed y'all in the cover. for $75,000, $100,000. How you think they building that home for $100,000? All right. Now he's saying, but they're not coming and staying here. Okay. Let's continue. I want to put, because I want to see y'all chat. So let me copy this link. Let me open up another one. I could close the other one that I was trading on earlier because I don't need that. I did my successful trade, Yana. I'm so happy. I'm going to check with you later after the thing and make sure my money is there, Yana. Because, I can't find it. I try, I'm like, I need to see it. I want to see you made this amount so I can, yeah. So I'm going to have to, after the study, Yana, when you wake up, I'm going to hit you up so I can find where it's at. I want to see it. But it said I did it. It told me how much I gained, 1 point something BNB or more than that, something that profit that I made. So I doubled my money. So I made $150 or something like that. But a little more than double. So praise y'all for that. All right. So I copied that, open a new window, paste here, paste and go. Bang. Come on, you can open. Okay, now I'm gonna go back over here. I can close this one with the trades. Close that window so it keep processing power. Bang, close. All right, go to this one. 456 is where we left off. So now I can make this, go back this one for StreamYard so I can see the chat. Make it smaller, pull it to the side, take the other tab, bang, 456, there we go. Let me just leave it there, make it smaller, pull it over here, and we cooking with olive oil. Guys, we're going to bring some understanding today. That's the difference between our ministry and these other ministries. They just tell you to do stuff. They just want, because they got a whole tourist operation up, and they telling everybody, come on back. Come on, you Israelites. All right. Yeah. Diana said like they're jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. Facts. They're doing a Martin Luther King, walking my people into a burning building, but they don't know. All right. So now I'm going to share this tab instead. Bingo. We cooking. Make it full screen. Ow. Now we got rocking. Now I can see y'all chat. I can see everything. Let me scroll this down so I can see if someone comes in. There we go. Let's rock.
Sit home and say that, oh, look, diasporans are coming. Man, they are coming with money. Go and look at their bank accounts. Some of them are coming with $50,000, $100,000. You don't have any money and you're here saying diasporans are coming. So, man, that is why when they come, they stay at East Legon cantonment and you live at Kaswa and all those places. Finding money here is next to impossible unless you are intelligent like we are. Opportunities are...
Y'all heard what he said? Finding money here is like almost impossible. Then he said, unless you are intelligent like we are. Now, don't get triggered. He's telling the diaspora. He's telling you. I'm talking especially these Israelites, because they listen to Teo, they listen to Ronald, they listen to everybody telling them, run to Africa, run to Africa, run to Africa. Now, he said, getting money there, it's almost impossible unless you're smart like them. What he's saying about smart like me, they're from there. They're from that land, so they know how to hustle the land and they know how to navigate the people and the temperaments and the different, right? So they are smart in where they're from. But if you come there, you don't know nothing. Listen. If you come there and you ain't got $100,000, you ain't got caked up and you ain't doing it, you're going to be, you ain't getting no money because the people there are trying to make money. The people there, That's why, no disrespect, a lot of them are trying to get to America because it ain't no money. Hello? The corruption that's there, the police and the powers that be that's there are trying to keep their people starved in ghettos and shanty towns. There. So you bring your little Dumbo American butt or wherever you from, coming there thinking you're going to get money. You literally going to take what you don't understand. You're going to take money out of the mouths of the poor that's already there. So unless you come in with a lot of money and you're going to start a business and start hiring the people, then you are a leech. Understand? It's like, let me relate this to the streets. It's like you in sin and you go into some ghetto neighborhood, the hood, some projects or something, and you ain't got no money, you starving and everything, so you want to set up shop to sell drugs in somebody else's neighborhood that's starving. And they gonna just let you in and take the... No. You're an invader. Unless you're coming to bring resources, to hire and bring money, unless you're coming to bring money to the land, then you're coming to take from the land. And who you think you're taking from? The people who were born there, who are starving, who don't got... Oh, y'all better, boy, I ain't born yesterday. I ain't never been boo-boo the fool. And then they got Ronald Dalton, everybody, come on, everybody come. Listen to this brother. The brother's dropping jewels. Let me put him back just a little bit.
For people who are already, you are intelligent like me. Finding money here is next to impossible unless you are intelligent like we are. Opportunities are for people who are already having the opportunities. In the whole of Accra.
Now you hear what he said? The opportunities, he's talking about there, are for the people who already have the opportunity. That's kind of the same in capitalist America type stuff, right? Those who, the rich get more, right? Those who don't need it is the ones who, you know, when you got good credit and good money, they send you 1 million credit cards. They keep going up, $100,000. When you ain't got nothing, nobody give you nothing. That's what he's talking about. He like, the opportunities there are for those who has opportunities, who got connected. Your family, you're connected. You're either in with the system and the authority of the police or some. But those who ain't got no connections, you're going to be in that shanty town. You're going to be in there with no electricity and stuff, certain things. You're going to be poor. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. But they are blindfolding these people, the so-called black people in America and other places, to make them think they're going to run, they going home. They kill me with that. We're going home. America, they don't love us. They treat us like a second-class citizen. We're going home, and I feel like we're going to feel so good to be home. Everyone looks like me and all this. Oh, y'all going to get a real wake-up tonight. That say you can't go home, but you better go home right. All right. Let's go.
For people who are already are intelligent like we are. Opportunities are for people who are already having the opportunities. In the whole of Accra, there are only 3 psychiatric hospitals, and there are only 15 licensed psychiatric doctors.
You hear what he just said? In the whole of Accra, there's only 3 psychiatric centers, only 3 the doctors. He's saying psychiatric because he's saying a lot of the poverty that encompass his land, they don't have the same resources as certain places in America where they can go to the psychiatric center and they could go there. He's like, these people ain't getting no help. So he's like, he's telling you, he's like, don't you bring your little boo-boo fool butt American butt here and think everything is just a land of flowing milk and honey. There's a lot of crazy people running around here too, like they are in your land, everywhere, but they ain't getting no help. He warning you, he trying to tell you. Go ahead, Yasha. Boy.
Sorry, I was just telling you, Talash Balaya is backstage again.
Oh, okay. So he's trying to tell you. All right? Now, again, people don't like it, but I'm the type, guys, I listen. And I eat the meat, right? I eat the fruit and spit out the pit, right? See that fruit? I eat it and spit out the pit, but I listen and discern. All right? Here we go. Go here.
And there are only 3 psychiatric hospitals, and there are only 15 licensed psychiatric doctors. And out of the 15, not all of them are even practicing psychology. So that is why the youth are going mad. See, it's simple. You want to be.
He said that is why the youth are going mad. Listen.
Be a nurse. I advise you, it's better you become a nurse in Canada than be a nurse in Honolulu. Discrimination is everywhere. It doesn't matter. We are strong. We've been through all these traumas. Look at the way our teachers cane us in school. What is a little racism that you can handle? You should be something, you should be okay. I mean, if somebody doesn't like you because you are black, bro, you are going to work and getting $22 per hour. What do you think?
So what he's kind of saying, Shalom, Kelly Perry. Now, of course, everyone don't agree. He's just giving his opinion. So he's talking to his people, and he's trying to tell them. He said he'll rather. This is his opinion, young man. He said he'll rather you go to France or go to the UK or go somewhere else and struggle, but you can make $20 an hour struggling, than to be here and do the same struggle, but you make 50 cents an hour, right? He's making logical points, right? Now he said, so what? Listen, he's talking to his people. He says, so what? You're going to get a little bit of racism. Now y'all need to listen to this part. This is where America's, where they're fooling y'all to be soft, meaning you little baby girls. America, they don't like me. I don't know what nobody gonna like. They don't like you nowhere in here, Juices. It's called the curses. You think you gonna go somewhere else and be liked? Wrong. You about to be shown tonight. But they're like, America don't like me. I'm a second class. They don't like, right? So he's telling his people. He's talking to Ghanaians. He's talking, man. He says, so what? You'll go there and might get some racism. So what? He said, we used to it. The brother is dropping it. The brother says, so what? We used to the racism. They do it right here, right? Where we at? He said, we used to it. He said, listen to what he said. See, I need to break this down because this brother's dropping it. And then we're going to get a more balanced opinion. This is just his opinion.
What is a little racism that you can handle? Been through all this trauma. Discrimination is everywhere. It doesn't matter. Become a nurse in Canada than be a nurse in Honolulu. Discrimination is everywhere. It doesn't matter. We are strong. We've been through all these traumas.
He said, there's clinicians everywhere. You can go be a nurse wherever in the other place. He said, we are strong. Talking about Ghanaians. We've been through all this trauma. So he said, when you go to America or whatever, who cares that they racist? We've been through all this trauma already. We're strong. He telling them toughen up. He telling them put your big girl panties and put your big boy boxes on. Listen.
So that is why the youth are going mad. See, it's simple. You want to be a nurse. I advise you, it's better you become a nurse in Canada than be a nurse in Honolulu. Discrimination is everywhere. It doesn't matter. We are strong. We've been through all these traumas. Look at the way our teachers cane us in school.
He said, look at the way our teachers cane us in school. Beat us in school. He said, we've been through all this trauma. So we can handle whatever, we go to these lands, whatever, Now listen.
We've been through all these traumas. Look at the way our teachers cane us in school. What is a little racism that you can handle? You should be something, you should be okay. I mean, if somebody doesn't like you because you are black, bro, you are going to work and getting $22 per hour. What do you care?
He says, so what? Somebody, you're going to go there, somebody don't like you in America or UK, it's because you black. He says, so what? Back here, you're going to get $2 an hour. This brother's telling the truth.
Don't like you because you are black. Bro, you are going to work and getting $22 per hour. What do you care? If you don't like me, fine.
So black people complaining about the trauma that comes with slavery, you
Bro,
think it's nothing?
Sunday night, during our time when we were in Form 2, Form 3, Sunday evening, we are all crying because on Monday we have pre-tech. Mr. Kwanzaa is coming to lash us, everybody 6'6", and we are all scared. This is huge trauma for everybody.
What is lash?
Cane. One wrong, two canes. So African kids, we've seen the trauma. You know, we do midterm exams, and when you get below a certain mark, you are caned like an animal. So that is the thing. You make the money there, you come here and you spend it.
So he said, you know, he's showing like we got our own trauma that we go through. He said Sunday night we stressed out because Monday, whatever, we're gonna get caned, Mr. Such and Such, and they just showed, I guess, a movie or something of them caning, right? So he's like, we got trauma. We know what it feels like to be unjustly treated. So what the brother is telling his people in Ghana, he's saying, I'd rather be unjustly treated in a land where I can make $20 an hour, right? And I can actually have an opportunity to really prosper, and I can talk versus being unjustly treated in a land where I can't even, where I'm starving and everything is, you know, I have to, like, so again, he's not even talking to us. He's talking to his people. But a wise man learns from others. Yana said, I think he said, so what if they don't like you? You're getting $22 a night. Facts, that's what he said. He literally like, who cares? He like, they don't like us here. He like, it's racism right here amongst our own people. Classism. Classism is the racism. The wealthy don't like you. This, all right, listen.
Animal. So that is the thing. You make the money there, you come here and you spend it.
See? The brother he's dropping some jewels right there. He's talking to his people. He said, you go to America, France, Canada, UK, whatever, you make the money there, and then you come back here and spend it here. That bro dropping it. But inside of his jewels, oh, you can make 22 an hour here. Yeah, how can I? He said, you wish you made. There's plenty. I was making more than that doing Uber. I would make $70 in an hour. I'd make 100 and something, get the right ride. You can make, that's what so what he's saying, Yahakanai, you have to understand the whole of what he's saying. He's saying you can make $22 an hour here. What he's telling you, you ain't going there and make it, you can't. That's why I said you can make $22 an hour here all day. Not only could you make it with one job, you could get two jobs, right? You could get a $12 an hour job here and another $12 an hour job. Now you just made $24 an hour when you add it up. See? So now what he's saying is you can make, not only can you make $22 an hour, Yagana, you can make $42 an hour. You can make $100. Like you can make whatever it is, it's up to you. That's why they call it the land of opportunity. No, they don't. No, how do most need a degree, Yashia? I just said I was making $100-something an hour on Uber. I ain't got no degree. I was putting in the work, though. Understand? I learned the system. I figured out, okay, if I pick up from Disney World, at this time, Magic Kingdom lets out and it's surging. So bang, I can make each ride, I can make $30, $40, $50 an hour, $60 an hour. Bang, after I finish Magic Kingdom, then I can head over to the airport. And the airport, the planes come in at 12, then I can get these rides. Some people going far and it surges. Bang, then after that, about 2 o'clock in the morning, the people from the the tourists that are coming from Disney and Universal, they are going back to the airport to leave on vacation, so it's going to surge at that time. So it's all about putting in, showing what you can do and putting in the work. Yeah, it's different states, but it's different hustles in every state. It doesn't matter. It's different hustles in every state. There are people in North Carolina that are making $50, $60 an hour working from home doing something, or working from doing one of my friends from back from the Testimony TV. She's she's killing it, but she on YouTube. You got people making. Okay, perfect example. Right now, we're teaching the investment class. Listen clearly. To make, when it's finished, if I made that $150 that I think I just made, because it cashed out, y'all don't gotta show me. That was in 4 hours. I made that 150, and that's only because I could have made more. You know why? Because I took the time to learn. That's why we're teaching it in the class. So again, no. And you can do that from wherever you are. You see? No. What the brother is talking about, it is the land that you can do it in. Okay? Everything comes with sacrifice. Y'all know I don't play that at all. That's that you stuff. I grew up where we had 2-3 jobs. That's why I be blown away when some of these kids be like, I ain't got no money. I'm like, what you mean you ain't got no money? You 22 years old. I don't want to say his name. I remember the Aki like, I'm like, bro, you ain't got no kids. You 22. No disrespect. And he was white. I'm like, bro, what do you mean you don't got no money? Taj, you ain't got no kids. You ain't got no child support. And, hold on. And you live with your mama. And your mama and them got money. Oh, y'all bugging. Y'all tripping. Different breed. Because you can live with your mama for that time and stack up. Work 3 jobs. I don't care. Right? And stack up. And then use it and invest in something. Again, it's the land of opportunity. But if you don't take the opportunity, now, yeah, we got it harder than others, but I come from the lowest of the low. I ain't have a mother house to stay in. So yeah, I chose to get mines in the street because I had no other choice. I didn't have nobody house. I was homeless. But guess what I did after I got it out of the street? I converted. I started doing a barbershop. I bought the book, How to Invest Real Estate for Dummies. Then I paid the little money and went to the real estate school to get my license. So while I'm out in the streets, while I'm in the world and everything smoking away, I'm young. I'm studying for the real estate to get my sales agent's license. See, that's the difference. I don't play excuses. Nah, no, we ain't doing that here. Not here. So y'all might as well just not here. You're gonna, yeah. So that's the difference between those who, you could take 2 group of people. I don't do the complaining. I do the, you know what? I got to find a solution. That's what I did. Guess what? I just lost my job. I got into the car accident, right? I didn't share it with the nation yet. I got into the car accident and I was almost killed. And then I lost my job. I lost my car, so I can't work. Now I'm stressed out. Oh, what am I going to do? I got to, of course the Father going to take care of me, but I got to do something. What am I doing? I'm like, you know what? I need to make a way that I don't got to go out and do all that labor and all that time because I still got to teach the word. And this ain't profitable for me because I'm teaching the truth. So I'm not Teo where I'm getting all this money off the YouTube. If I would stop teaching the truth raw and uncut, I can be very profitable in this. But I'm also doing it because now I built up the Pinterest to we at 2.8 million views this month. So you know what I'm doing now? I'm learning how to monetize Pinterest. So y'all think I'm speaking what I'm talking about. I put in that work, putting up these little Pinterest pins, right? And I'm doing it every night, right? Ain't seeing no fruit. Nobody can see the labor. Now I done built it up. Now I got to figure out, how do you monetize? You know what I do? I go to YouTube University. How do you monetize Pinterest? Okay, I got to do this. I got to do that. I got to do this. I got to build this. I got to put this. I got to put this link. Okay, I got to do the website so I can send them. Then I got to set up the affiliate link. So I got to go to Amazon, do affiliate. So again, it's the work. The opportunity is there. The opportunity. So what this brother from Ghana is talking about, he's talking about Ayashia. All I hear is excuses. I'm so sorry because you keep putting it in the chat. And I don't want none of the children to receive that, because I was young and I didn't have no experience. I couldn't, what you're saying, everyone, mostly so-called black, can say. It's kind of all of our story. Now, some of ours a little worse, like my story was a lot worse than others, right? And some of maybe yours is too, but you did have a roof over your head and you did have such and such. There was a time I had nobody's house that I could go to when the bottom fell out. So I was sleeping on the streets, like this brother's talking about. So again, just stop with the excuses. Just that stuff frustrates me. You'll hear it, because I don't believe in that. I teach accountability, and I teach because that stuff is like, I don't got no opportunity. I can't do that. It's like pessimistic. I can't live. That's dark. That's a dark. Look for the cup half full. Look for the light in it. No, I can't do this. Whatever. So what? I don't got no experience. I'm gonna get the experience. I didn't know how to do this digital currency. Me and Yana, right? So we're trying to teach it. Now the difference is we're teaching it to the people who fight through the boringness of it, right? We were just there the other night and we're trying to make it exciting and possible, but it's getting better. They're learning. Again, it's the point of, if you're trying to accomplish something, you just have to do it. And you don't look at the what I can't do. I'm a believer of I can, right? The little what the thing that could. You know what I mean? I know I can. If I didn't have that, I would probably be a crackhead or dead or something, or be homeless on the street, because everything was against me. I had nothing. I couldn't even get a job when I was young. Even nobody would hire. Nobody. I had no friend. Nobody to give me a job nobody to help me out. Just, it is what it is. But you got to battle that dark Sabbath telling you to complain and that I can and no.
I'm not complaining at all. I'm just saying, like.
But no, what you're writing in the chat, I can read it. You're saying every time I say something, you come back with something like, but I had no experience. But I had this. But
no, I'm just replying to the chats.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I ain't seeing the chats.
Yeah, because I mean,
so some people writing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. I worked 3 jobs in my 20s. Let me see. I know a few of our people who went there and they got robbed, and you haven't been robbed until you get there and get robbed. Which, not saying it's impossible trust that comes with sacrifice. I know that people have fake medical degrees. Actually, my brother didn't even get his high school diploma. Degrees are fake. There are millionaires who never received a degree. A lot of them, but of course we don't compare to them, right? When they go there to struggle, they say you are on the continent, right? So when I said the stuff about the Uber, you said it's different with states, etc. Right? I know that, but that's why I said it's a hustle. So what I was replying to, because it seemed like every time I say something, when I read, you're writing to somebody else.
I was replying to Laura Yacht, because I know that she's in New York, and I know New York.
Oh, that's different.
More expensive.
Okay.
Versus somewhere like South Carolina.
So I apologize, because it looked like every time I say something, it was replying to what I said, and I'm like,
no. And I'm not trying to seem like I'm complaining. Like, I work 2 jobs right now, but it's not like, it's still, for me at least, it's hard for me to try to find a job where I'm making $25 an hour.
Well, it's hard for everybody to try to find a job where you make $25 an hour. That's why I'm trying to teach a class where you can make more than $25 an hour. You see? So again, it's your decisions.
Yeah, but
So
I
see
think
what
what
I
I'm
mean?
trying to when you but when you say everyone's calling is different. So someone like me, like I feel like I'm not called to do something like that.
So,
So
but it's different from
with
a calling and from working to supply your basic needs. That's two different
yeah,
things. So if you're mixing your calling in with your need to make a different thing, then that's a sacrifice that you're going to choose. Like me, I I chose to serve you guys and teach, so I can't be out making money, right?
mhm,
So because of it, for a while after my Uber stop, I'm almost homeless because we don't have too many members, and praise y'all for those who do give donations, right? So I had a choice to make, right? Do I choose my calling and continue to teach, and the Most High got me teaching more? I'm like, or do I go out and say, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to teach one day a week like I was. And I need to go back and Uber again, or I need to go back and get, but I chose my calling. So with that
mhm.
comes sacrifice. So now,
That's what I'm saying.
right. So, but
That's all that
listen.
I'm
So now,
saying.
but listen. But now after that, I didn't just sit with that. Now I said, okay, now I'm gonna do the calling because I choose. But now I still gotta try to make an income that's enough to pay so that I'm not struggling from paycheck to paycheck, and you know what I mean? Because I have to teach for 6 hours and all of that and stuff. So now I got to work again while I'm doing the calling. I still have to do the other work too. See what I'm saying? So
And you
now
have
my
your
calling
business and stuff.
ain't. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm talking. Let me, after I finish talk, I can't hear you while I'm trying to talk. My calling is not to do digital currency. That's not my calling. My calling is to teach the word. But now I got to prepare, and I need to be able to make an income to pay so I can keep teaching the word. So now I got to learn something and do something outside of my calling to sustain until I can get, and unless I can get my calling to make an income. But I don't think that would happen because Babylon doesn't like my calling. See, because it goes against. So I don't think I'll get to a point where I'm like Teo Ministries and Truth Unedited and Thoughts Camera Action and Ronald Dalton, where they got these ministries where they can just teach the word and they're gonna get paid. So I have to do outside, but again, that's the choice. So that's what I'm saying. So again, it's not minimalizing anybody's struggle or anybody's, but everything comes down to choice. So like you said, it's not your calling to do the digital currency. It ain't mine either. See? So, but there's nothing wrong with you following your calling. But again, it just comes with you saying, I can't make $24. You see what I mean? So again, it still comes down to choice. So all I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show and teach, and what the brother is saying, and all this came from, he said, this is a land of opportunity where you can make $22 an hour. This brother's coming from a place where he can't make $22 an hour. Can't. That's what I'm trying to point out. See, this is what he's trying to show in the other foreigners. We get spoiled in America and we don't see what we can. That's why the people are trying to run to Africa. They're trying to run. That's what this whole teaching is about. It's because they don't realize what they have until they go there. And then they get themselves some real trouble and realize, like, I don't even got electricity, right? You're like, I'm trying to do this and the electric cuts out at this time of day for 5 hours, and then the water stopped because it's dammed up because I'm like, they got a whole new set. You start to learn to appreciate, you know what I mean? Unless you're going there to be off the grid and it's different ways. I'm just showing, and what the brother's talking about, that you are actually in the land of opportunity, right? But it's so that's what the whole thing that this whole lesson is teaching about. It's about he's showing that you can do it. Now you got others that choose not to do nothing, right? I know people who choose to just be on the street corner, sitting down drinking beer all day and smoke weed, and they choose not to do nothing. So again, it's the so that's all I was. So it's when I was every time I would say something, I would scroll and then I would see, something. So now I know you was answering other people too. But yeah, it's just, so the teaching ain't saying that look, Jacob said bricklayers in my state make $63 an hour with no degree, double time after 8 hours. Learning this craft is one of the best things I did. The money is nice, but learning the craft is the best part. That's what I'm trying to say, right? And Jacob is in he's in a state that, you know what I mean? So again, he has the opportunity to make $63 an hour with no degree. So again, that's why I'm correcting when when y'all write, well, because someone wrote that, well, people with degrees, they got to have a degree. Wrong. And that's why when you're hacking on, like, I wish I made 22, I'm like, well, you could. Now, it depends on what you want to do, right? You can learn how to be a bricklayer. You can make more than 22. You can learn how, see? But the point we're making is this land, you have the opportunity to do it. All I'm keep pointing out, guys, is that there's an opportunity to do it here. All right? Now, some people, I don't know, some people just get lucky. Like, okay, a perfect example is my little son, Joshua. His mom is so busy trying to take me to child support, and this was back 2000, and this like 6, 7 years ago. And I'm telling her, I said, please, first of all, I want to raise my son, right? I said, please take me off because I have to work 7 days a week, all night long, and y'all take my money, then I can never see him. And I said, listen, he plays, what's the game? The game where they do the dance, they did the dance that went like this. That game. Somebody will write it. That video game the little kids was playing, the one with that dance that go like this. What is that called? It's not Minecraft. Fortnite. Now, he was playing Fortnite. This was 2000. This was 2000. This before the lock-in. This was I think this was 19. Yeah, 19. No, 2000. I'm bugging. 2019. 2018. Okay? So I told her, I said, he's playing Fortnite. Benito is in Maryland playing Fortnite. These are my two sons. They're like, at this point, they're like 9 and 10 years old. They're good at it. They're popular. Joshua is mixed with Asian and black. He looked like me, but a pretty boy version, right? Got all the, right? So and I'm like, okay. And I showed her, I said, these little kids are on this YouTube. And I said, they're building a brand, and they're building it around playing the game, right? And there are two type of people. There's producers and there's consumers. And I said, there's little kids that are just watching them play, and they're building a brand, and they're getting subscribers because they're kids and they go to middle school. And when they go to high school, they get popular. And I said, I want to start them, because this is when I was trying to release the ministry. I was making a Shema music video, but y'all wouldn't release me. I said, I want to start them. They can both have their own channel. And I said, I guarantee you within 1 year, they will build them. I said, if I can't leave them, because I used to be rich in the world, I said, if I can't leave them a legacy by setting them up and leaving them a business where they can, I said, I'm trying to give them something. And she wouldn't listen. And I said, just please listen to me. I said, well, if you're not going to take me off child support where I can spend time with him to build this, to show him how to do it and set up the brand and all that stuff so he can do it, well, then make the YouTube channel. I'll set it up and get him, instead of playing the video games, play it while people are watching, like do it. And then him and Benito, they got the personality, you know, and they cute and all that. I'm like, and guess what happened? And I showed her the videos. Look, these little 10-year-old kids, now they're the same kid. About a year after that, when the lockdown happened, and they making hundreds, millions. These little kids are millionaires now. This is beginning of TikTok and all that. But they wouldn't listen. So what I'm saying is that there's a land of opportunity, and it keeps coming around, but it's what you do with it. Now, if she would have listened to me, Joshua and Benito would be millionaires right now. They probably have 500,000 subscribers and all of that with their channels. Those who took advantage prosper. That's like a life lesson. Those who take advantage of opportunities prosper. When artificial intelligence was released, there was an opportunity. And I wanted to capitalize, but I had the choice to do the ministry. So I started then the digital currency. So I had to do two things at once. But I wasn't able to capitalize. For those who capitalized in last year, when the artificial intelligence first started, I have a channel called AI Anarchy. And if I would have focused on it, if I would have told the ministry, put it on the back burner and just did my AI things, I would probably have 150, 200, 300, 500,000 subscribers making almost $500,000 a year. And you could do that from anywhere. Okay? So again, the only point of this part of it was that this is a land of opportunity. And other lands don't have the opportunity. That's what this all was for. All right, so yes, I'm a few minutes behind. I apologize if I sound a little tighter, like I was making excuses. So y'all got a whole conversation on. So guys, y'all with all of this, that y'all will miss the point. And that's where the confusion comes in. So you guys, y'all are going into y'all literally allowed some darkness to come in when we're teaching a light lesson on showing opportunity. So now everyone is talking their individual experiences, and well, I don't got this. Well, I'm in this state. Well, this. Well, and this one, I did this and I did this. Well, I went like that's not what this teaching is about. That's not what it's about. And that's not the point that this brother was trying to make. So again, what I'm trying to explain to y'all, this brother is coming from a land where there ain't, just the fact of the complaints in this chat shows that we are in a land of opportunity that you see? That's what I'm saying. The fact that we could complain that we don't make $22 an hour shows you an entitlement right there. Because this brother is saying $2 an hour, right? He's like, hold on, let me mute. Somebody's. Wyatt, you unmuted. There we go. I got him. This brother is saying in this land, this country, so what he's telling his people, he's saying, go to America, France or something. Listen, let me take 22 since that's a trigger for people. Let's do this, Yana. He said, go to America, you can make $10 an hour. Would that shut everybody up? You see? You see how simple that is? Well, that stops everything, right? Or 8, let's do 8 if you, right? So he's saying, go to America, you can make $8 an hour, and you can work yourself way up to $10 an hour, $15 an hour, right? Or you can work your way up to 22, $68 an hour, like Jacob said, with no degree, right? Now, that's what his point was. The opportunity is there. So it doesn't matter. So that's why I'm like, stop all the complaining, everybody. The opportunity is here. Different places have different incomes, but it's congruent to your cost of living. So, yes. So, Larayah might be saying, I can make $40 an hour, but the cost of living is like her making $20. You see? 15. So you might make $15 an hour somewhere in the South, but the cost of living is congruent, right? Now, we all know America is designed for you to barely make it. But what the brother is showing is that these other places are worse. That's the whole point. Yana. I can see Yana. That's what I'm saying. I know Yana. He's an elder, so I know he's picking up what I'm putting down. The whole point. Now, the lesson about, back to the thumbnail. The lesson is about, and I'm not answering that question. Why? Somebody write that down for the Q&A for Sunday, because y'all not about to sidetrack this lesson. The Most High has something he want me to teach, and I can't allow y'all to sidetrack it, right? So the lesson is about you are in lands of opportunity, but they didn't taught us to. This is our normal. Listen, guys, our normal is to be sitting here with a cell phone, with air conditioning, right? With an internet, complaining, right? About how much we not making. When this brother is telling you, they're sitting there in the dark. No electricity because it's out for 6 hours now, 7 hours. Almost every day, stuff, different places. And no internet. Got to walk to get water and carry the water back in, different. Again, that's what the lesson's about. Diana said, we're spoiled, unfortunately, but listen to this, Diana. Listen to the prophecy. We're spoiled, and we don't know that we're spoiled. Ayashia, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking to everybody. So stop it. Please, guys, stop it. Enough is enough. I'm talking to everybody because I see everybody's talking back and forth and they're missing the point of the lesson. So everybody be quiet on this part. Join in on the lesson and enough of it. All right? It's childish. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking to everybody who's joining in on it. The Most High is trying to teach something and you'll miss it by, you see, talking about your circumstances when your circumstances are better. Well, that's the whole point of the lesson. I'm trying to teach. We got our brothers and sisters who's trying to run to Africa thinking it's going to be better. So yes, Diana, we're spoiled, unfortunately, and the worst part is to be spoiled and don't know you're spoiled. That's like the scripture, my people, where they say that call themselves wise, they become fools, or my people destroyed for a lack of knowledge. And that's why this brother said, now he's talking to his people in Ghana. He said, who cares that you're going to go there and get some racism, a little bit of racism. At least you can be getting the racism while you're making $20 an hour or $14. Now, the reason why he said $22 an hour, this is the part. And this is what a lot of foreigners that come over to America look down on us about. The reason why he said $22 an hour is because that's where he's gold. That's where in his mind, he's coming over like, I'm about to make $22, $30 an hour, right? But then we in here talking about, I don't make $22 an hour. See, it's all mind state. That's why I said no. I ain't doing this pessimistic stuff. I'm like him. I'll be like, I'm going to America. I'm about to make $35 an hour, right? It's your mind frame. And then a lot of the foreigners, they come over and they put in the work. I remember when the Jamaicans came over in the 70s. They had 5 jobs. Boy, it became a whole slogan. They came over here, they would work 3, 4, 5 jobs at a time. And then over time, like the Hispanics did, they came over and they put 10 people in one house, 15 people. And they would work, listen, and they would get their little $8 an hour, $5 an hour. They go day labor early in the morning to the night and save up and work and work and work. Now, of course, they got a little more opportunity than us, but they still had to put in the work. So the point I'm trying to make is this brother, he's not coming over here. He didn't say over there, he ain't telling his people in Ghana, you can go over there and make $8 an hour. No, he's like, you can go over there and make 22. So if they come over with that mind frame, then that's what they're going to be shooting for. They probably ain't going to come over and immediately make 22. You know? All right? So, all right. So I don't want y'all guys to miss the point. And yes, of course, we accept your apologies. We're all human. We get emotional. So go ahead, Yashin.
I think we should remember that we've been watching Unc tell his testimony on 25 to Life, where he came from less than nothing and where he got to. And we're here confused about $22 an hour. It's literally anything is possible. He's been telling the testimonies. Some of us have lived. Yana has the testimonies. Some of us have, it's he's saying $22 an hour, but to them it's a lot, but it shouldn't be a big deal to think $22 an hour. That should be like a baseline. It shouldn't be something where we're like, I can't make $22. What?
That's what I was talking about.
We're thinking too small.
Too small.
Too small like that. There's a whole investment group who thinking hourly in the first place is already the mistake.
That's already the mistake right there. Mm-hmm.
Right? So let's not forget, guys, this is Unc has experience in this. So let's not lose sight of that, okay? And we're children of the Most High.
There we go.
Right?
Great
so
is he.
Let's not limit ourselves or our mentality.
Because the Most High said
he's in a place where there's no opportunity telling you that you have it when you're in that place of opportunity. Wow. This guy right here.
Say that again. Say that one more time.
This guy is in a place where there's no opportunity telling you there's opportunity in the land you're living in.
That you're in.
I'm from Jamaica. It's the same thing there. Do you see those places? We have them there too. There's
shanty towns. That's why I say
there's
shanty
no opportunity
town.
there either. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But it people leave those places because the opportunity is where you are.
Here. And the point of the lesson is the people, the ministries, it's telling you to leave your land of opportunity and go to where the people with no opportunity are coming here. That's what I don't want y'all to miss. That's why I was like, stop. That's why I had to stop everybody. Stop. You're going to miss the point that y'all is trying to bring out. Now, Alina said, and we have Yah, great is he that's within us. And the scripture said he'll give us everything in abundance, the whole earth and everything full, the fullness of is our inheritance if we serve him. Go ahead, Hakiyama.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, daughter. Yeah.
Also, I'd just like to mention that Elder has seen the fluctuation of the value of the dollar through his life. So I feel like that's possibly a very strong aspect to also keep in mind when coming to money. So let's just sit with that also.
Praise Yah. So, nobody get offended. Nobody's right or wrong. But I'm an elder, and so I have to keep balance. So for the youth, it started with the youth, because Yahakanan said it first, right? It started with the youth, and then Yashia, the youth. So I have to bring understanding and pull the reins in, and then the chat start going, and then everybody, yes, what a man thinketh, so is he. Then everybody start going, and then the dark Sabbath come in. Here come the rock of offense and the rock of this and this will come in, and then and you lose the whole point. That's why I had to bring it back. So nobody take offense. This was no jab at nobody. But I have always been an inspiration man. I always inspired the people where I was from, because there was poverty. There was no crack, and heroin had decimated everything. And I always have to bring inspiration. So that's why I stay optimistic. Yes, Kayan, bring us that positivity. I have to, because if you don't, that's what we're called. That's what those dark Sabbaths will come, and it'll make you think, you can, and this and that, and no. That's why I stop it in its tracks. So praise Yah. That's who I am. Because I had to do it in myself to survive my hell alone as a child. I had to, otherwise I would have wallowed and be succumbed, and I wouldn't be here in front of y'all. Praise Yah's holy name, His rightful order. All right. Diana said, yes, distractions, those darkness. So, all right. I have to toughen up. Trend, shout out to Trend. I just saw your, you sent me something. I just saw it. Oh, no, I can't find the email, Trend. I don't see it. I'm gonna have to look I looked in both, because I have two email addresses. Some of y'all spell my name wrong, because Yeshua has an H at the end, and I took it off so I got two emails. So I think I looked for the spam in both emails. I couldn't find your email. I'll look again, Trent, and if I find it, then I'll answer. But if not, you send the email again. The dark realm might have tried to destroy it. But Trent said, crazy that I just joined while you're on this topic. I'm a failed entrepreneur, and y'all judged me for my sins and taught me how to toughen up from my experience. I'm back working hourly and I can't stand it. Yep. So whatever you fail at, all of us, it's just an opportunity to learn from that mistake, and you gain the experience from that failure, right? And I learned from it. The funny thing, that's what this investment space me and Yana was in. Do y'all know, before we start teaching y'all, we had to fail, losing money. We ain't got the money we losing. Yana, right? So I lose the money, and I'm like, I don't got it. Yana just did it. He just like, I'm going to pay for that, because it's my fault, because I rushed in too early. And I'm like, no, Yana. He like, no, but I just got a paycheck. And I'm like, no, don't do it. He like, I'm going to send it. Because we learned from the experience. That's why I just got excited. I said, I think I got a successful, a really successful trading day, right? But it's the experience that you learned to do it. For all of it. For anything you do. So, yes, the Trend, I don't know if it's a brother or a sister, but Trend said, the Most High told him to toughen up from the experience. Experience is the best knower. That's a euphemism. You learn from the experience, and it'll benefit you in other areas, because you always learn from the things and the errors you made and the mistakes you made. All right? He said he copied the one with the H out there. Okay, so you got the right one. So I'll check my spam again, and I didn't see it, but I'll check my spam again. All right. So I saw. How did I see what I'm? Well, all right. I'll figure it out after this study. But I just All right. So let's get back. Because I gotta complete what the Most High taught me to complete, right? Because this dark realm is trying to send our people to these places and don't realize they're leaving the frying pan and going into the fire. You don't realize what you have until you don't, you know? So, all right, let's continue. And nobody ruach of offense. We all family. We can, all right, so let's see what this.
So that is the thing. You make the money there, you come here and you spend it. So Ghana is a place to spend money, not a place to make money. I'd rather do the rat race right.
That was another lesson. He said Ghana is a place to spend money, not a place to make it. Now remember, he's talking to his own people, telling them to go to these other countries, get the money and come back. How foolish are we to leave? Listen, they're telling us, you see, Yana? Teo Ministries and Ronald Dunn, they're telling us to leave the place where we can make the money and go there, when he's telling his people, leave where they're at, where they can't make money, and come here and get money. But the problem is, Teo Ministries, Ronald Dalton, and all these other Israelite people and the other people in the country, all these going back to Africa movement people, they're not telling the people, make sure you build your finances before you go. That's what I'm bringing out. That's what the Most High told me to explain. You go there until you got your bags. You need some bags full. You need to go back like Santa Claus. You go back with a big knapsack. You heard? And you better be smart enough. All right, I'm going to get to that part. Okay? Now, this is good stuff that this brother is saying.
That is the thing. You make the money there, you come here and you spend it. So Ghana is a place to spend money, not a place to make money. I'd rather do the rat race and make $5,000 a month than do the rat race and make 5,000 cedis a month.
The short form.
He said, I'd rather do the rat race and make $5,000 a month, which you can do in these Western countries. He said, then do the rat race and make whatever he said that amount in his language, which is probably $500 a month. So he's saying, either way, you're going to be in the rat race. Right? So that's why he go where there's more opportunity and then come back. So I'm telling you guys, everyone, for everybody want to go back to Africa and back to the motherland and back home movement, you got to go back right. Because you're not going, unfortunately, for the so-called black people in the diaspora, you're not going to their land. I know y'all keep thinking we going to our homeland, sorry. There are people there who didn't get shipped away or who didn't, that's their land and their home. Now, the next video is going to prove it. Yoshiahu said, it's really facts that though there are so many ways out here now you can make money sitting at your house making more than people with degrees from years in college. The internet has brought the opportunity to everybody. You literally got people who can't even talk straight and making money with the internet. All right? So, everybody. Janelle Richardson, salute to you. She said, hopefully that's a female name, it looked like Janelle. If you don't do your research before moving, you can and will fail. Now watch this. I'm about to show y'all now a sister who moved to Ghana. She did it. She did it. See, she did it correctly. She did it right. But she's going to show you the reality of it. Okay? Now, she did it correctly, But she's going to show you the reality of even doing it correctly. That's the part. So let me go here. Let me see. I can stop sharing that and then open up this. Now she did it correctly. And this is the fruit. So where is her timestamp? Her timestamp is, hers starts early. 24:35. All right. So let me go to 24:35. First of all, let me show. Now let's do this. Let's do this correctly. Let's do this correctly. This is important. All right. So now let me come back over here. Let me present, share screen. It's window. Yeah, window. I forgot I'm not on Zoom. Oh no, window, does it play? Yeah, I think it does. That's right. I be getting mixed up. Y'all tell me if y'all can hear this. Yeah, I think so. Y'all can hear that? Nope. Nobody heard nothing. So I got to pull it in. That's okay. I'll pull it in. So let me pull it in. Go here. Go here. Open this and pull it into here. Bang. There we go. Y'all be able to hear this one. Okay. Now I'll come back over here so I can see the chat. I don't want to miss y'all. Here we go. So, share screen. Present. Share. That one. Here we go. Now I'm going to make it full screen. So look. This is the house this sister bought. This sister did it correctly. I think she came from North Carolina. She'll say where she came from. Now, this sister is 70 years old now. She looks amazing. I'm like, wow, go ahead. She just gave me inspiration. I'm like, yes. Because I'm really, I've been taking care of myself for a while. So if she looked like that at 70, my goodness. Now, all right. So look, I remember Adriana told that story before. Adriana said, my niece and nephew and her husband went over to Africa and they are back here struggling to get back there. You can tell they have been drained dry, but you can't tell them nothing. See, it's like a spirit that takes over. And the brother who did it, he says some ancestral spirit thing, right? And people don't know what's over them. Now, this sister, 70 years old, she did it right. She moved here at 70 years old. This is the part that's weird to me, by herself. Right. Now, she built this house from scratch. And she used, now, everybody, she's in the awakening. She says, I'm an Israelite. On her wall, in this house you're going to see, she got Yod-Heh, she got the Most High's paleo name on the wall. That part right there is like dope, right? She left her whole family and she did this correctly. But what I want y'all to see is this is the house she built. But look at how much land and stuff is around. See, I look ahead. I think of what's going to happen when Babylon falls. That's the part people are not paying attention to. Yeah, you can look at the big pretty house with all the land, but when the bottom falls out of everything, who do you think the neighboring towns who got no resources? Y'all see that city that the brother showed, the ghetto. This is Ghana. Who you think they're gonna come for? The rich house, the rich American, with the nice. It's this part that I'm talking about. Yes, now y'all. Keep covering your sister. If you feel in your spirit, now y'all, that your Rayak is telling you that a ruach of offense has befalled our young sister, then everybody keep her covered and in spirit, because that's what the Rayak of offense wants. It wants that. So it brought that whole thing into this fruitful lesson that was nothing about that. You see what I mean? That's how these spirits work. What's being taught here is so important that that dark spirit took something and just took into a whole nother direction to cause offense between one another and all of that. But we rebuke that in the name of Yahshua, because we are all family and we all are individual Ryaks of the Most High. So we're here to get understanding and to teach and learn, right, from one another. Yeah, they creep on in. Yeah, they creep in, Diana. But this house is lawful in order, and we're elders and young, and nobody's cursing anybody or disrespecting anybody or nothing like that. But we're here to get understanding. But we have to understand spiritual warfare, right? So they want to creep in on this lesson so we can lose the fruit of the lesson. Now, Diana said they're gonna go after the haves. And believe me, this sister's gonna show you that they all know that she's there. Listen what I'm telling y'all. If I could reach this sister, I would tell her, sister, you made a huge mistake. And I'm gonna bring some understanding to it. Because when it falls, they come in for you. All right. Now, look at this beautiful property. And this sister did it correct.
In today's video, we're in Asebu exploring the free lands.
So we're exploring. Now, here go the sister. I'm going to give it an introduction for the sister, and then we're going to get to the part. I'm going to show y'all the house. Let me see.
Yeah. So just to start, we want to get to know you a little bit. Can you just tell me a little bit about yourself and who you are?
Sure. So my name is Karen King.
Okay.
And I am I grew up in Washington, D.C. in the United States. I am a mother of 4 and a grandmother of 16.
Now, let's just pause there for a second. She's a grandmother of 16.
Yeah.
Look, and how old are you? Do you mind telling us?
No, I don't mind. I just celebrated my 70th birthday.
She's 70. Yes. Look at,
Hold on. Look at that part. First of all, let's celebrate that. That lady's 70 years old. Wow. Go ahead, mama. That part, I am not mad at that part. Wow. 70.
So gorgeous. Oh my God. Like, she's so cute.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And 5 great-grands. So, yes. And
so this is her family. She got 5 great-grandchildren. I think she said something like 14 grandchildren. That's her in the middle with all her family. All her kids and great-grandkids. Now, since I'm not going to play the whole thing, I watched the whole thing. What struck me as really odd and damaging was She left all of these children. And at the end of the video, she says, I really miss my family. She says, especially my great-grandchildren, the young ones. And she starts saying their names. Like Keisha and Kevin and this and this. And she said how they always, what this sister don't realize is this right here brings her life. We, before they even took us, before our ancestors messed us up, we stayed in camps, what some will call it villages. And we stayed among one another. And the babies give you your youth. Your great-grandchildren, grandchildren, you running with them, and hugging with them, and kissing on them, and this, that, and doing this. And she left them now, and now she's in this beautiful home in Africa by herself, alone. So when I watched it, I was like, you left your whole family because they saying she gonna say it. I wanted to go back to my ancestors, the roots. We Israelites. I didn't know she was an Israelite till she got to that part. Now, I'm saying that because when I watched it, that didn't make sense. And you know they missed their great grandma. You know they missed their grandma. Now, yeah, very close family. And then she talks about the family.
And so I left them all to come to Ghana.
You heard that? She said, and so I left them all to come to Ghana. Make that make sense. Look, another picture of the family. Bingo. Atsaya, that part. She left her roots thinking her roots is in Ghana. I'm not talking about Ghana, I'm not, for my Ghanaian family, we're not talking about, I ain't just talking about you, Yashia. I'm talking about everybody who watch it. So some people who might be from the continent watch it. I'm not pinpointing Ghana as, this don't matter anywhere in Africa. I'm gonna just say Africa. She left her roots, which this is her family, to say her roots is in Africa. Atsaya, her roots are in those pictures. Adriana Yah said, right, I almost did that same move. Praise Yah, I didn't go. Now listen to her.
Wow.
I've been here a little over a year now.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so you built this within the year?
It took a year to build it, so I was not here when they first started building.
Okay.
Look, so now she built this property, beautiful. It's like it's a community that they created. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna share that, and it's just, this is the rich. In this place, it's the rich. When Babylon falls, what I would like to tell the sister, if I had access, I would say, did you also bring an army with you? See, this part, Unc is talking about. Sister, your compound is beautiful. But do you got a, what they call that? An underground bunker that you can lock in and go into, that you got food sustained with nobody. Y'all know that movie, The Purge? Where it locks the thing in, where when all hell break loose, where they can't come. Oh, 'cause they coming. Everybody know they coming. right? Janelle, she talks about it. Yeah, she's trying she's trying to get the grandkids to come visit. So she do, but it's safe room. It's so big and stuff because it's that cheap. She explains in this it cost her $77,000 to build this. That's why I titled it The Price of a Car. A good car. She go ahead, David Cabanea. He said the Hamites, see this is the part. The Hamites of Africa are simply waiting and or friendly. And wait till she's about to tell what happened. Wait, see, that's why I said I'm not going to speak on my own accord. I'm going to let them, one with somebody who's from there, the Ghanaian brother, and this is the sister who went there. And next we're going to show the brother who started this back to 2019, back to Africa thing, the curses he got with the Ghanaian president. So y'all know Mashiach Assembly, we bring receipts. Now, my question would be, do you have, a whole house of armor? And you can't get your army from the people of the land. Because when it all falls, they're going to put their people first. Because money ain't going to have no more value. So you're going to have to bring your own army of people. And you need to build a fortress. Because you need to be preparing for when the collapse comes. See, they're doing this backwards, guys. Now, let's let her continue.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk a bit about your journey. Let's talk a bit about moving to Ghana. What made you decide to come here?
Yeah, mine is a spiritual journey.
Okay.
Okay, so when I was living in the States, I heard that they were giving away free land.
Okay.
Right, for 2019, the year of return. And so
there we go. So she started this in, I think, 2018. So she heard, because she's in the awakening, right, and stuff. And she heard that 2019, they was doing the year of return in Ghana, right? And it's to mark the 400-year curses from 1619 to 2019, right? Now, we know that 19 had to play out the full year. That made it 2020, and that's when the big all hell broke loose. That's a prophetic thing of the curses, right? Now, I didn't know this, but y'all showed me the brother who started the 2019 thing. We about to hear the brother who started the whole thing. Y'all gave me that. I don't watch this stuff. When y'all got me to teach something, he always gives me what he wants me to teach. So I don't find this. Y'all know how I'm like, okay, just watch this. And then he gave me literally the guy who started this thing. Y'all about to see who started the whole 2019 back to Africa thing. All right. So now let's go back a little.
So the president of Ghana was saying that, come.
Here we go. So why I won't back up like the other one did? Oh, because it's not the YouTube video. It's a little harder. Here we go.
Heard that they were giving away free land.
Okay.
Right.
So back in the Ghanaian president said they doing a back to Africa movement. This back, I think, in 2018 or something. And they said they was giving us, the so-called black people from the diaspora, free land in Ghana. They were saying, come back, right? So she was one who took advantage of it. A lot of us ain't get it. Y'all seeing a sister who actually did it. Now listen. Oh, this is going to be hard because I don't got the...
Heard that they were giving away free land.
Okay.
Right, for 2019, the year of return. And so the president of Ghana was saying that, come back home. And I had my DNA test done, and it did show Ghana along with some other countries in the West Coast, because they can't really pinpoint, because of the slave trade and all that. So I decided, free land, I'm going to get it. So I did that sight unseen, even without coming here.
That's a good word, David said. David said, look at how some of the Ghanaians treat the known Hebrews, whether they practice or not. It's known. Besides that, the Shemites live very poor. that part, David. They don't see, they think, they look and they think everybody's the same people. But the scripture says he went to his own and his own received him not as well. Okay? So now, she said hold on.
I went on the website. It was Sankofa repatriation website. And so Sister Yah was the one who helped me to get the land even before I came. So I got this land, and then I heard that some people were coming to Ghana on a tour with God Box Tours, and they were all Hebrew Israelites, right? And so that's my culture. And so I said, oh, I think I want to go. And so I was going to go by myself. And then my daughters were like, you can't go by yourself. And all, but anyway, ended up 2 other people from Raleigh. That's where I was living at the time. They were coming too, and I knew them. So we all came over here. And when we came, when I got off the plane and I came outside and they were dancing and saying Akwaba, welcome home. I just knew, it was like, oh my goodness, this is home for real, for real.
That's amazing.
So they got the tours set up, and the president had this whole welcome back, come back home thing. So of course they got a tour coming. They know that they're coming. It's set up with the God thing tour. So when they get off the plane, they dance in and welcome home. Again, if y'all think that's normal, right? So welcome home and all that, but this is a whole thing, a movement. And later y'all gonna find out why, okay? Now.
And so after we went on the tour and we, each day, I just began to feel more and more of the stress of the West leaving me.
Okay.
And I was just feeling more and more grounded, like, wow, this is nice. So by the time I think our tour was 14, 15 days. By the time it was over, I had already talked to people about building the house, and I just knew that I was going to come back to live.
So tell me a bit about this land, this free land. Was it actually free? Tell me a bit about that acquisition process, that journey.
So the land itself is gifted to you.
Okay.
But you do have to pay an administration fee for the indentures and the demarcating of the land and things like that. So at the time when I got it, it was $700 US for the administrative fee.
Okay.
I think now it's more like $1,200, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's more like $1,200 now. And so, to me, to own land in the motherland was like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. So when I came, it was, I don't think there were any houses.
Wow.
Except for Steve Coakley. Steve Coakley, have y'all met him yet?
No.
Okay, he has the think tank over there.
Oh, right.
And he was I think he was like the only one or two, it might have been one other house when I came in
So it was
2021.
Bush.
Just bush everywhere. And so I didn't know exactly where my plot was, but I knew it was somewhere around in here. And so it was great when we came to the land, and they talked to us and they told us a little bit about the history. I don't know if you know about the oral tradition.
No, I would love
of
to.
Cebu.
I would love to hear that. We can sit down.
Yeah, sure,
and
we'll
you can
sit
tell
for a
us
bit.
a quick story.
All right, so
So
when
she's
we
gonna
came,
tell us an oral tradition story about the Cebu. All right, so we can fast forward past that.
and prospered on this land, so that just was like,
That was
wow,
it for you. Yeah.
wow. What are the odds, right, of that happening? So then when I, of course, I'm gonna Google this and see. And I did, and the story is right out there, the oral tradition. That's what happened. And so so then I met some other people just randomly, and I said I live in the Cebu, and said, oh, have you heard the tradition? That it's King of Cebu, and da-da-da-da. And I was like, wow, this is really cool. So that's how I...
That makes you also feel connected to your roots in some way.
I really do, yeah.
Very
So
interesting.
that could be part of the grounding that I feel,
Yeah. Tell me what it's like for you living here, feeling, this connection that you might not have had before. Tell me what that emotion is like for you.
Yeah, sometimes it's so emotional that I get, teary-eyed. Because when you live in the West, when you come from slavery, like we have, And, so you can, at this time in life, you prosper, some of us are prospering or doing well, in the country, but you'll never feel connected. Because your history is that you weren't accepted, you weren't wanted, and it was only 1960, 1970s that you even had rights to do certain things. And there's still a lot of that systemic racism in parts of the U.S. I mean, not everybody hates, or treats you that way, but you feel it all the time. For my grandsons, when they go somewhere.
Right. So, y'all here she's telling about, what we feel, right? Our history, right? And that's why spiritually a lot of us want to go, because we want to go home, right? But what we failed to realize was our home was taken from us, but it was taken by the Most High. See, this is the part where everyone gets wrong. The Most High took our home, and he scattered us. And he said, I scattered you, and I will gather you. That part, they want to ignore, Yana. They want to ignore that. Teo, Ronald Darnay, but everybody flee, run, did all this stuff. Well, go home. The Most High said, I will gather you from whence I scattered you. I will gather you. Now, I understand the feeling of, right? Now, wait till that's why I'm like, this sounds all good. When I get to the part she's going to start talking about, like she's saying all of this, the funny part, she's saying all of this here, and then after she finishes the Torah, she says what's happening really, what she's experiencing. I'm like, that's a total opposite of what you just said. What's really happening? She says it. Now, let me, I'm going to get past all that, all this spiritual ancestors feeling of, now she go in the house. Look at the beautiful house.
I mean,
let's look at the beautiful house.
Actually, I planned for this to be
70,000 years. All right? I mean, $77,000.
B&B.
Okay.
At some point, I'm, thinking of building a small home. And
so she said she's planning on turning this into a B&B. She's going to build another small home and rent this out for the diaspora tourists. Smart. But what I want y'all to point out is this woman got paper. Right? She built this from scratch, right? Hired people. Now she's going to build another one. So, Mama, Diana, Mama got that cha-ching. But they ain't telling you that, guys. They're telling y'all, come on back home. Come on back. Praise y'all. Listen. Our daughter, our sister Ayashia just said she's struggling to try to make $22 an hour. I just said I'm struggling to try to make sure I can pay my bills. That's why we're doing the investment club, trying to do the digital thing, right? Yahakanan said, I don't even make $22 an hour, right? So most people ain't going over there doing this. Building a house from scratch, right? And then talk about, now I'm going to build another house too and rent this one. See, that's the part that they ain't telling you. That's why I said, you can go, but you need to go correctly. Now.
Someplace else, and then I'm just going to have this as an Airbnb. But right now it's home for me, so.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank
Akwaba.
you.
So come on in, and I'll have to tell you first the story of the pictures of me.
So now look.
This is the hall, they call it. We used to be called living room, where I come from. Yeah. And I wanted to say these two.
Now, she used a company in America Now listen, guys. Because these Israelites are going there, like Ronald Dalton and them. This is what they're doing. Teo Ministries and stuff. They're going there, and they're making all this YouTube money, right? So they got her money. They can go down there and spend $200,000 and build them a little mansion, right? So they're setting up this pipeline for the Israelites, for y'all to come on back home and leave Babylon and leave the this and this, right? Now listen, guys. She hired a company to build the house, a United States company. It's an Israelite dude. That's good to know, right? So I'm like, okay, because he does good work. Now, they built the house, right? And they made the furniture. So now guys, all this stuff, she came down there with nothing. She basically took just a couple of things. So she had to have money to build all of this furniture and buy all of the things. So again, Yoshiao, there we go. See, Yoshiao's seen it. She's literally showing them her house. Now you understand, this is YouTube. So all of the good, they see what's in her house. I mean, I'm like, could somebody please tell the sister, like, sister, what are you doing, dude? Yo, guys, they're tripping. They got to be tripping, Yana. They got to be tripping. Now, listen, it get worse. Yana says she like MTV Cribs. Now, she's going to make a statement, listen, guys, about the poor people that are all around her. Wait till y'all hear that part. I'm like, this sister got to have lost her mind. All right. This is this hole. Now listen.
This is the hall, they call it. We used to be called living room.
See, this ain't a living room. She got a hall. But the natives there, you see? Whoa, boy. Where you think they coming when Babylon fall?
Yeah. And I want to just say these two pictures were gifts for me from my birthday party. So It's not like I'm going around having pictures done of me and posted all throughout the house, but those
okay, we
gifts.
see it. Happy birthday, Miss.
Yes,
Yeah, we see
yes,
that. And over here too as well, so
yes.
You're good.
So here's pictures of my family.
Beautiful.
Here.
Look at the lights in the ceiling.
Grandkids, all 16
yes,
of them.
These are a bunch of the grandkids.
She said, look, all my grandkids,
this one is like
16
2020, so that's really a long time ago. But those are a bunch of my grandchildren. This picture here is of my family. They gave me a going away party before I came. So these are my two older brothers.
Okay.
And these are my sisters, and that's my mom.
Wow.
Yeah.
I want to ask how old she is.
My mom's going to be 90 next July.
So her mom is 90, she's 70, they still alive. So she left her 90-year-old mom, her family, her sister, her great-grandchild, all that. Because you know, my ancestors, the spirit of you left your family. Okay. Now.
Blessed.
So, yes.
Beautiful work. Look at the ceiling and the lights. Look at the beautiful work. Okay?
Yes, and she is doing very, very well. She's doing very well.
Her 90-year-old mother.
And then
doing
here's
very
my
well. Look at that wall. I was like, that is fire, right, guys? I'm like, ooh, she got the nice lion and the purple and Yah's name. There you go, Mashiach. She said the Most High Yah did not tell her to go there. It was the ancestors. And that's what the other brother says. He says the spiritual ancestors called out and told me to come back and said that I will be living. They literally saying it. They not even understanding. Yes, Janelle, the dead ancestors, they doing it's idol worship and they don't even get it. And now they got these Israelites doing it out of their ignorance. They're doing the same thing that they did in the wilderness. Now, beautiful
area.
home.
Okay.
And you can see I love color.
Yeah,
Yes, and I
it's pop-up,
love
yeah.
all the different prints and everything. So I try to bring it all into the house.
This looks like my print. Just
Oh,
in
it
different
really
colors.
does.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
So
It's the
let
same,
me
just
fast
different
forward.
shades.
Yeah.
She's showing the house, right? She shows.
You know, I'm like a kind of prepper kind of person. So you see I have all my...
Well, that's good. Now, she just showed. Now, another thing, guys, look. And this thing got probably 100,000. This thing got a lot of views. Now, listen. She showed I'm a prepper. So now she's about to show all her stuff that she stored up for the... I'm like, yo, they literally like... bingo. You can't. Yes, women are alone. She's totally alone. Now, it's even more. Now.
Food that lasts for 35 years and all that kind of stuff. But it's a pretty big pantry.
Yeah.
I was really pleased with enough to even have a broken TV in here, right?
So
much.
she got a huge pantry, stock, she said food and stuff. You know, she got the certain food that'll last years. She has all of this.
Yeah.
Space.
Yes.
Go on, Delara Shah. No covering. No dog, no security, no... Oh, y'all ain't seen nothing yet. I can't believe she can't see it.
Such a good size. I can't believe the price of this unit for all this space that you have. Wow.
Yeah.
So listen, guys. She's gonna talk later. She's gonna talk about the people from the town are starving. They're hungry, but she's showing that she got an abundance of food. Like, oh
And
my
you know,
goodness.
I'm sure it'll be a lot more now
Expensive
because
now.
because
Yes, Janelle, that's correct. So that's what this is about. So you weren't here from the beginning. I'm showing, so I showed the dude from Ghana telling, I'm going to show her, then I'm going to show the dude who did the Back to Africa movement. It's not, this lesson ain't to tell people if the Most High calls you to go there, it's to say make sure you go there wisely. Go there correctly and make sure it was the Most High who called you. And not your ancestors and the spirits and your longing because, you know, they don't want us in America and they don't like us and we don't got our own land and we're going home to... It's the difference when the Most High calls you. So yes, so the lesson ain't about nobody not going to Africa or not moving anywhere. Shalom, Tasha J, because we can move anywhere, right? So it's about the wise preparation. So the awakening, especially the Israelites, with the other communities are doing it too, all this Africa stuff, but the Israelites is number one. They telling everybody, come, and they're making money off the tourism, off the travel. They're setting up these tours, and they're setting up. Yeah, it's okay, Janelle. You can watch it back on the replay after the live is over. So yeah, because I prefaced it at the beginning. It's not about telling us not to go. It's warning us not to do this. And what all these Israelites are telling everybody, come to Africa, come here, come. Yah calls us to be wise as a serpent, wisdom. We have to move with wisdom. So, again, all right, let's continue.
concrete and all that stuff has gone up so much. But yeah, at the time that I did it, it was pretty
This was
reasonable.
2021?
Yes,
20?
when I started,
Yeah.
2021.
Okay.
Yep.
I like your backsplash.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so let's.
So do you have who built this for you? Was
Here we
it
go.
It was Mikiel, the traveling Israelite.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I've seen him after.
You hear that? Who built this for you? Mikiel, the traveling Israelite. I told you. Yo, now guys, when I watch this, it says nothing about Israelite in the title or nothing. So when the Most High showed me, like something come, he said, watch that. And I'm like, okay. So I started watching it. I had no idea this lady was an Israelite till she said Israelite. And then she showed the paleo of Yah name on the wall. Then he said, who built it? Micaiah, the traveling Israelite. But then it gets worse. See, that's what I said. We about to learn something today. That's the thing about Mashiach Assembly. Everybody else, they just want to teach y'all stuff and have y'all do all this stuff. I'm going to show y'all what to do. Grounded, what to do and not to do. Okay? Now, exactly, Janelle. I would never live in this amount of luxury with all these poor people, especially when everything about to fall. That's boo-boo the fool. It's like you are a king among peasants. Like, nah. All right, but it gets worse. So the dude, the traveling Israelite, right? He built it. Good work. Now, let me go back just a little bit. Oh, here we go.
2021. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
I like your backsplash.
Thank you.
You got that right. It better be a soup
So
kitchen.
do you have who built
right,
this for you? Was it
It was Michael, the traveling Israelite.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I've seen him after this.
Yeah, Shalom Construction Company.
Right,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Y'all heard that? Shalom Construction Company. Micaiah, the traveling Israelite, Shalom Construction Company. So the Ghanaian, the African lady, she was about to ask her, did one of the locals, listen guys, did one of the locals build it? Right? She said no. This dude from America, the traveling Israelite. Now what I want to point out, guys, understand, that meant you taking money outside of the Ghanaians. So you're coming in to their land, like y'all saying, Zion roofing. You coming in to their land and you bringing the money and giving it outside. See, yes, Sharice. Sharice said, ooh, that's not good. See, elders with wisdom, we understand. I know. I see differently. I don't know what this sister at 70 years old, what she's doing. It seems like she had a really comfortable life with all the family and her mother. And you see how their family is so all together, that's blessed, right? So sometimes that can be a blinders to reality, right? Having so much comfortability in your life, something. So even, because she about to say she was poor at one time, but they was together, they family. So, but I don't know, she can't see this stuff. But I'm like, that's a bad move that you hiring outsiders, so you ain't even bringing the money into the community. Okay, so.
He's the one who built it.
Interesting.
And so this is the side door, and this is the laundry.
Okay.
So we have a little laundry room there. Mm-hmm. And
this door takes us outside?
Yes. Okay. Yes. And so down here.
So she goes, she shows the bedrooms, doors. It's beautiful.
So this is just kind of like, so you would be able to enter, like if you're renting, you can come into, with the own door, and then this just kind of closes off to the living room,
Mm-hmm.
And so then I'm going to eventually, I bought my massage chair, but it burnt out. The motor is not working, because the difference in the voltage, and somebody plugged it up. Yeah. But I am determined to fix it. That I'm going to find somebody.
So she bought a massage chair from the United States. One of the only things she bought, because she didn't want to leave without it. And she didn't know the different voltage, and somebody plugged it in and now it burnt the motor out. So she spent all that money to get that massage chair there. It was one of the only things that she could bring, because it costs a lot of money to bring all this stuff from Africa. Now,
to fix this for
Sharice
me.
said, where's the panic room? That's what I need to see.
If y'all know anybody, let me know.
I like this.
Your cousin said that other lady is scoping out. I can only imagine what the natives are looking at this on YouTube. They literally know everything that's in her house now. Like, I don't get it, man. I'm like, dude, come on, man. You gotta be kidding me.
Actually, that's a gift for somebody else.
All right, look, nice lion. Look like one of our shirts.
And then this is the one room I can show you, because there's nobody in here. So this is like, the Airbnb room.
Right.
So that I've been renting out. The only one right now. Uh-oh, so that door
Now,
doesn't
who you think
stay
the
open.
Airbnbs are for? Tourists, Israelites coming, you know, from Teo Ministries, no disrespect, but I'm talking about the ones who telling everybody to come and setting up these tours and stuff, right? So later she's going to say, now they took advantage. Now listen clearly. This traveling Israelite dude and her, they took advantage of the 2018 when the Ghanaian president said, come and get this free land, right? So those who took advantage of it, that's them. So they set up a pipeline. So they got the land. So they set up a pipeline of traveling, and they're using the Israelite thing to keep the people coming. So after they built this house, the traveling Israelite dude, he said, would you mind being a partner with me? Because we can build more of these and get these Israelites from America to come. And we could sell them the land and charge them this and this. And so they're making a business out of it.
And so I think I'm just gonna, the only thing I need to add is like a little.
All right, now let me fast forward a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, so eventually I'll get, my bed.
That's beautiful.
Break.
Look at
I
that.
know, isn't that beautiful? That was a gift, a surprise for me.
She living good, boy. She living like a queen over there. All right, so they go on the room. She go to her backyard. All right, so listen what she said about this part.
On the floor, but I wanted you to see the, I always look for lizards first. See, there's one right there.
Right on the gate. So what's this?
That's a shed for, storage.
Okay.
And for my my pump to pump into the house and the
Okay.
poly tank. That is a solar water heater.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
so it didn't work quite.
Hold on, Lena. I'm going to show. She said, Lena said this would not be hard at all to find where this house is. It gets worse than that. They all know where it is. If they're going to, she's
My
going to show it.
satisfaction for showers.
Okay.
Like mine would get warm, but the rest of the house were cold. So I ended up even just getting the normal water
Okay.
heater.
So she tried to do the solar thing, and they didn't do it right? It's probably because the Israelite traveling dude ain't really got no solar experience, right? So she said she tried to do it with the water heater, but it didn't work. It only heated one thing, so she just bought a regular water heater.
Heater?
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
so it didn't work quite to my satisfaction for showers.
Okay.
Like mine would get warm, but the rest of the house were cold. So I ended up even just getting the normal water
Okay.
heater. But it does work for like in my kitchen. Sometimes the water gets really warm from that. Yeah.
Okay. That's your backup water supply.
Yes.
So sometimes in a kitchen, the water gets really warm from the solar. She said sometimes. All right.
Got some plants here.
Yes, I'm trying. I'm not having so much success because I wanted to have a garden out here, but
Right.
I think I shared, the area's waterlogged. So
She said, I wanted to have a garden out here, but this area is waterlogged. So she can't grow. But what blows my mind is you can't grow a garden because it's waterlogged, but all I see is garden all around you. I don't even understand that. I guess it's above my pay grade. But all this is garden, but she can't grow. So that means you can't grow your food? You can't grow a garden? So she put cement. That's why she cemented it. And so when her grandkids come to visit, they can skateboard. She said they like to skateboard.
it would not have grown well, so I just ended up concreting the whole thing and
Hence,
trying my hand at.
So this is basically pretty financially secure black people stuff, right? So I built this, cemented it, because my grandsons, they like to skateboard. So when they come visit all the way to Africa, so these are people that are taking trips to Africa and the skateboard, and grandma got a, like this ain't your normal black people stuff. Okay? So again, we're going to keep it real.
Bobby's a plant guy. He can give you, he has lots and lots of millions of plants.
Oh, okay.
But what's in here? Is that your gas?
Yes, that's where the propane. That's the propane tank is
Okay.
secure in there.
All right.
Yeah. And we can go upstairs.
Upstairs.
My little lights keep falling down.
So she
You
go
know how
up
we
on
have
her
ideas
little,
that-
she go upstairs. It's about to get to it now. I just want y'all to see the house so y'all can enjoy.
So
It's
this is
beautiful.
the little upstairs area. I'm waiting to I'm finding the heavy wrought iron,
Okay.
like table and chairs that won't blow away.
Okay.
So that's why I really haven't done much up here because I haven't been able
So
to
she
find
got a
it.
little solar panel
Either that or I'm gonna have to chain everything.
on the roof, but it's not enough. She needs a lot more, and then she needs the whole system, and it's going to cost a lot, because she's there, and it's not like getting it in the States, right? So anyway, she says,
Or they can sell it, but they gifted it for a price. And
okay, hold on.
yeah.
What did she
So
say?
someone was going to build on this land. Originally, it was supposed to just be a park.
Okay.
Then they sold it, or they didn't sell it, but they gifted it for a price. But the person, once they had their engineer come and look, he said it's just too much water.
Waterlogged. Okay.
So he decided not to do it because once all the water comes that way, then it just eventually runs in there.
Sits there.
Behind there,
Water law. So all the water comes and it puddles up somewhere there and doesn't come to reach her house.
somewhere is the stream that leads to further out that way.
Okay. What's on top of this?
This is just the roof.
Okay.
Yeah, you know how the flat roof?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and my solar panels.
All right,
You
so
can
let's
see my
get
solar panels
Oh,
over there.
okay.
And the roof.
Yeah, off grid.
No,
Are you
I
off-grid?
use the electricity
Okay.
now, and my solar is my backup. Now, my
Okay.
plan was to use the solar, but I'd have to like triple my panels
Right.
and also triple my batteries and all that. So once they said electricity was available, I was like, let's start there.
Okay.
So
And
once
then I'll
they
build-
said electricity is available, so the traveling Israelite, he decided, because he's building this for us to come over there, which was smart, he decided, okay, we can't do the solar panel thing because it costs too much to get all the stuff that they need to get them really off grid. So they decided, they built a transformer right here. And so they got electricity. They built their own transformer. Shout out to these
That too.
Israelites
So it's
being,
fine for backup.
Okay.
being
Yeah.
resourceful, but they're doing it amongst people who don't have electricity. So
When
I'ma
the
get to it.
electricity goes out, because it's usually out, a few hours at the most.
Okay.
Listen, she says, so when the electricity goes out, because it's usually out for a few hours at the most. That's again, for us in this Western civilization who don't go over there with the right mind frame to realize, now she got a transformer with electricity. And she said it still goes out, at least for a few hours.
It's like, let's start there.
Okay.
Listen, and then I'll build up to.
On that.
So it's fine for backup.
Okay.
Yeah, when the electricity goes out, because it's usually out, a few hours at the most.
Okay.
And it'll last through that time.
Okay.
And then I also have a
So which
generator.
is good. She got the backup solar, and she got a generator. So when the electric goes out, she got a backup because she said, I can't live with my air conditioner. Listen.
All right.
Yeah, a gas generator because I don't want to be without my air.
Okay.
Okay, so I was going
And you see that one that they building next to it? Look at that. That's even bigger. That's nice. That's really nice. Now, guys, what they're building, this is a community of the Black Americans. Okay? A community, not the Ghanaians. All right? Yeah, I feel the energy from that interview as well. And then there was a other guy on the bike that went through. Now, they're building this community and they call it something. But it's in the community. It's right. She's going to say it. I don't want to give it away. She's going to say it.
generator because I don't want to be without my air.
Okay.
Okay, so I was just saying about this land on this side, or this space.
Okay.
My grandsons both are skateboarders.
Okay.
So this is where they come and skate.
Skate.
So they,
So
trying
much
to
space.
convince me to put a ramp in here and, and bars and all that. So we talked about it, but I don't know if we'll do that or not.
Okay. Okay.
But
if you didn't have so much water in your soil, you could have had more greenery.
yes,
around,
yes,
yeah.
that was the plan. That was
You
the
said
plan.
if you had
How many plots of land
more
is this?
water
one.
in your
One.
soil, you'd be able
I think
to have
70
greenery.
by 100, I believe it is. Yeah.
And then this is
Okay,
your.
let me get to.
This
I
is
think
another
this is the
shed
part that starts.
That I in here is the
I just want y'all to see the
borehole
house.
pump.
Okay.
To pump the water into the house. So we call it a well in the States, right? But a borehole.
Okay.
And then also the generator is housed in here. I mean,
So they got a borehole. It's a well to pump the water into the house. Okay, so they got to pump the water into the house, right? And the Israelite builder, he did a good job with all this stuff, right? Now let's go forward.
it's kind of junky in there.
And that's your bin. Okay. So,
Yeah.
Karen, how much did you spend on this home? Talk me a bit through the cost for the project, for the house.
Okay, so the first cost for the project was $60,000 US. US. And then over time, we realized that wasn't enough. So it ended up being maybe 70, a little bit over 70.
Wow.
To build it.
For a 4-bedroom house. That's
Yes.
very interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
So it was reasonable. I did some upgrades too. So
So if you have 70,000, but now it's more. She says now, that was back in 2021. So the price of everything has doubled now. So now it'll cost you about 120,000 to build the same thing. That's still cheap in the United States. So if you got 100 and something thousand, you can get this done, right? Most of us don't got 100 and something thousand, right? But if you do, you can get this done. All right. Now this is
added
where
to
it
the
starts.
cost.
Okay.
So it, eventually it would be even more than that because of my upgrades. But I don't add that when I think about just the basics.
Okay.
Oh wow, she got y'all's the name on the gate. That's good. She need to put your Saba oath all the way. She need to write that on every post around this thing, because you sure enough when this fall gonna definitely have to be covered.
Okay. But this was in 2021.
Yes.
So prices
have gone up.
Way up.
Some prices have almost doubled. I mean, cement is really, really expensive
Yeah.
now, and sand and everything has gone up so much. So I don't know what the cost would be for a house like this, but I think it probably would be more like around
Let's go.
The challenges that you've had.
All right, here we go.
Switching. Actually, first let's talk about your moving journey.
So now she's gonna talk. Or now we're gonna get to the meat. She talks about what happens, what's really going on. Here we go.
Let's talk about the actual process, what the
Okay.
relocation process was like for you, if you can talk me through that.
Sure.
Shout out to Jody
Okay,
in
so
the building.
fortunately for me, I didn't have to try to sell my home or anything like that because one of my daughters and her family moved into my home. So that made it easier for me, and I was able to leave a lot of stuff, my furniture that I was thinking I was going to have to either sell or give away if I sold the home. So it worked out that I didn't have to do that. And so I did still bring a lot of stuff with me. I found a guy in North Carolina, Innocent Company. His name is Innocent, and he came and helped me to transport most of the things that I needed. I think I had ended up with like 12 big
Barrels.
bins full of stuff. I didn't bring a whole lot of furniture. I brought my massage chair. That was pretty much the main thing. I was like, I'm going to have my massage chair. And my
So only thing she really bought was the massage chair and plugged it up and burnt it out in the house. She can't use it, right? Now listen.
exercise machine. But other than that, I left everything else big. I wanted to bring my truck. I had a SUV, a Mercedes SUV, but it was so old. It was, 2006. So, but it was working great. It was no issues. I loved it. But when I found out how much I was going to have to pay for it in the, I guess like e-levy tax or tariff or whatever it was going to be more than what I originally paid for the car.
Wow.
So I was like, well, that's not coming. So I ended up having
she left
just
her Mercedes because she found out it would have cost more than the car cost to ship it over. So everyone who's trying to come do this, you have to factor in, you might have to sell your car or whatever, because it's going to cost more to ship your car over than most of your car would cost. So now she's there. I don't see a car on her property either. I looked, right? I'll be looking at everything. I don't see no car. So I don't see a garage for a car. Go ahead, Hakiyama.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All I see is Samson and Delilah.
Wow. All right. Here we go. She's about to get to the
a
part.
few things that, that I brought with me. And that process was not hard for me.
Okay.
Except it took a long time for my stuff to arrive. And then when it did arrive, some things were damaged. Just a couple of things. My move, was not bad at all. And then Mikiel and Keziah were gracious enough to let Xavier, my grandson, and I stay with them for a few months while the house was being built. And then we left.
So she had, again, now more help. So she had her and her grandson, and Mikiel, the guy, I guess the traveling Israelite guy, allowed her to stay with them for a few months while they were finishing the house. So what I'm doing, guys, I'm giving, for people who watch it, I'm giving instructions of things that if you're planning on moving, this ain't the stuff that's what I'm saying. This ain't the stuff Ronald Dalton, they ain't telling y'all none of this, right? So if you're planning on doing this, you need to factor in hiccups, right? Because once you get on that plane and come and you get there and you think your house is finished and it ain't finished, and they're telling you you got a couple of more months, because as the other brother says, everything is a different time frame in the continent. Where we are used to getting things done right away, they have a thing called patience. Y'all gonna hear this a couple of times in the other dude, where they say patience, meaning don't come with your westernized thought frame, your westernized frame of, okay, I can get this done. When this breaks down, I can get it fixed. It don't work like that. It's patience. It will get fixed when it gets fixed. So you got to factor in hiccups, because it's not like you moving somewhere where you could just go somewhere else. So she had the developer dude let her stay for months while they finished the house. But she's paying them to finish the house. Okay, yes, you have to leave America in America. You have to leave your westernized, you have to leave Canada and Canada, UK and UK, the Caribbean and the Caribbean. You got to leave your culture there, because it's going to be a total culture shock upside down.
Late October,
now listen, she gets
to go
to the
back
part.
to the States for 4 weeks. And when we came back into the house.
This house. Okay.
And I've been here since, had some challenges, especially like with the water, being waterlogged. I had to end up getting extra pumps to pump the water. So just challenges, but, things you learn as you go, we didn't know until we got here.
So are you making any steps towards becoming an actual citizen of the country?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Tell me a bit about that journey.
Okay, so I got my residency when I first got here. So you can get your residency for 1 year.
Okay.
And so let me just throw this in. This is my little complaint. So you say, come back home. This is your home. Come back home. But then when you come back home, you can't get your citizenship. So am I really back home?
Did y'all hear that? So you see, at the beginning, she was just like, yeah, I got off the plane and they was, dancing, and I'm home, and I feel like I'm this, and this is home, and it feels so good. And she just said, this is my complaint. They tell you, come back home, you're home, you're home. She said, but when you get here, you get 1 year residency and you can't get your citizenship. And she said, so am I really home? Oh, that's why I said, hold up. That just, the reality of your situation just contradicted what you said at the beginning. Now listen.
Getting extra pumps to pump the water. So just challenges, but things you learn as you go. We didn't know until we got here.
So are you making any steps towards becoming an actual citizen of the country?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Tell me a bit about that journey.
Okay, so I got my residency when I first got here. So you can get your residency for 1 year.
Okay.
Now, so let me just throw this in. This is my little complaint. So you say, come back home. This is your home. Come back home. But then when you come back home, you can't get your citizenship. So am I really back home? Am I, So that's just my little thing. I throw that in. I don't like that. You have to wait 10 years to become a citizen. And it's like, how can it be when you're telling me I'm home now? So I think they need to work on that. Some people have gotten it as the president has granted some, like hundreds of people.
So she said you got to wait 10 years to become a citizen. Now she said some people have gotten it. The president gave it to them. You know how they got it? Mammon. The big moolah. Y'all, come on now, boo-boo the fool. Y'all know doggone well what's going on in Africa and everywhere else, especially in those countries. So they paid for it. So you're not a citizen there. And you're right, Adrana, y'all. You don't own the land, you're leasing it. That's another monkey wrench. And that you're leasing the land. Okay? Now,
just haven't been on that list yet. So I'm trying to get on that list. So, but yeah, so you get your residency for a year. And then you go back after a year and you can get it for another amount of time or whatever. I have it for 5 years now.
Okay.
And so then after that, then I have to do another 5 years. But I'm hopeful
by then,
that by before this 5 years is up, that they will say, you belong here, you're a citizen, natural. So I could be a dual citizen.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Tell me a bit about the challenges, especially with the cultural shock, moving from where you came from over here. Tell me a bit about handling that.
So when I grew up in D.C., we grew up poor, right? So it reminds me of just the way the community was together. When you see all the people together and in the community, we helped each other. If somebody didn't have dinner, they could go to Miss Jones' house or whatever. So we lived in a close-knit community. So that part kind of takes me back to my childhood. And when I thought about it, when we were small, we didn't think about being poor. We were living. And we were having fun, and when you're a kid, you don't think about those things always. So that kind of made it a little bit easier for me when I see the people and they look like they're really struggling or whatever. It just reminds me of how we struggled and we made it, because there were times when we didn't have electricity, times when we didn't have the house was cold and things like that. So I grew up that way. So that part made me feel more at home. I didn't feel like, oh, that's just so like over the top up, like concerned, oh, look how terrible it is, how bad it is. It's like, no, it's just life. Some people, have to go through harder times than other people. It's just the way life is. So, but some of the cultural things were.
Hold on. I wanted that to play out first. For those who sharp, did y'all hear what she just said? I know you heard it, Hakiyama. I could tell from your face. She literally just sat there and said, the people around me are all starving and they're poor. And it just reminds me, I told y'all she's in the middle of the poor. It just reminds me of when I was young and was poor, so I don't feel so bad that they're poor. They just have to handle it. Some people are just poor, and some people So we didn't have electricity, so they don't have electricity, and they don't have food, and it's, it's okay. Because I remember when we was little in Washington, D.C., or where, Yana, she said, we were all poor. So all the people around me that's poor, now she said, listen, guys, she said, we didn't pay attention that when we were poor because we were little kids. Not most of the time. We were busy playing. But y'all didn't have a mansion in the middle of your neighborhood where we was poor. Everybody around us was poor. Listen, America. When we was poor, everybody around us was poor. Now they had rich neighborhoods, but it wasn't right here where we. And you in that, and they know, and you showing them how rich you are. Yo, my goodness. Yo, go ahead, Yana. Anybody can share. Yeah. I told you, I said it's coming when she started. Go ahead, Yana.
Shalom. I keep seeing King Hezekiah here in this. Like, she's just showing off everything, all the jewels, all the stuff. She's everything, the secret rooms with all the jewels and stuff. And and then the captivity is going to come soon. And she's around these people that are going to come together, basically. Yeah,
Dude, I'm like, yo, bro, Babylon is, first of all, you ain't even got 10 years. So you won't even be a citizen. I'm like, I don't know, 10 years. Babylon been fell by 8. I don't know if we even got 8 left, right? Now, yes, you're on YouTube, showing everything. Now, they all in the community around her. She's seeing them because she told you about them. So I know at first I was like, well, maybe they're in a community away from the ghetto. You know what I mean? They're away from the poor people. But then when I looked at the thing, I said, boy, they see white sitting duck in the middle of, they coming when it all fall, the hungry people. Now, it ain't over. She about to say some other stuff. Oh, that's what I said. The real stuff starts here. Yes, Yana, she sees no compassion for the poor. That's why I said, I'm like, it's not okay, man. I'm like, I don't know. She seemed like, I guess, that's why I said some people who, when they were poor, when they were little, I said that in our last Bible study, when I said something like, don't forget, right? Don't forget. Like when I said about, I keep that 25 to life jail sentence that I got right in the front of my mind. So I don't forget. And I said, some people have they were poor, and the next thing you know, you got to be rich for 1 year, and they act like they were never poor, right? Too content, Sharice. So that's why I see, she like, yeah, we were poor, but you're so removed from it. All right. Here we go. I got to play that back. I just let the whole thing play. I need to hear that again.
Back to my childhood.
So this takes her, she likes, guys, this is nostalgic for her, seeing the poor people. That's what she literally said. You can't even make it up. She said, this just reminds me of my childhood, seeing all the poor people when we used to be poor, so it's no problem. This is unfortunate. Some people just got to be poor. While I'm sitting in a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house by myself with extra rooms and a pantry full of food and neon lights and ceiling and this and I'm setting up so my children can come from America and skateboard. And my grandsons want me to build them a skateboard ramp, and I'm thinking about it, but I don't know if I'm gonna do it. Boy, this thing here. All right, let's go back.
So it reminds me of 5 years, but I'm hopeful.
Here we go. I had to hear this part
before
again.
this 5 years is up, that they will say, you belong here, you're a citizen,
Okay.
natural. So I could be a dual citizen.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Tell me a bit about the challenges, especially with the cultural shock, moving from where you came from over here. Tell me a bit about handling that.
So when I grew up in D.C., we grew up poor, right? So it reminds me of just the way the community was together. You know, when you see all the people together and in the community, we helped each other. You know, somebody didn't
So
have...
it reminds her, when she sees the people around her, they're together. So she remember when she was poor in DC, we were poor together. So all that means they're struggling together. Tazbalaya wrote a great word. He says she forgot about the meaning of poor. She is actually seeing all of her attackers. That part I don't get. I guess the war general, the warrior of Yah in me, understands my job is to protect the meek, the hungry, the orphans, the widows, the women, the poor, the children. I'm one of the warriors of Yah. So we are not doing this. This is a no-no. I'm like, yo, bro, you are tripping. You're setting yourself up, literally. Now, she says when she sees all of the people around her, it reminds her they're all together. Listen, in their poverty, together. They're poor together. And I remember when we were hungry, we could go to Miss Jones' house when we didn't have bread, and she would give us bread. So the poor, right, the peasants, that's what she's saying. See, that's what I hear. That's why y'all keep feeling King Hezekiah and Samson and Delilah and all this, because you're feeling the entitlement. So it's like peasants. So she's like, it makes me feel nostalgic, right? She's like, yeah, they all together, poor together. Now listen.
Dinner, you know, they could go to Miss Jones' house or whatever. So we lived in a close-knit community. So that part kind of takes me back to my childhood. And when I thought about it, when we were small, we didn't think about being poor. You know, we were living and we were having fun. And we, you know, when you're...
So, Miss Israelite lady, see, this is Israel. That's what I'm talking about. The difference between Israelite and Yasharah. Now listen, Israelite lady. She said when we were little, she wasn't thinking about poor, they were playing. So yeah, you go down there, you might see the 5, 6, 7-year-olds. They ain't thinking about being poor right now because they're playing. But later when they're hungry and they can't. But what about the teenagers? What about the adults? They ain't playing. They, you know, you see the cognitive dissonance? Like, this thing is insanely, I told y'all, that's why I said it's about to get real right here. That's why the Most High says, show them. This is what's going on there. This is making the native people hate them, and they're telling y'all to go. See? Y'all bet my people perish for a lack of knowledge. Y'all bet to understand what preceded you there. What went before you? What did the natives see? What happened before you got there? So you come in there blind. You coming in there thinking it's all good, when they already loathe you. Because of what the people before you have done. This went on before you got there. Yeah? Now, she said, when we were poor, we didn't think about it. We were playing. I bet you your doggone mama and dad did when they were struggling to try to put some food after y'all finished playing on your table. Your uncles and your aunts did. So yeah, foolish lady, you think the kids sometime are ignoring their poverty, but they feel it. That's what she said. When our house would be cold, oh, you knew you was poor then. when you freezing in the winter, or when you hungry and we got to separate, you got to eat a cheese sandwich or cereal with water, ketchup sandwiches and stuff, sugar water instead of Kool-Aid. Oh, I'm talking facts now. I've been there. I'm from the streets. I'm from the poor. I was poor. Okay? Your ribs touching. You remember then when you was little. But you ain't scared of the 7-year-olds. That ain't who coming to get you. So she think this is cute. She like it's nostalgic. Oh, look at the little poor kids running around. I remember we was poor with their bellies protruded. Right? Look at them with no shoes, no electricity. Aw, I remember when I was poor, and look, she's 70. So she talking about 60 years ago. She talking about 60 years ago in Washington, D.C. She like, oh, it's so nostalgic. While you looking from your tower, right? You see, she got a tower while she's going through the city looking at the poor around her. Now listen, that's going to come up too. Listen.
Dinner, they could go to Miss Jones' house or whatever. So we lived in a close-knit community. So that part kind of takes me back to my childhood. And when I thought about it, when we were small, we didn't think about being poor. We were living and we were having fun. And when you're a kid, you don't think about those things always. So that kind of made it a little bit easier for me when I see the people and they look like they're really struggling or whatever. It just reminds me of how we struggled and we.
She said that made it easier for me when I see the people and they are struggling. It made me remember when I used to struggle. Talk about privilege. That make it easier for her conscience to be living like this amongst the poor. In their face, in their land. That made it easier for her to deal with feeling bad, the guilt. But I remember, that's right. We used to be poor 60 years ago, right?
We made it because there were times when we didn't have electricity, times when we didn't have, the house was cold and things like that. So I grew up that way. So that part made me feel more at home. I didn't feel like, oh, that's just so, like, over the top.
That made her feel more at home. That they are poor and got no electricity and struggling. When she got solar, backup generators, electrical grids, she got that made her feel better being amongst the poor.
Home. I didn't feel like, oh, that's just so, like, over the top up, like concerned. Oh, look how terrible it is, how bad.
I didn't feel like, oh, it's terrible, it's bad that they're poor and they're hungry and have no electricity because I did 60 years ago. Wow. Now, when the people watch this, what do you think that's going to do to them? That will make... Oh my goodness, lady. I'm like, I cannot believe. And look at her face. Look at her face. See, y'all know to read actions. That's why she asked her that other question inside the house. She was saying, did you hire one of the Ghanaians to build it? And she said, no, I went with the traveling Israelite. And you're right, Yana. She got the paleo name on the gate. They already know where she at. They know. These people live there. Guys, when you grow up in the neighborhood, you travel as kids. You know everything in the neighborhood. Y'all know we went on missions all through the woods and stuff. You know where everything at. These people know where she lived. All right.
It is. It's like, no, it's just life. Some people, have to go through harder times than other people. It's just the way life is. So, but some of the culture.
Wow. It's just life. They just got to struggle. Well, I got a 4-bedroom house in their land, and I got extra food and extra everything. And it's okay. Some people that's, yeah, this is disturbing. Now, listen, she's going to tell more of the reality there.
like over the top, up, like concerned. Oh, look
Yeah.
how terrible it is, how bad it is. It's like, no, it's just life. Some people, have to go through harder times than other people. It's just the way life is. So, but some of the cultural things was, just being stopped at the police barrier, and having to maybe pay to go to get through.
She's laughing. Did y'all hear that? Some of the cultural things is being stopped at the police barrier and having to pay them to go through. And she's laughing. These are the things they ain't telling y'all about. Hello? Y'all forgot they got police? Y'all forgot the corruption? Now they be corrupt to their own people. You, a rich American. She said going to travel and being stopped and having to pay the police. And she laughed because she knows. Now, listen to what she says. She tells a little story. Listen.
Like over the top, up, like concerned.
Yeah.
Oh, look how terrible it is, how bad it is. It's like, no, it's just life. Some people, have to go through harder times than other people. It's just the way life is. So, but some of the cultural things was, just being stopped at the police barrier, and having to maybe pay to go to get through. That was a bit of a shock. And so in the States, they can't do that. That's just not something that they can do. I'm sure there are times when they have done it, but it's not as open as it is here. So that was kind of hard for me. So, first thing, we come over here with our, I like to call it black privilege, where we, coming from the States where things were very different and we could speak up, we could, like, how are you going to charge him? How are you going to tell,
Now listen what she said. She said, we come over here with our, I like to call it black privilege, where we can speak up for ourselves. And we could say, how you going to charge me this amount of money? How you going to do that, right? But she said, you can't do that there. But I thought we were being oppressed here, right? See, y'all got to be able to hear between the lines. I thought we don't have the freedoms there. You're free there, right? That's what you're going there for, right? We're going to my home, where we got no more, white man and no more system to tell me that I can't do this or they don't. But she just said, we come here with our black privilege. That part I was telling y'all. You are privileged here and you don't even know it until you go somewhere where you lose that privilege and you get a wake-up call where you got the privilege of speaking out and be like, listen, I ain't doing such and such. You can't do this and that. Where she's telling you, oh, no, you're going to learn real quickly that you ain't got the privilege to open your mouth. All right? It's a different land. All right? Now, also, Sister Janelle, it's also them coming with the privilege of you have the right to say what you want. The other brother's going to say the same thing. You have a right to complain. What she's really talking about is you go over there with that and you could lose your life in the motherland, in your home where you think it's all. Oh, no. A lot of them don't like you. Understand? That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. So she's saying she learned quickly. She come over with the black privilege, meaning we got certain rights in America that we can do, that she found out. She went there and she don't got that right. Okay? Now, Listen.
So I quickly learned that that's not the right way to
So she quickly learned that it's not the right way to express, like, you don't have the same privilege in America just to say, you know, because listen, guys, in America, we do have that privilege, just not to the cops, so-called black people, just not to the police. Oh, but you'll say that you do it all day, go in the store, go anywhere. You can say that all day, tell people I ain't doing this, you know, but they still say they got the rights to the cops. And that's why I said in the last study, I'm like, that's foolish. Black people, stop telling the cops you got the right to do that. You ain't got no rights in no America with no police. They finding out you ain't got no rights over there either with no police. And then, as the other brother gonna point out, you don't even got the rights with the people. You gotta watch what you say to the people. That was another culture shock. So there's other things that you don't know until you get there. That not only do you not got the right to just say and open up and express yourself with the police, you don't with the store merchants, and the people will gather up against you. Because you're a foreigner. But you're saying you're home. You're not home. That ain't your home. So they get a wake-up call. Remember, she thought, you see what she said earlier? She said, you told us to come home. She said, but now I can't even get citizenship. Am I really home? No. It was money. And y'all going to find out why. It was money. Yeah, like the sister in Dubai. Good one, Janelle. Exactly. Got herself in some real trouble. She could have got sold into slavery too. Messing around in Dubai and stuff out there. And
black privilege, you know, where we, you know, coming from the States where things were very different and we could speak up, we could, you know, like, how you going to charge him? How you going to tell, you know? So I quickly learned that that's not the right way to do that. So now, now it's just, I know the guys, you know, the officers, they're very kind and friendly. And so I just see them and I'm like, hey, you know, every now and then I might just say, hey, how are you? And just
you see what she did? She said, so now I learned the officers and I like to see them and say, hey. And then she said, every now and then I say, hey. And she put her hand down and she gives them money. She pays the police. I don't want y'all to miss that part. She said, she put her hand down and said, I like to say, hey. She pads their pockets. So again, this is another reality check that you're not factoring in. The police are extorting you, guys. And that's who's going to be coming for you too when it falls. They're going to be the first ones. They know everything. So, yes, Larry, yeah, she said the interviewer laughing like they don't like you still. No, you paying to get the privilege to travel and go anywhere. So she said she learned quickly to pad their pockets. But what's going to happen if you go over there and you ain't got that money? Now remember, just because you go in there, they thinking we all rich, the fact that you're going. So they're not going to believe you don't got the money. You know when they kidnap people in Mexico and these Hispanic countries, when they kidnap you and they say you're American and they tell you to go home and hold you for ransom, you're like, dude, my parents don't got $1 million. They're like, yes, you do. You're American. Yeah. What do you think going to happen? The police is going to be like, okay, you're not padding my pocket. And you're going to be like, well, I'm sorry, I don't got anything. They ain't going to fly. They're corrupt. Their whole system is built on corruption. But you want to complain about America and its corruption. Guys, the whole world is Babylon. That part, Uncle Yahshua is one of the only ones who teaching that in the awakening. The whole world is Babylon. It ain't just America. America's the daughter. That's Mama Babylon back in the continent. That's where the real Babylon is. Like, you can't even make it up. We're in the daughter of Babylon. But the whole earth, Babylon rules. So no matter where you go, you still in Babylon. So the awakening, these Israelites telling you, run, leave Babylon. You running from the daughter of Babylon into mama's bosom. And they look, Adraniyah said the year after the year of the return, they made the vaccine mandatory in Ghana. Facts. And y'all about to, they learn everything from America. And China and them own it. Everybody own this land. The so-called black people in this continent do not own it. China, Belgium, France, it's all divvied up. Hello? So you're just running into another part. But you're running out of the fry into the frying pan. That's why the first clip, the brother from Ghana was telling his people, go to America and the UK and get the money and bring the money back. So he's telling you ain't no money there. So if you don't go there with the money, you definitely ain't getting no money there. And like Lariyah said, you need to be going there with a soup kitchen and trying to make as many allies as you can for when it fall. But when it fall and those ribs start touching, your own coming after you. So they're coming regardless. All right.
to do that. So now it's just I know the guys, the officers, they're very kind and friendly, and so I just see them and I'm like, hey, every now and then I might just say, hey, how are you? And just so that part was the most. I think the rest of it, one of the things that I didn't like that was kind of hurtful, I could say, is that when you go to a place like at the market, Kodak Harbor or a different market, and you walk in, and as long as I'm not talking, then
everything
and
is
the
fair.
local person is talking, then they get one price. But as soon as I open my mouth and they know that, oh, she's from America or she's from the West, the price doubles. That.
Another thing she don't like, you go to the market, and as long as you don't open your mouth, she said the locals are talking, the regular people, and they charge them one price. And soon as she opened her mouth, the price of everything doubles. Because they don't know you or nothing, but they think you're rich. You're from the West. You're a sitting duck. You're a sitting duck. But listen, the complaint was that we're not treated fairly here. The complaint is that we're not treated equal here because of the color of our skin. But she's telling you, and the others are telling you, they still ain't treated equally. But it ain't just because of the color of their skin, it's because of their nationality. Do you see? So you complain with your privilege here, and they're telling you, come here, come here, come here. This is your home. Africa, we going home. Forget America. You don't got no rights in America. But you can sit up there and curse people out, and you can only do certain things to the cops. But you got all this freedom, right? But those, they're charging you double. I don't go into the store. I don't go to the supermarket. Now listen, and because I'm black, I go buy a fruit and they charge you, the white person in front of me in the line, they charge her $1 for the peach and they charge me $2 for the peach. That don't happen to me here. Now, yes, different parts of genocidal stuff where they, in the ghettos, they putting wrong food going in. But again, this is everywhere you go. So again, it's understanding the hell you're in and rightly dividing is the hell worse than the, see, you're literally leaving the frying pan and going into the fire. And that's why I said this is a warning. You make sure you better go there correctly with enough money to be padding pockets, enough money to be paying for security and an army force, because you need to be preparing for when Babylon falls, when these people start to come to you that think you got all this money, the police and everything. And now she crazy because she done showed the whole Ghana what she got. But even if she didn't do that, that don't matter. Even if she didn't make this YouTube video, the police know where this community is. They know where she's at. They know they think she got more money than she got. Now, they already know this lady got a lot because she done bought this house. She done, they already know she got shit. But I guarantee they think she got more than she got. And they coming. See, when Babylon fall, it ain't going to be the locals who get there first. It's going to be the police. It's going to be the authorities. They coming to loot everything because they're going to do it before the locals can get there. It will be, the locals are coming to get the scraps left over from what the authorities take first. Okay? Now, she like, that's her complaint. She don't like, but she left, right? Remember she got off the thing, she was like, I'm home, and all this, right?
But as soon as I open my mouth and they know that, oh, she's from America or she's from the West, the price doubles.
Yeah.
That feels kind of bad, because it's like, come on, guys, but I understand, they're thinking that we have money and we have all this.
Or your currency is more powerful in some sense.
Yeah.
They're thinking that you have money and you have all this, and look at you. You showing the money. You do. The brother just said you'd be happy to try to make $5 an hour, and you spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. You live in a 4-bedroom house by yourself. And you're going to rent that out to other tourists and build another house, smaller. But you say you're thinking that Tasha J, that's why the Most High told me to show it. But you're thinking that they're saying they think that you have money. You pooping money.
Yeah. So I understand it, but I just, wish they didn't do that. That they, I had a situation with, when I was at the immigration office, and the lady was, I don't, when I look back on it now, I don't think she really intended to come across so rough, but it's just a difference in the way you guys speak too. You speak a lot with your hands, and you're very blunt.
Uh-oh.
And so in the States we dance around everything, and
listen to what she just said.
To come across, so, and they're thinking that we have money and we have all this.
Or your currency is more powerful in some sense.
Yeah. So I understand it, but I just, wish they didn't do that. That they, I had a situation with, when I was at the immigration office, and the lady was, I don't, when I look back on it now, I don't think she really intended to come across so rough, but it's just a difference in your.
So she had a problem at the immigration office, and looking back, reflecting, but now this the lady that told you, this is a lady, you don't need to listen to this lady. This lady told you that the poor people, it's nostalgic. They just hungry and poor. It reminds me of, like, it's okay. So now she's reflecting about her experience at the immigration office. And now to think about it, I don't think the lady I don't think she meant to be mean to me. Right? I don't think she meant to not like me. Like, now she making excuses. You have to pad the police pocket. You have to pay extra at the market because now they know you're going to have to try to haggle your way. And that's another thing. You're going to have to haggle your way at the market because you watch them charge them 50 cents for this, and they charge you $1, and you're like, listen, well, I don't got $1. Now you get into a semi-argument. You better be careful, because you get yourself hurt, right? So you got to be careful, even the way you talk. Now she's making an excuse for, yeah, I don't think the lady meant to be mean. And then she's gonna say, you guys talk a little rough. Listen, she said, it's a culture difference. You guys talk rough. Like in America, we sugarcoat things. We don't talk. Oh, now listen, y'all getting some insight. This lady then bought her butt from North Carolina down there now, and she's telling you that y'all know I thought we talked the roughest, right? She like, in America, we sugarcoat and care about people, hurting people's feelings and all. So she's showing, she like, I guess it's in your culture. Y'all talk rough. So she's making an excuse. Now this lady crazy. Because this lady acting like she don't know. No, lady. The lady didn't like you. That lady didn't like you. The immigration lady. Now listen what she said. Listen to her explain her
situation with when I was at the immigration office, and the lady was, I don't. When I look back on it now, I don't think she really intended to come across so rough, but it's just a difference in the way you guys speak too. You speak a lot with your hands, and you're very blunt. And so in the States, we dance around everything and we sugarcoat, and we don't do it that way as much. And she made a comment about, well, why do you want to be here in Ghana anyway, or something like that. But maybe not meaning it in a derogatory way, but that's how I felt. I felt offended. I was like, why wouldn't I want to be here?
So the lady in the immigration office, now I'm going to break this down, said to her in a mean way, with her hands, with aggression, and said, why do you want to come to Ghana anyway? But I don't think she meant to be so mean and said it. Like, you can't even make it up. She didn't mean it. She didn't mean to offend her. That's like saying the cop didn't mean to not let me pass through without giving him money to pad his pocket. The person at the market didn't mean to charge me double when he heard me speak and found out I was American. They don't mean it. They ain't gonna mean to be coming when they come to get your butt. She didn't mean it. And look at her. She looking over there like, yeah, sorry, she meant it. She is over there like, yeah. This lady just want to have blinders. I don't know if it's her age. I thought we get smarter with age, the wisdom. That's why I say nothing worse than an old fool. The scriptures warned you about it. When the elders get it wrong, they get it really wrong. She gonna walk her children into them. I hope when her family back in New York, back in the United States, see this, I'll be like, I'm not about to send my babies out there with you, Grandma. No, I'm all good. I'll wait till you come back to the States and visit them, cause you out there they've been in, nah. So
you guys speak too. You speak a lot with your hands, and you're very blunt. And so in the States, we dance around everything and we sugarcoat, and we don't do it that way as much. And she made a comment about, well, why do you want to be here in Ghana anyway, or something like that. But maybe not meaning it in a derogatory way, but that's how I felt. I felt offended. I was like, why wouldn't I want to be here?
She lives here.
Right.
It's different for her. Yeah.
Right. I said, why
wouldn't? Now listen. She said, I'm going to point something out to y'all. She said what she said, and she said, I didn't get it, I got offended and all that. And she said, why wouldn't I want to live here? But this interviewer said, because she lives here. She was talking about the immigration lady. She says she lives here. She sees it different. See, this lady, that point went right over her head. Yeah, she being lined up. That's a whole fact. And I know, that's why I was like, what's sugarcoating? I'm like, well, apparently what this lady is saying, it's a whole different level of of bluntness, because that's why, like, what in the States, everybody just nasty with it, and so that means they even raw, more raw. I'm like, and we don't got the right to say nothing back because we in a fun, like they can really turn up on us. Now listen,
not meaning it in a derogatory
watch
way,
her
but that's how
response.
I felt. I felt offended. You know, I was like, why wouldn't I want to be here?
You see her turn her head? She said, I felt offended. She did like this and look at her face. She said, I felt offended. She turned her head like this. And she said, And you see her face? And now she's going to say, it's because she from here.
You know, she lives here.
Right.
You know, it's different for her. Yeah.
Right.
See? She said, here, because she lives here. It's different for her. This lady is like, guys, she is like, we don't want you here. I'm about to rewind it. This girl been saying this whole time. We don't want you here. The immigration lady, we don't want you here. At the market, we don't want you here. The police, we don't want you here. I'm sorry, I gotta do it. Dumb Americans, why do you want to be there so bad? That's trauma. The Most High dispersed your ancestors across the four corners of the planet Earth. You are where the Most High dispersed you at. And he said he will gather his people. Why do you want to be in someone else's land so bad and they don't want you there? Now, if you're going there to help, if you're going there to open a hospital, if you're going there to open a school, to open a soup kitchen, if you're going there to build electrical towers, to bring hydration or water pumps to the people, to the poor, if you're going there to be amongst the poor and help the poor impoverished, then that's missionary work. Why y'all going there to try to live a nice life and all that? That's unlawful. The Most High ain't calling you there for that. You're wrong. And Teo Ministries is wrong, and all of them are wrong. All these Israelites, you're wrong. And they going over there with their YouTube money, guys. And y'all are boo-boo the fool. They going over there with all that YouTube money. They don't gotta get a job. All they gotta do is go on their phone every day and do a live, and it'll be 1,500 Hebrews there, and you'll be giving your donations and the views for the videos, and they making $50,000 a month and $30,000 a month, and you sitting up here thinking you gonna leave your job and leave your house and sell your stuff and go over there, and they ain't telling you the real part. This woman went over there with hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's unlawful and it's wrong. And I'm the only one calling them out. They don't care. They all want you to go because they getting money off the tour. They set up these communities, they set up the transportation, and they getting paid off it. She's going to tell you right now, she doing it now. She partnered with the traveling Israelite dude, and they turned this into a community, and they charging you $2,000 to get you the lot, and they charging you for the electricity, and they charging you for all this other stuff, and then you're going to go there, and you don't even understand what you're walking into the frying pan. The Most High said he's going to gather his children from whence he scattered you. Now, if you individually had a calling to go to Africa, go to Asia, to go wherever, then that's between you and the Most High, and that means you must have a purpose to go there for. They ain't going there for no purpose. These people know that you ain't coming into their land to help them. You coming into their land for your own gain, for your own we don't got a land and we don't. They don't want you here. They don't want you here. You boo the fool. My ancestors built this. Who don't want me here? This is my land. Facts. This is my land. Now, the only reason why I ain't got control over it is because this is a borrowed land. My ancestors built it from the curses under them, but this is their blood is crying out from the ground. Their labor, this is ours. And when the Most High wants to gather us, wherever the wilderness is, whether it's over there, He gonna bring me over there. Whether it's in the Mediterranean region, He gonna bring me there. Whether it's here, some people say it's Colorado, some people say it's the Philippines. I don't care where it is, but the Most High said, I'm going to gather you from whence I scattered you. I ain't running from nowhere. If I want to move somewhere, that's different. I can move anywhere I want to. If by Most High willing, I got the wisdom and the finances, and I do the preparation. That's what this is about. Don't listen to these ministries. Don't listen to them. That's why I did the video with Teo Ministries, all that Chicken Little and everybody, you should be, why are you talking about the brothers like that? Because these brothers are fools and they don't give a crap about you. They want your money and they want you to go there because they set up the transportation and stuff for you to go there in the community. It's about money. And yeah, they're there. Yeah, that's what he's like, yeah, I'm there. Because they building a mansion bigger than this. This woman they got more money than her. Ronald Dalton then sold that Hebrews the Negroes book from Kyrie Irving. He's a multi-millionaire. He's like a billionaire over there. You doggone right, he over there with a big mansion and all of that. And set up the way for you to come so he can get paid off you coming. But you ain't got a YouTube channel getting 30,000 views a video. Getting donated. You ain't got that income. You're going to go over there and you got to try to find a way to make some money. You better hope you can work remotely from the internet back in America to make American dollars. That's what you better hope. Or you better have a strong bank account stored up because you ain't going there to start no industry. That's where you're wrong. Unless it's some type of industry to feed the people there. Meaning you giving more than you receiving. They ain't telling you. I'm telling you. Because the Most High told me, tell them. My people are destroyed by a lack of knowledge. Now, this dude over there talking about buy my movie. He done went over there, Ronald done went over there and sold the movie to Africa and all that. Ain't got nothing for you but more movies. They ain't got nothing for you but more videos. Yes, John, the continent hustle. The biggest continent hustle.
The difference in the way you guys speak too. You speak a lot with your hands, and you're very blunt. And so in the States, we dance around everything and we sugarcoat.
Now watch the lady.
We don't do it that way as much. And she made a comment about, well, why do you want to be here in Ghana anyway, or something like that. But maybe not meaning it in a derogatory way, but that's how I felt. I felt offended. I was like, why wouldn't I want to be here?
She lives here.
Right.
It's different for her. Yeah.
Right. I said, why wouldn't I want to be here? This is where.
Because that went right over her head. Because she lives here, it's different for her. She felt bad for the lady who was treating her mean. But I can't. These are their people. They're their people.
Where people came from. I said, for all you know, I could be your auntie. You don't even know that.
And then, all right, that's enough for her. Let's get to the last part. What's she saying here?
Things take time. And when you say, I'm coming.
Oh, here go another one.
It doesn't mean it.
She's talking about the culture again.
Mommy, exercise patience. Plan it out if you can visit Ghana. Oh man, you just prepare. Just prepare. Don't think you can just pick. Well, some people have done it though. They just pick up and come, and they make it work. Okay. But I would say, plan it out if you can visit first, to see if this is really where you want to be. Okay. But if you can't, and you just are thinking that you just want to come and get out of where you are, make sure that you realize that it's a different culture. Mm-hmm. Try not to bring your American culture or your European culture here, because you will it won't work.
Okay.
It won't work here. You know, it's very different with the way that things are done here. And, you know, the other thing I would say to people is be patient. They used to say that to me all the time. Mommy, exercise patience, exercise patience, because I'm so used to in the States, we didn't have to wait a long time to get the work done. You know, and if we did, we could say, I don't want to work for you.
Here go the American privilege. In the United States, we don't have to wait long to get the work done. And if you did, you can say you don't want to use you, you could use somebody else. I'm telling y'all, you don't realize the privilege you have until you lose it. All right? So now she's telling you, listen.
And then, you know, you have 15 more people that you could work for. But things that here, things take time. And when you say, I'm coming, that doesn't mean that you're coming now. In the States, if I say I'm coming, then people expect to see me in 30 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
But here, it could mean the next day. It could mean the actual next day. Mommy, I'm coming, I'm coming. So I'm thinking.
She said days. So what she's talking about, when you're trying to get some service done, and you call a company to fix it, or you call someone to fix your plumbing, or you call someone to, you know, you do this, or someone coming, they say, I'm coming. That don't mean they're coming. She said that means they're coming when they're going to get there. So the interviewer said days. So she said she'd be waiting like, oh, they coming now. Half an hour, I'll be there. She said that could mean the next day. And the interviewer said days. Right? So again, culturally, learning the patience to know you ain't getting stuff right away. All right? You're not getting stuff right away.
That they're on the way, but I'm coming just means I will come at some point in time. Okay. So that's a difference in the culture that people have to get used to. But I say come, please come and experience it. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to me.
Okay. So since you've settled here, you're doing a lot of things for yourself. You started your own community and all of that. Tell us a bit about that, Jay.
See, listen. So now they started their own community. Listen to this part.
So that was a surprise because I thought when I came here I was just gonna, you know, take it easy and maybe just work with some kids or something. But Emmanuel, the guy who painted my house, he also has his own company, and so he came to me and asked me if I wanted to go in partnership to build a community, and to get into building houses and stuff. And so, you know, I was like, I'm not sure about that. But the more I thought about it and prayed about it, I felt like that might be a good thing to do. And so then he said, well, what would be the target audience? And so immediately I said, Hebrew Israelites, you know, because I know a lot are coming, and to be able to be in a...
You hear that? He asked her, what would be the target audience? And she said, Hebrew Israelites. Because a lot of them are trying to come because they are... because the Israelite ministries is pulling them. Now this works two ways. That's the smartest thing that no. So that's not the Shalom construction. She said that's the one who painted the house, I guess. She said he has a company too. And he said, and then she said, and he said, well, what community could we target? And she said, the Hebrew Israelites. Now, on one hand, that's the smartest thing that could happen because you need to be building a community there for when this fall, because they coming. But also, y'all need to be building a real community. Y'all are going to need guns. See, my first thing would be like, okay, how do I get guns? Because y'all better know, Africa, they ride around with AK-40, right? They ride around, be a 13-year-old on the back of the Jeep with an AK-40. They ride, like, I need a military, right? So I need to build a community. We need to wall it off. We need to have all type of different security and high fences with the barbed wire like you in Attica, right? So that they but they're going to try to bomb through the fence. Right? right? Maybe electrical. I don't know. You need a military guns, and then you need the fortress. You need the panic room and the cellar thing. You need, because when it fall, you're gonna need a fortress. So yeah, that's smart to build a community, cause she there by herself. Know nothing. If it fall tomorrow, she is sitting duck soup. So, but they don't got the right mentality, because the dude who painting, they looking for money. So they're not trying to build a doggone fortress. And somebody wrote in the chat, it's foolish to go to an enemy that you don't know, leaving an enemy you know for an enemy you don't know. See, that's the difference. So when we build our homestead here, because that's where I'm called to build it, we definitely preparing. That's what we doing it for. And we're going to be training. We're going to get, armed and teaching. Everything. That's what it's for. It's for preparation for the collapse. They trying to build a little community. She just, I'm an Airbnb. Right? I don't know what kind of Israelite crap this is that's going on. That's the tail ministry stuff. That's what this is. They just, her name might as well be Sister J or something. They just playing Hebrew. Yeah, we going back to the continent. We going to where we from, the motherland. And, we're going to build an Israelite community. And they got Yah on the gate. She got, the paleo on the gate and all that. Mashiach said, get a sword. He said, get two. Oh, man, they tripping. So, yeah.
Community together,
So
because we have like values and things that we share together. And so we also have, the broader community for everybody, but we have a small place, that's for Hebrew Israelites who wanted to come and be together. So that's what we did. We started first with the Hebrew Heritage community, and we're pretty much all sold out of those plots. Okay. And now we have...
You see? You heard? She said we started the Hebrew Israelite thing, and we sold out for all the plots. They sold them all out. Now...
like 50 something more plots that we are going to open up to.
So they'll make 50 something more. So the dude is in partnership with the president because they're paying for, right? So they get the land, they pay them $2,000, then they charge, right?
To all
everybody
diaspora.
Else.
Yes.
How big was it in total? How big was the community? Like everything?
Right now, it's about 90 something plots we had all together, but we still have access to more land in that area.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's your documentation like?
Okay, so for our fee to purchase the land, we include the indenture, the site plan, the demarcating, the clearing of the land, and then the indentures take, I think, maybe a couple of months.
Okay.
And so we have our first group of people have gotten their indentures, and our second group we just received them for them to sign and give them back. So we're working really well. We have an attorney. We're trying to do this thing right because we've heard so many horror stories.
Yeah.
Horror stories, and
Land
so we're doing things
tricky.
that The other thing that we did
she
was
said we heard so many horror stories. See, they don't let y'all hear about the horror stories. And then the girl said land here is very tricky. Because, guys, you don't own the land. They lease it. And they could take it back. And they can change it's like the digital currency space that me and Yana is protecting the children from, that we had learned certain contracts. They can change the contract midway. You buy the coin, they say it's this price and the taxes is this. And then midway they change it and raise it, but you need to know that before you get it. You need to they call it due diligence in the digital currency space. So it's the same thing. Yeah. That girl said the land here is very tricky. But they don't care. They get their property. They getting their money. You see? You pay an hour fee. So we're going to get more, so they're in conjunction. That's what it was all about. That's what the year of the return was about. That new president found a way to fund his administration to come in and promised you free land. It wasn't free. That's what she said. She said it was free, but we had to pay taxes. I mean, we had to pay a fee. And that ain't free. What do you mean it's free, but you had to pay something? That's not free. Okay? And then you don't even own it. It's leased. And then you're not even a citizen for 10 years. Like, again, so now...
Put in a transformer and electricity.
Okay.
Because
that was smart. See, look. They put in a transformer and they put electricity. Now listen, guys. In this place, right? Because they know to get Americans, to get us, the Israelites from America, the diaspora, to get them over there, they're going to want electricity. Because the people there, the electricity is out 4 or 5 hours a day and in and out and no internet. So they know people ain't going to stay with no electricity. So they wisely, look at this, a transformer, right? But the neighbors, those poor people she was talking about earlier, they don't got electric poles, transformers and all that, pumps pumping the water. This stuff is making them hate you more and more. Like, that's why I'm like, bro, you're literally building a community to be attacked. See, in America, and I'm not telling nobody don't go there. I'm just saying be wise in what you're doing. In America, when we build our homestead, ain't nobody gonna be mad because we got electricity, right? Ain't nobody gonna be mad because we got a lake and we pumping water or building because everybody got it. It's normal. We're not going into a land with no food and building a pantry and showing the food that everybody, we got food and eating food in their face. That's the difference. So I'm like, they're placing this in the middle of these people's pain. That's a good word. They're taking their lucre, their money from America, and they're building their own, listen, community right around the poor. They're not, okay, they're coming here and they're not being in the land with the people. They coming in and moving themselves. They like moving, it's like moving a rival gang into the middle, right? Taking a Crip gang and moving it right into the middle of a blood neighborhood, right smack dab in the middle, and just paint it all blue and think everything gonna be okay. And put a big Crip sign out and just everything blue and thinking ain't nothing gonna happen. Yana says like a perverted, set apart living. That's a good word. It's contrary to what the Most High said. And they're going to have this thing glowing. Imagine if they're allowed to do it as they want, and the more people come, they're going to have a whole glowing light that have a paleo, yod hey, wav hey, right? It's like they setting themselves up as like a target. You know how you have a bullseye target and it's flashing. Yes. Soulfully So and C said a huge setup. It's literally, I'm like, I can't understand why they wouldn't see it. I guess these people ain't really from the hood or something. I don't know what's going on. Are they losing their ghetto sense? But I ain't lost my ghetto sense. You ain't about to have me go somewhere where these people don't want me there, carving store. It's like me going into the heart of Magnolia Projects in New Orleans, right? Magnolia, the projects, right? Colonial, you know, those New Orleans. And I'm from New York. And I'm going to go right in the middle of Magnolia Projects and set up a New York and put New York Yankees on my house and a light and paint it Yankees blue and come down there with my car. I got a big a Bentley or a Benz with big rims, and I come with I got a New York chain on that says New York, and then I'm wearing New York clothes. I'm wearing a fitty. I got the New York, right? And let's say the colors in that Magnolia Projects, their gang colors are green, and I come down here with all blue New York and bringing money though, right? Where the project dudes are struggling, they shooting up. That's what this is. Kayana wrote Proverbs 21:13. Whoso stoppeth his ears at the cry of the poor, he also shall cry himself, but shall not be heard. They are walking. This thing is disgusting. Because that is a great scripture. Kayana, that is actually a great scripture. This thing right here, this transformer, looks like America. They bringing America. Now, if they was bringing this for the whole community, y'all see the difference? The difference is, okay, we're going to bring a transformer for our community, so that means we got to get a transformer for the other communities. You see? Whatever it is we're going to bring for ourselves, we need to bring for our neighbors. Because that's what they're supposed to be, but they're not making them neighbors. They coming in and being outsiders. Oh, these Israelites. All right. Now we're going to show the last thing is the dude who started to back to Africa the year of the return. This dude from Washington, D.C. He started this.
A lot of people, they sell the land, but people would have to do solar or whatever, a generator. So we did that. We made those investments in the roads and cleared the roads and made them smooth so people don't have issues with that. Because those are important things, I think, for people coming from the West. That's what we're used to. And so we made
So that's important things for people coming from the West. That's the things we used to. We're going to pave the roads. We're going to bring them electricity. We're going to build them beautiful houses. And we're going to build them water. And it's going to be lit up at night. And they're going to be living good. And when the collapse come, oh boy, you got to be kidding me. Y'all tripping, dude. Go on. This that Israel. This remind me of the scripture.
So what are your plot prices? Average.
Right now, around 2,000.
Yes, good word, Janelle. She said they can't separate themselves from the people, then expect them to treat me as one of them. Facts. And Soulfully So and See said the transformer should be for the entire community. Facts. That's why I'm like, dude, I'm not putting this here if the people can't have it. I am not driving no $100,000 Bentley into the ghetto where the people are starving and don't got food to eat. But I want to ride around in a $100,000 car. Nah, even if I got that $100,000, I'm not going to bring it there and put it in their face. I need to make a way, provide some opportunities so that they can be able to drive 100,000. You see what I mean? Love your neighbor as yourself. You want for your brother as you want for yourself. You see this sister talking about, it made me feel better to see them suffer because I was, 60 years ago, we were poor. So it makes it okay. They poor. It is. Some people so that's just the way the world is. You got the haves and the have-nots.
Okay.
But that includes, again, all of those things.
Things. Okay. That's interesting. All right. So I'll have your information down in the description if anybody's interested.
Okay, good.
Right.
So the company is called Africa Ba, which means Child of Africa.
Child of Africa.
Yeah.
Bingo. The company that's doing all of this, building this, is called Africa Ba. And that means Child of Africa. I ain't got to say it, right? I know I ain't got to say it. Not children of Yah, not child of the Most High, child of Africa. is what it's called. So what name are they covered in coming in? Africa. Why do they go back to the land? Africa. Because we're going back to homeland. Africa, Africa, Africa. The company is called Children of Ba. I mean, something of Ba. Child of Africa. When I saw that, I said, that's a great way to end it.
Interesting.
Listen.
All right.
Yeah.
So I have your information down in the description if anybody's interested.
Okay, good,
All
good.
right.
So the company is called Africa Ba, which
Africa
means
Ba.
Child of
Child
Africa.
of Africa.
Yes.
Okay.
Not
So anything you'd like
Africa,
to share that?
No, Yah Ba. That's it. Not Yah-Ba. Child of Yah. Child of Africa. Yes, Johnny. They're serving the continent, not the kingdom. It's the land. I told you. That's why, but no disrespect. I know we all love Benaiah Israel, but Benaiah got this whole African Israelite justice league to get justice from now we African Israelites. That's why I said, what happened? Now we back African again? Wasn't we just mad at, what's his name, Jesse Jackson for making us African American? Ain't Africa a continent? Right? So we were two continents. So now we're a continent and a nationality. You African now again. So yeah, it's the spirit of the ancestors calling them back to identify with the land. They repeat, ain't nothing new under the sun. This is a repeat. Now, this last little clip is going to show you the guy who started this whole the year of the return. And he got with the Ghanaian president, and he's going to tell you how it happened, what they cooked up, and how they put it together. It starts at 350. 350. Let me see. Did I have... I think I got the video downloaded. Let me see. All right. That other one froze too. I'm glad I didn't use it. Nope. I'm just going to play the YouTube one. So that's good. It helps me too. That helps it easier. I can navigate it easier. Here we go. This is the dude that started the year of the return to Africa. Okay. That's not him. Where is he? Is it this one? History. Where is he? Right here. There we go. This brother. So it should be right on the part. Yep, 950. This brother started this whole thing. 1218. 1218. Where we at? 950. Let's just start here. Let's see what he said. Share this tab instead. Make him big. This the brother who started the whole year of the return. He's from Washington, D.C. She was from D.C. I guess it's something about D.C. I don't know what's going on in D.C.
This will go very well for you.
Wow.
Everything will conspire, the universe.
So he said the ancestors.
If you choose Ghana.
He met in Washington, D.C. He met this Ghanaian ancestor dude, like a Baba, and he became his like inspirer. I forgot what they call it.
Going to get to the next level of life.
And this is what the dude told him.
But why specifically this village, though?
So I met my teacher, almost like a spiritual father in the U.S.
Okay. And he's Ghanaian?
He's Ghanaian. His name is Nanayao Yorenchi Jabi the First. He's the Akomfo Hini of the Nana Konadi Shrine in Latte, Ghana.
Oh, Latte.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So I met him. Now, I was familiar with Ghanaian culture I was familiar with that. Growing up the way I grew up, we became familiar with a lot of different cultural systems, spiritual systems, foods, dance, drum, like all of those things kind of move together. They're all aspects of culture in some sense. So when I met him, I came here, went through a process with him. I got to my point as a man in life where I felt like I wasn't going to get to the next level of life, whatever that was, unless I had more spiritual discipline. Don't even ask me what spiritual discipline is. I'm still learning. But I knew that I had reached the ceiling. And whatever it was, I couldn't get to the next one. So I began working with him, studying with him, training with him for a number of years. And then I came here to complete that training. And when I completed it, that introduced me to Ghana. I came back in 2016. And when I came back in 2016, right here in this very house, I sat down with him and he told me he had a message for me. And the message was that if you choose Ghana and if you decide to move to Ghana and, you know, plant some roots in Ghana, do some work in Ghana, things will go very well for you.
Wow.
Everything would conspire, the universe would conspire, the ancestors, the spirits, everybody would support you.
You heard that? The universe would conspire, the ancestors would conspire, everything would come together to support you, the spiritual systems. All right? Now this brother started the year of the return, right? Yeah, spiritual father, all that. And Mariaha is correct. He said he means a fetish priest witch doctor dude. Yes, and he's sugarcoating it. Now listen.
And you will
That's
be
deep.
successful.
That's deep.
That's exactly what happened. So at that point in my life, I had gotten to the point where I had decided that I wasn't going to question the voices anymore. I would just listen and obey. Just in general. Because, you know, sometimes you hear things and then you question what's the voice. So you hear do this and you don't do it.
You're being stubborn.
Right? But you hear it clearly. So at that point, I had already decided that I wasn't going to question. I was just going to listen and obey. So when he said that, I said, okay, this is 2016, like first half of the year. I said, okay, well, let me come back. Now let me come back on an official scouting trip. Like, let me come back to see what Ghana's like. Came in early 2016. One of my community uncles was having a retirement celebration. He brought over a dance company that my sister and cousins dance with, and I just knew a lot of people coming, so I bought my own ticket, came with them, moved around Ghana a little bit, met people. Came back again that November, around Thanksgiving of 2017, and that was when I decided to move around Ghana on my own. So I said, if this is going to be the place where I'm going to live, or where I'm possibly going to do business, I need to feel the people. I need to feel what the people feel like and get the vibe, right? Because when you're from the hood, you got to keep your head on the swivel. So you got to know, like, where am I?
That's actually smart. He's first of all, he's smarter than the lady. That was smart. He is not one of us, but he's definitely smart.
Is this the right place to be? Is this a safe place for me? What's the spirit of the people? If I bump somebody, do I got to fight or will we apologize? You just got to figure everything out, right?
Hello? Oh, okay.
So I came and I told them, don't nobody pick me up from the airport. I'm coming on my own. I was like, how do I get to Yamebe today? They said, oh, from the airport, you catch the chocho or taxi to Medina. You tell Medina you need to go to Kafordria. Once you get to Kafordria, you tell them Yamebe today.
Wow.
And then you can do drop-in or this. So they told me that. I just heard it and I just followed instructions. I got to the airport, took my suitcase. I need to go to Medina. I got to Medina. I need to go to Kafordria. I got to Kafordria. I need to go to Yamebe today. Showed up on the roadside. So they like, hey, you can. I did what you told me to do, right? So that was my first, let me see where I'm at right? I gotta tell you another story later about my first time because I almost got in a fight
Now listen to this. He said he almost got into a fight. Listen.
with the whole damn Medina bus station.
Wow.
Exercising patience because this is how I learned the Trotro system. I'm waiting on the Trotro. And it's like 2 hours past, and I'm like, boss, when is the bus leaving, dog? This don't make no sense. I'm fresh off the boat, fresh out of America. This don't make no sense. I've been sitting on here for 2 hours. Oh, we need more people. Another hour come. Dog, now I'm losing it. After the 4th hour, I was like, yo, give me my money back. He said, I'm not giving you your money back. How you not gonna give me my money back? I just sat here. It ain't moved. So at this point, I feel like, oh, they trying to take advantage of me. How can you not give me my money back? I'm just sitting here. I sat here for 4 hours. I didn't understand how the Trotro system worked. So then I went and took the key out of the ignition of the Trotro. Hey, worst mistake ever.
Wow.
I got surrounded by about 50 dudes. The whole Medina surrounded me. Medina Trotro State surrounded me, and they all up in arms. And at this point, I'm looking around like, shit, I can't fight all these motherfuckers. So an old man steps up. He steps in the middle. He asked me a very simple question. Do you want us to manage you? And I just thought, damn, that's a hard question. I don't want to be managed. I don't want to be managed by nobody else.
He said, do you want us to manage you? Now, again, y'all heard from the First Lady. She said, patience. Y'all heard him. Patience. That means before you decide that y'all want to plan on moving there, you better know that you're about to be inconvenienced like you have never been inconvenienced before. All right? I got you, Yadon. She said, when you try to get something, it could take days. They'll tell you, I'm coming. Days later, they show up. He said he trying to take the bus. He paid the man for the bus. He sat on the bus an hour. They're like, come on, when y'all gonna pull off? Oh, we waiting for people. 2 hours. Come on, what you trying to wait for? 4 hours. That's why he said, man, give me my money back. No, you ain't getting your money back. That's what she said. The same rights we had in America. You better understand it's a whole different existence. Go ahead, Yadon.
Shabbat Shalom. I was gonna say, this is just showing that if you are a Hebrew and you're looking to go to the continent, it has to be led by the Most High. First off, and you have to have the fruits of the Raya Hakadah. You have to be in covenant with Yah. You have to have love, joy, patience, long suffering. You have to have all of that with you in a light Sabaoth covering you. Or because if you're going out there as a unlawful Hebrew or a black person, it's not going to go well for you.
That was the word right there. That was the word right there. You said all the fruits of the Spirit covered in the right. You better go coming in the name of Yah. You better be covered by Yah. You better be under Yah. You better have everything. The fruits of the Rayah, the fruits of the Spirit covering you. Because you're going to need every last one of them. Patience, long-suffering, compassion, kindness, meekness, humbleness, all of it. You're going to be challenged on every level. Now, again, he said when he did this act, the whole system was against him. Confederate. And he like, I can't beat all of them. You got that right. You can't beat your way out of it either because the system, the police, the justice, all of it is Confederate. You're the outsider. Go ahead, Hakiyama. That's a good word, you're done.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
It seems like they're all searching for patience, but they need to find discernment. How can you even discern between when you're being tested or not to see if you can practice patience?
Good word.
That makes no sense.
That's that word right there. Good word. Go ahead, Yadon.
First off, before anything, they gotta have shalom, and there is no shalom to the wicked. So if you're going out there as a unlawful, disobedient Hebrew Israelite, like you ain't go out there with shalom because y'all didn't send you out there.
Because he didn't send you there.
You're not in his will, right?
Thank
you went
you.
out there because the ancestors called you, the same wicked ancestors from back in the day. So
same wicked ancestors that got themselves cursed and traveling through all of that, because that wasn't even our land, as someone said earlier. Hello, that was where we was shipped to and dropped off at, and all of the Luengo, all of that. That wasn't where we from. That ain't the land of Canaan. That ain't even our land. They don't even understand, these Israelites. Go ahead, Hagiyama. They don't even get that part. Good word.
And it's just like when he's saying regarding this spiritual discipline that he keeps on talking about, is if you have no peace, how can you even attain discipline?
It starts with the shalom, and the shalom, that's when Mashiach said, I leave you my peace. I leave you my shalom. He said in the midst of everything, Yah is in the stillness. Shalom is still. See? Noise and chaos is disruptions, confusion. Shalom is peace, is still. Yah exists in the shalom. Do you see? Adraniyah said, when his righteousness didn't go before them, there was no patience. Good word, guys. Now, he's going to tell the story of how he started, his man started the year of the return. Go ahead, Kayana.
I just want to mention, I'm pretty sure you said before, like, the name has a light and a dark side. So, like, her having that big thing on her gate when she's not being obedient, won't that have the opposite effect than a covering?
Absolutely. That's why we said it's like a red marker. It's a bullseye, right? So it has the opposite effect. It's like now it's the marker that's going to show the adversary who to go get. You see, it's not going to cover and protect because it's unlawful. Guys, they are there unlawfully. Yes, Ham's land. They're going to Ham. They're going to the same enslavers, the land where we were sold into slavery from. It's like, what? You can't even make it up. Now, I'm not disrespecting our ancestors who are in the land, the ones who, the Shem, as the other person who was here earlier, I forgot what his name was, the Shemites who are there, they're being unjustly treated as well. But if you're not in the will, as Yadon said, if you're not going there in the will of Yah, you're not covered. So as Kayana said, that name that you got out there is going to be a judgment. You're going to get the reverse of it. You're not covered by it. It's a judgment on you, right? You're not covered by it. It's judging you. It's pointing, it's like a beam here. Unlawful. It might as well say unlawful, unlawful, unlawful. Right? A red flashing light pointing. Unlawful. They're not called to be here. Like I said, those lights are going to guide the community right to them. That's why I said it's like Las Vegas in the middle of the desert. They're going to see you from far along way. Go ahead, Hakiyama.
They want to wave the name of Yah like a banner, but the banner becomes a target.
There you go. It's the opposite. All right, now he's going to tell Shabbat Shalom, Taj Bilal and Yanapa. Now he's going to tell, and as soon as we finish this, we're going to do scriptures before we close out. I know it's a Bible study, but Yah said he needs to show. Remember, this is a house of Yah, and I got to do as he says. And he says, you need to show because the children are going to be in danger following these Israelites. All right.
So I said no. So then I gave him the key. He made the guy give me my money back. Then I just wound up paying more money and taking a car. Right? So anyway, that was early in my trip.
Story.
Early in my trip because you didn't know. And a lot of us come here with impatience. So I came, and at that point, I had already done a couple trips to Africa, but mainly I did one to Guinea with my performing group, Fada Fina Khan, and then I did one to Senegal for a couple people. But it wasn't my business, right? It wasn't what I did. So then I went on Facebook, and I was like, yo, who want to come to Ghana with me?
A lot of people wanted to.
A lot of people said yes. So then I started planning my first trip for November 2017, 1 year later. I was at that point, I was working virtually and in an office. I had 2 or 3 jobs. I had already decided that I wanted to bring a go-go band to Africa. So go-go music is very African.
This is an interesting story that I never realized. Listen to this story. Very wise story, very interesting. It said go-go music, y'all know go-go music, right? With the bongos and all that, and DC's from Washington, D.C. He said it's very African-based, but listen to this story.
Regional to D.C., heavy percussion, call and response from the lead talker and the band to the crowd. And if you from D.C., you know the go-go. So it was already it's been in my mind for years, right? Big G from the Backyard Band to tell you, for years I've been telling them, I'm gonna take y'all to Africa. I'm gonna take y'all to Africa. This is a whole nother story, but I had an outer body experience in the go-go one time where I felt like I left my body and I was watching the go-go and I'm like, damn, this is all African music. And I felt like the drum rhythm was playing some kind of pattern that put us in a trance and we were fighting each other. The go-go used to be a lot of fights. But I was just like, everybody don't know why. No one could possibly know why is this many fights breaking out. I'm talking about numerous fights all over the club breaking out. So at that point, I realized we was all in this trance and we were being fed this warrior energy and we didn't know what to do with it. So everybody.
Y'all hear that? He said he had an out-of-body experience and he witnessed, and he's right, because I was in D.C. That's coming on the Testimony TV. When I went to D.C. to hustle back when D.C. was the murder capital. It was bad. And I was in a go-go club, and he's right. There was like 30 fights happening. I've never seen it. A fight. Y'all know in New York stuff, a fight, the club usually ends, right? The fight, and everybody fighting, and break out, there's a whole big chaos and everything. And the next you know, they're in the club and all that. It was a fight here, a fight here, a fight here. They would break, this one stop, then a fighter start over here, then a fighter start. I'm like, so I had my knives out. I'm in the club, my knife out. I had the bottle in my hand, because it was liable to pop off anywhere. I was like, dad, they wild in D.C. That was my first time there. We was there to hustle. It was so wild. I'm glad I didn't, but that was the Most High covering me. We ended up not setting up shop and we moved to Virginia. Because it was different. He's right. It was so many fights in there. And I was from New York, so we didn't really like the go-go, but we knew it from the doing the butt, sexy, right? We knew the go-go from that. Yeah, Chuck Brown and them, right? So we knew certain songs from go-go, right? But we didn't like the go-go like DC. It's a real thing, right? So I'm in there, they playing go-go all night. And I'm like, all right, you know what? This is all they playing and they love it. But he was right. They were fighting everywhere. And he said he had an experience. And he said, it's something in the rhythm. They're playing a warrior chant. And remember, my people are destroyed by a lack of knowledge. We don't know what we're doing. And they are playing the warrior chant, and it's making them warriors fight. That hit me so different when I heard him say that. I'm like, so what's happening in the hip hop club with the kill music and the resonance and the frequencies and the music and the words that's saying? Sharice Shah said, trans. My dad used to play congos in Will Rogers Park in L.A. He right. I had to pray that spirit off me because I grew up with him playing on a daily basis. Good word. So it's like, I was like, wow, that makes sense. So now he said he came with an idea. He gonna take those go-go bands to Africa. This dude, he hustling. He's sharp. I give him that. He's sharp as all outdoors. So he had the idea, I'm about to take these go-go bands to Africa because they playing African warrior music anyway. They just don't know it. So he's smart. He like, well, if I take this to Africa, I can start a whole new movement and get this paper. Yeah, music is spiritual.
By just, you don't want nobody to touch you. You just,
listen.
You know, it fed this warrior energy. I realized we was all in this trance. And we were being fed this warrior energy and we didn't know what to do with it. So we, you know, everybody just, you don't want nobody to touch you. You with your crew and everybody want to dominate. So I had this idea. So I have been planning to bring a go-go band here. As fate would have it, I wind up meeting Mr. Kwesi Adjaman, current CEO for Ghana Tourism Authority. I met him in Washington.
He met the CEO for Ghana Tourism Authority. Now these are the guys, listen clearly. This ain't by chance. This is that ancestral dark spiritual thing aligning this stuff up. See, that witch doctor dude who he trained under gave him this dark Sabbath portal energy, right? This fallen angel stuff. They showed him in a trance. They took him an out-of-body experience and revealed to him that this go-go is actually African fallen angel, listen, Congo, summoning warrior, dark energy music, making them fight and kill one another. And it told him to take that and bring it back to the continent. You'll make money. His witch doctor dude said if you serve this, the ancestors, spiritual, all he said, the universe, it will give you increase. He literally said it. And they're giving them the mammon increase for it. This is real stuff. Now, listen.
You with your crew and everybody want to dominate. So I had this idea. So I have been planning to bring a go-go band here. As fate would have it, I wind up meeting Mr. Kwesi Adjaman, current.
Fate would have it. They sent it, the dark. This is alignment. This is what we call it, a spiritual anointed meeting, a spiritual appointment. It's aligned, a dark spiritual appointment.
CEO for Ghana Tourism Authority. I met him in Washington, D.C. I think he was about 6 months into his post after the current president was elected. And I told him what I was doing.
So after the current president was elected, he's 6 months in, the tourism guy.
I had people signing up and I was bringing people. He's like, "But how many people you got signed up?" I'm like, 100. He's like, 100? Like, who you working with? I'm like, me. You? Like, kind of.
Yeah.
So I'm like, look, I'll be in Ghana later. Somewhere along the way, I got contacted by a middle school with a connection from my brother. And they said, well, we want to take our 8th grade students to Ghana. So I wind up planning another trip before my first scheduled trip, right? Anyway, things started happening. I pitched to him, yo, I got this back to Africa thing that I'm doing, bringing this go-go band. We want to do this, we want to do that. These people signed up. Okay, they came. We signed the MOU with Ghana Tourism Authority. So 2016, I came twice. 2017, I came 4 times. 2018, I came 8 times.
Wow.
None of these were planned out at the beginning of the year. I'm going to go to Ghana. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. It was just, I really just moved with spirit, bro. Like the way I'm telling you, like, literally, it's 2023.
You see what he said? None of this is planned. I move with spirits. It was the spirits moving them. He already made the covenant with the witch doctor dude. He told him, if you make this covenant with the land of Ghana, the increase, the things, that's what they tell you, the universe will align. He told him, he said, all the spirits, the ancestors, the universe, they will all align and it would happen. Guys, I'm telling y'all, it's serious. Spiritual warfare is for real. That's why if you go back to the continent, if you go to these places uncovered spiritually, you're going to get slaughtered. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Go ahead, Yodan.
Praise Yah. You just hit the nail on the head because I was just about to say this guy, he went to Africa and made a whole bunch of covenants. And then he ended up being used to lead the children of Yah to the African slaughterhouse.
The children of Israel back to the captivity. Listen, that's what blew my mind, y'all done. I said, now guys, I don't know this stuff. I don't watch this. This literally y'all gave me all these clips yesterday. I did not do something yesterday. Wasn't I teaching something yesterday? Because I know I was tired. Oh, the 25 to life. I did 6 hours on the 25 to life. Then I finished it. And I did the call with Jody, because remember I said on the live, I'll take the call. So I was tired after that. I had to get out like, Jody, I got to go because I got to try to prepare something for tonight, the ministry tonight. So, oh, crap. Because I know he's going to explain, I'm going to do this what the Feast of Trumpets is. So I knew Yeshavarlah, but I had nothing. So all of a sudden, the Most High just gave me the clip of the lady with the house in Africa. I'm like, okay, like, just show them. And I'm like, okay. And then he gave me this dude. Right after he's like, I'm like, what? Now I get the dude who created the year of the return to Africa with the Ghanaian travel authority and the president and stuff. And I'm like, wow. And then he gave me the last clip with the young dude teaching the Ghanaians. And he said, now teach them, put it in order because they're in danger. They're going, if you go back uncovered unlawfully, that ain't Yah leading you there. Yadon, you hit it on the nose. This brother in 2016 and before went and made a covenant with an African voodoo, spiritual, shaman, you know what they call these things. He called him a teacher, right? Then he went there and studied on them. Then he came back. Then the shaman dude told him, if you make this covenant, then all the spirit realm in the universe and the ancestors and all that, yes, an ancestral covenant. He said they will cover you and they will bring you. They will. They will. It works. When Mashiach took the serpent, Moses, and he did it, what did they do? They took their staffs and made serpents and everything. Go ahead, Kakyama. This scripture ain't no joke. It's for real.
Look at his shirt. It tells you exactly how he made the covenant. He made that covenant with blood and with the culture of that land and with the land itself.
Made of the blood, the culture of the land. And that's what they're going to, the land. Yadon, he made you hit it on the nose, Yadon. He made a covenant with the ancestors, right? That's that dark magic stuff. And Oshun and Yodun and all the Orishas and all these African deities. What I started it off with Ham. We started the study off with Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and Ham made covenants with the fallen. Ham mixed his seed with the fallen, with the Canaanites. Ham, Canaan, cursed be Canaan. So he made his seed with the land, right? With the land, the cursed ancestors. Now, Yadon, he made a covenant, and he was used, as that shaman told him, that he will be used to do what, Yadon? Usher the children of Israel back into captivity. Yo, now listen to this one. Oh, Yeshavarlah said it's blowing the shofar. Wow, on the Feast of Trumpets. Today is the day of the trumpets. Oh, praise Yah, Yeshavarlah. And as soon as we finish this, that's what we're going to talk about. Now, and we're going to read the scripture. Now, guys. The dark realm issued him, listen to this one, Yadon, called him to usher the children of Israel back to the captive land on the year of the 400 year with the curses released, the year of the return of the prophecy. So bring them into a curse. You see, Yadon? Bring them back to the land to keep a curse over them because it's unlawful. Yah didn't bring them back there. That's not Yah telling them to go there. It's the ancestors. That's what they all say. Right? My ancestors go back into bondage, Yadon. When it's called, when the curse is being lifted, was a call for us to be free from the bondage of being a land and becoming a people, not a landmass. Right? The children of Yasharal. The whole land is my home. Not no one place. I was given dominion over the whole entire earth. Not just Ham's land in Africa. Not just Shem's portion of Canaan. Not just Japheth's. The whole land and the fullness thereof. Once I come in covenant with the Most High, it's all ours. Another yoke. Adrana Yah, go ahead, Yadon.
So what I'm seeing is that this would be the dark side of the Tav. Right,
the
that
completion.
400 years, the sign to return to the covenant.
Tav.
Years,
Tav is the last letter of our Hebrew alphabet. It's the completion. So he's saying the dark side of the Tav is they're going to do the completion and return back. He called it the year of the return. To return back to captivity. Oh, look at this banana, Yada. This was the year that we would be free. The curses to be lifted. But it's the year of the return to a renewal of the curse because it's unlawful. So now you're bound in the land and the ancestors in the spirit. You're returning back to whence you were free, you were sent away from. Wow, you can't make this up. Oh my. Yasharallah, you're right. Yasharallah, you said it. So guys, I was supposed to start the study off with Yasharallah pointing out that tonight is the Feast of Trumpets. It starts. Now, I know some of you that follow the other calendars, but we follow a really ancient calendar. Y'all know us. We go back to the beginning, and Yasharallah, our sister's been gifted to do this thorough research. So we follow the Zadokite calendar, but she went further and found out, and we got scripturally doctrinate proof that we're most likely right? We don't know. We all get it right until the end when Mashiach said y'all was more correct, or this one we had it more correct. So we all trying to keep this spiritually. But Mashiach assembly we celebrate tonight is the Feast of Trumpets on this Shabbat. It was the Feast of Trumpets. So that's what I was going to bring out. And the trumpets is to blow the shofar, the warning. And Yasharallah said, now it makes sense, Yasharallah, why he gave me. And he said, what did I tell you? I've been saying on it. He said, warn them, they're in trouble. Danger is coming. Warn them. You're right, Yasharallah. I'm literally blowing the shofar. We did 5 hours blowing the shofar. I thought I was going to do this for maybe an hour, right? I literally thought this was going to be an hour and a half, an hour. And then we was going to go to the scriptures of Yah saying he was going to be the one that gather us. And then Yasharallah we was going to do the trumpets. And now we 5.5 hours blowing the shofar for 5.5 hours. Man, Yah's anointed. Yah's anointed. They want us back in bondage, back under the curses. Go back to Ham so he could sell you all over again. So he can slave you all over. Go on back. I literally said they going back. They thought they leaving the daughter of Babylon. They running into mama's bosom. I've been saying it for the longest. And they're all telling you to go back. And he started this. And this man ain't got no parts of the Most High in him. He's an ancestral worship. He said, made of the blood of the culture of the land. Yes, Adrana, y'all, let my people go. Wow, blowing the shofar. I literally start this off and said, he said, warn them, tell them. All right, now listen, he gonna tell you how he started this year of the return. Now listen, he gonna break it down. Watch what he say, guys. Watch this.
I'm gonna go to Ghana. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. It was just, I really just moved with spirit, bro. Like the way I'm telling you, like, literally, it's 2023, and I'm just now kind of taking a pause to reflect, to go back. Like, I paused during the pandemic a little bit, but now I'm really like...
You've been doing so much here on the continent. You brought more than 1,000 people.
Oh, yeah. We've done 1,000 people, definitely. We did that in 2019. But, so, things started happening. And then I just kind of became a part of the fabric, right? In that quest to bring more people here, first of all, let me just say, because people always debate this. 1 million people knew that 2019 was going to be 400 years from 1619. Every black American, white person, if you learn U.S. history in school, you learn that 1619 was the beginning of America, slavery, Jamestown, Virginia. You learned that. Those of us who have a little more knowledge know that Africans traversed the world well before 1619. And Africans traversed the world prior to being enslaved on our own. We navigated the world. We discovered astronomy, mathematics, science, all of those things. Look at all of the ancient, Kemet, Nubia, Songhai, Mali, Ghana Empire, long before the Arab invasion, long before the European invasion. So let's just put that out there, right? So your listeners know, I know that.
Yeah.
Because some people like to debate, well, why are you saying 400 years? Listen. So in this conversation with Mr. Ajaman, trying to figure out how do we bring more people? How do we get here? A lot of people had the idea that 400 years, and people were planning their own things 400 years. I feel like I was in the right place at the right time, and I was an acceptable...
The right place at the right time. Those spirits, boy, if y'all want to know spiritual warfare, Yah is blowing the shofar and he's showing you this is how it happened, guys. Guys, so how do you think this fell in my lap? Y'all tripping. Y'all better understand Mashiach's assembly is a house of Ruach spirit. I was exhausted tired when I got off the phone with Jody. I was so tired, Yana, I couldn't even take your call. When I seen it, after I seen you, it was like, I think if you're not asleep, I looked at that and my eyes was, I crawled to the bed. I was so tired. I was like, y'all, I'm going to have to see him tomorrow. I was so exhausted. And y'all told me to put all the timestamps. And when you get up, find them, try to download. That's why I have this one downloaded yet. And I tried to, the Most High. This man just broke down everything. Everything. He started it. Now listen. They gave it to him, the spirits. They gave it to him. Now, listen.
We're planning their own things 400 years. I feel like I was in the right place at the right time, and I was an acceptable and willing vehicle.
Yep.
The ancestors and the spirits was on our side, and they said, this is your assignment. And if you do what you're supposed to do, we're going to do what we're supposed to do, and it's going to happen.
You can't make this up. So everybody who is following the year of the return to Ghana and all of that, come on back. We're going to give you free land. Do you hear me? Come on home. Yeah, some serious Marine King. He said the ancestors and the spirit said, if you do this, he was a willing vessel.
And willing vehicle. The ancestors and the spirits was on our side, and they said, this is your assignment. And if you do what you're supposed to do, we're going to do what we're supposed to do, and it's going to happen. Because if I tell you every single thing that led up to literally His Excellency Nana Ado Akufo-Addo saying 2019 is going to be the year of return, and all those little things that had to happen is nothing short of a miracle. It's not a normal memo. It's not a normal submit, build a parliament policy. And I happen to be a very integral part of that.
Yes, you
right?
have been.
I happen to be the person to say to Ms. Ajaman, 400 years. You can't do it 420, you can't do 450, you can't do 475. If you don't do it now, we got to wait 100 years. And he gets a humongous amount of credit because it was his risk. It's his job to promote tourism in Ghana, not mine.
400 years. You got to do it now. Get the people, promote the tourism. You're going to get the money, offer them free land and stuff. Get them here. They're going to come. But the spirit realm, no, we need to get the Israelites because that's who the 400-year prophecy lifts off. We need to get them in covenant with the ancestry. We need to get them here in the bondage. Oh, man. Guys, Sharisha, when the Most High said, now this one, watch it. And I started watching, I heard, and he said, now tell them, warn them, they're in danger. I said, oh my goodness. I said, y'all, did you just give me the people, the one, how this started? Out of the whole of YouTube? It's 1 million videos on YouTube. How in the world am I going to find this? Go ahead, Hakiyama.
I have scriptures. Is that good, Jew?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. Revelations 18:1. After these things I saw another angel come down from Shemayim, heaven, and having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. And he cried with a mighty and strong voice, saying, Babylon the great is fallen, and it has become a habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, the cage of every unclean and hateful bird. For all nations have drunken of the wine of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her. And the merchants of the earth wax rich through the abundance of her delicacies. And I heard another voice from the Shemayim, heaven, saying, Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, that ye receive not of her plagues. For her sins have reached unto the Shemayim, heaven, and Yah hath remembered her iniquities. Reward her, even as she rewarded you, double unto her, according to her works, and the cup which she hath filled, fill to her double.
Praise Yah. Woo. That should give y'all chills too. Reading that. Oh my goodness. It's so important that the Most High has been blowing the shofar. Yes, Sharice, you cannot make this up. On the Feast of the Trumpets, he gave me this and said, warn them. I wasn't even thinking of the warning of blowing the shofar. Warn them. He constantly, Isaiah 58:1, cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgression, and the house of Jacob their sins. Your shofar. Lift up thy voice like a shofar. Revelation 1:10. I was in the Ruach on Yahuwah's day and heard behind me a great voice, loud as a shofar, a trumpet. Yeshua sent the scriptures that talk about blowing the shofar and the warnings of the shofar. And it speaks on it over and over again. Exodus 20:18. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet, the shofar, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. Hebrews 12:19. And the sound of the trumpet, the shofar, and the voice of words, which the voice that they had heard entreated the word should not be spoken to them anymore. And the sound of the shofar. Psalms 98:6. with trumpets, with shofar, and the sound of a comet make a joyful noise before the Most High Yah. Leviticus 22, 23 to 25. And Yahweh spoke unto Moses, saying, Mashiach, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, in the 7th month, in the 1st day of the month, shall ye have a Shabbat, a Sabbath, a memorial, a blowing of trumpets, a holy convocation, a blowing of shofar. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer an offering made by the fire unto the Most High Yahweh. Feast of Trumpets, the high holy day, ushering in the holy season, the warning. Yesharalite wrote, trumpets were blown for different important reasons. Trumpets were blown for gathering the people. Trumpets were blown for warning of pending war on holy days, for anointing kings. 1 Kings 1 and 34. And let Zadok the priest and Nathan, not Yael the prophet, anoint him their king over Yasharal, Israel, and blow ye with the trumpet, the shofar, and say, Most High save King Solomon. Numbers 10 and 1. And Yahweh spoke unto Moses, saying, make thee 2 trumpets of silver, of a whole piece shalt thou make them, that thou mayest use them for the calling of the assembly, and for the journeying of the camps. And when thou shalt blow the shofar, the trumpets with them, and all the assembly shall assemble themselves to thee at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And if thou blow but with 1 trumpet, then the princes, which are the heads of the 1,000 of Yasharal, Israel, shall gather themselves unto thee when ye shall blow an alarm. Blow an alarm, then the camps that lie on the east part shall go forward. When you blow an alarm the 2nd time, then the camps that lie on the south side shall take their journey. They shall blow an alarm for their journeys. But when the congregation is to be gathered together, ye shall blow your shofar, but ye shall not sound an alarm. And the sons of Aaron, the priests, shall blow with the trumpets the shofar, and they shall be to you for an ordinance forever throughout your generations. And if you go to war in your land against the enemy that oppresseth you, then you shall blow an alarm with the shofar, with the trumpets, and you shall be remembered before Yahuwah, Ya'ala'ah, and you shall be saved from your enemies. And also, in the day of your gladness, and in your solemn days, and in the beginnings of your months, you shall blow with the shofar, the trumpets, over your burnt offerings and over your sacrifices of your peace offerings, that they may be to you for a memorial before Yahuwah. I am the Most High Ya'ala'ah. So we do the Feast of Trumpets in a memorial, spiritual warning and celebration, to blow the shofar for the warning, to blow the shofar to tell you the feast day is coming, the season, to blow the shofar for the warning. The warning. Most High, I didn't even realize when he gave me this to Yeshua, I said, Unc, you're blowing the shofar. I've been blowing it since it started. I literally said, warn them, tell them, warn them, blow the shofar. I showed you the young brother at the beginning. He's telling his people, no, go there, get the money, come back. I show you the sister being used, selling plots of land, luring Israel back. Y'all ain't bringing them back. And then he told me literally, play him last. Play this one last. And show them how this thing started. This going back. I'm going to play this last clip of him, and then we're going to turn this off. And we're going to read the scriptures and close out.
So I could have had a million ideas and pitched them, but somebody has to say, yes, I'm going to stand behind this and make it happen and make the connection. So that's why I have a lot of respect for him today. And his work ethic is unmatched, right? Could he do more? Could Ghana Tourism Authority do more? Can Beyond the Return do more? Can Ghana do more? Yes. Everybody can do more. We could probably talk a little bit about that. But it happened because you had a group of committed people pushing. But he and I know where and how it started. We were sitting on the same couch.
You were part of it, you know. I know you don't like taking credit, but
well, yeah, because
from what I've heard, you've done a lot.
Yeah,
you know,
but mainly because I don't want people to feel like you are trying to put yourself in front of this entire movement. But at the same time, if you don't, they will erase you. Right. And then you won't even have no say in it. So anyway, that helped. Once the horse is out the gate on something that big, it's out the gate. Nobody can control it. I've spoken to so many other countries immediately after the year of return, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Cameroon. Everybody, it's too late, y'all. Ghana did it first. You can't.
Once the horse is out the gate, you can't return it. Nobody can control it. That don't sound nothing like y'all. Control is law. I want y'all to understand that. No control. If can't nobody control, that means it's unlawful. It's lawless. So they can't stop it.
Can't do this again.
Nigeria did that after.
Nigeria. You could do something, but it's not going to have this impact. It was so many things that added to it, from Afrochella, which is now Afrofuture, happening in December. Most people who come here don't even know that December in Ghana was a thing well before the year of return. December in Ghana were...
But it changed year of return, changed the whole...
It changed it. Why did it change it? You know why? Because it brought us, more of us. You know who us is?
African Americans.
African Americans. Before...
He don't know he Israel. He said, listen, he said December, that thing was in Ghana, was here this whole time. Now, you know they be doing the cultural practices and ancestral worship and stuff, right? Then he said, but when the year of the return happened, when us got it changed it. And he said, you know why it changed it? And the other dude said, yeah, because y'all are here. He said, yeah. They don't even understand what happened in spiritually.
Or it was majority people from UK.
All right. That's enough. Y'all said that's enough. They understand. The shofar has been blown. The shofar has been blown. Well, the good thing is it's not a lot of time stamp. We only did, a couple. So that's good. And it's about here. Now, there's so many scriptures when y'all's talking about the shofar. Gideon and the 300. You got the trumpets. She said the trumpets are heard when Mashiach returns. Right? 1 Corinthians 14, 7 through 9. And even things without life giving sound, whether pipe or harp, except they give a distinction in the sounds, how shall it be known which is piped or harped? For if a trumpet gives an uncertain sound, who shall prepare himself to battle? If the shofar. So likewise, except ye utter by the tongue words easy to understand, how shall it be known what is spoken? for ye shall speak into the air. That's why I break down when I say the Rayak HaKadosh, and I say that's the Holy Spirit. And when I say Shalayam, I say Shalom, and that means peace. That's why I break it down, because if I don't break it down for the new and the babies and the new people will come, that's why it says 1 Corinthians 14:9. So likewise ye, except ye utter by your tongue words easy to be understood, how shall it be known what you are speaking? For you shall speak into the air. It becomes vain babble. That's why I instructed Mashiach Assembly, as y'all read the scripture and y'all said, break the words down for those, so that it's not just spoken into the air. We live the scripture. Yeshua wrote, in the book of Revelation, the Apostle John gives details about 7 angels blowing 7 different trumpets, 7 different shafars. Chapters 8, 9, and 11, each blast bringing a judgment to the earth. The book of Joel, Ya'al 2:1, blow ye the trumpet into Zion, and sound an alarm in my holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the day of Yah cometh, for it is nigh at hand. It is near at hand. Okay? It's all through the scriptures. She wrote a bunch. We'll be here all night. She said the fall of Jericho at the sound of the trumpets. That's Joshua. Joshua 6:1. It's too long. We'll be here all night. She wrote, the trumpets are a sound on the Day of Atonement during the Jubilee year. The trumpets are a sound at the Day of Atonement, which is coming up during the Jubilee year. Leviticus 25:8-10. And thou shalt number 7 Sabbaths of years unto thee, 7 times 7 years, and the space of the 7 Shabbat Sabbaths of years, Shabbat Shalom, Abiyah, shall be unto thee 49 years. Then thou shalt cause the trumpet of the Jubilee to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month. In the Day of Atonement shall ye make the trumpet sound throughout all your land. Shall ye blow your shofar, and ye shall hallow the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and you shall return every man unto his possession. You shall return every man unto his family. And there's a million scriptures. Isaiah, Samuel, Chronicles, just all over. We'll be here all night. She wrote all the scripts. Praise Yah. His holy name is rightful order. Thank you, Yeshua, for doing the diligence on our high holy day, the Feast of Trumpets, the Feast of Shafar. And on this day, yes, Johnny, Yah, him that have an ear, let him hear. Yah had me blowing the shofar, and I didn't even realize I was blowing the shofar. He literally said, speak, say it, teach them, warn them, warn them. That's why I kept getting, they're in danger, warn them. And I didn't even receive, I didn't even realize I'm blowing the shofar. Mashiach Assembly, we blowing the shofar, warning the children. So now the sister, who I think this might even been her first time here, she was able to hear this. That's a divine appointment. Janelle Richardson. That was a divine appointment for her to be here tonight on this lesson, because she says she's been called to go back home, to go back. But now she understands that the Most High, she has to make sure, and like she said, she already being patient and be led. Now she's going to know how to go, when to go. The Most High will instruct her, and it's for a cause. It's for a reason if he's calling you back there. Anybody. It's for a cause, and it will be a cause to help someone else. It will be a cause to do some type of work. Go ahead, Yadam.
Praise Yah. I'm glad you just said that, because it goes back to the Tav again, right? That cross, those cross sticks. It seems like there's a lot of people who are at the crossroads right now, right? Whether they're going back to Africa, right, back to bondage, or coming back to Yah, Like it's like a crossroads. So praise God.
Facts. That's a good word. They're coming back to their identity, right? That's the difference between us being Yasharal and Israelite being Israel. Israel is coming to their identity, right? They're awakening to their Israelite identity, and the land comes along with that. You see? That's why all the Israelites are running there, because the land did that spirit thing of the land. They don't realize the ancestors, the spirit, that's the dark, that's literally the fallen angels calling them back. What I say in the other lesson, they running back to Canaan again. That's Canaanites calling them back. Come on back. Come on. Come back to Canaanites. Come on back. But Yah said he will gather his people. All right, here we go. We're going to close out. You know, we praise Yah. We're going to close out correctly. We're going to close out with the scriptures of what our fathers told us. What did our fathers say? What did the Most High Yah say? I know what man is saying. I hear it all day. Man is saying, you know, we're the Israelites, we got necks, we the people, that was our land, that's where we come from, the land. But now they got a whole, now we back African Israelites now. Now we done reverted back, they going backwards. We going to Yah, they going to the Israelite identity. They done turned African again. But the Most High said, he said, 1 Chronicles 16 and 35. Then say, save us, O Yah, of our salvation, and gather us and deliver us from the nations to give thanks to your holy name. Not Israel, not Israelite. Give thanks to your holy name and glory in your praise, Yah. But that elder sister lady says she's an Israelite. She named it, what she named it? Africa Ba. Children of Africa. I said it should have been Yah Ba. Children of Yah. All right. Psalms 106 and 47. Save us, O Yah, our Allah, and gather us from among the nations to give thanks to your holy name and glory in your praise. Precept for that one. Now here go the one. Micah. Book of Micah 2 and 12. I will surely assemble all of you, Jacob. I will surely gather the remnant of Israel. I will put them together like sheep in the fold, like a flock in the midst of its pastures. They will be noisy with men. I will surely assemble all of you. Micah 2 and 12. I will assemble all of you, Jacob, Yaakov. I will surely gather the remnant of Israel. The Most High said, he will do it. Not your Israelite identity. Yah said he will gather the remnant. Y'all hear? Yeah, we're going to close out with the word. Yes, there you go, Johnny, y'all. For his name's sake, not for Africa. You see, the brother said, the culture, the blood, the land, and the land. Zephaniah 3 and 20. At that time, I will bring you in. The Most High, I will bring you in. Even at the time when I gather you together. When I gather you together. Indeed, I will give you renown and praise among all the peoples of the earth when I restore your fortunes before your eyes, says Yahuwah. I'm going to keep switching from his paleo to his original Hebrew. Yeah, we closing out with the word. You heard? Yeah. I could feel my father. He just said, good job, my son. He literally just said it. Praise Yah's holy name in his rightful order. Thank you, Father. I humbly receive that. I humbly receive that. Thank you. I humbly receive that. Thank you. Wow. Sorry, guys. I'm a little... Sorry. Give me a second. That don't happen that often like that. That don't happen that often like that. All right. Praise Yah. Thank you, Father. I humbly receive that. Wow. Wow. Okay. Isaiah 27:12. In the day that Yahweh will start his threshing from the flowing stream of the Euphrates to the brook of Egypt, Mitzrayim, and you will be gathered up one by one, O sons of Yasharal. You would be gathered up by the Most High, one by one. Jeremiah 31:10. Hear the word of the Most High, Yah, Yah, all nations, and declare into the coastlands afar off, and say, he who scattered Israel will gather him and keep him as a shepherd keeps his flock. Oh, we're going to do that again. Jeremiah 31:10. Jeremiah 31:10. Hear the word of the Most High, all nations, and declare in the coastlands afar off, and say, he who scattered Israel will gather him. He who scattered Yasharal will gather him. He who scattered the remnant will gather him and keep him as a shepherd keeps his flock. Teo Ministries, Ronald Dalton, whoever is telling you guys to run and flee to Africa and talking all that homeland and motherland and all that, the Most High said he will gather the remnant. He will gather his children. The scripture said one by one. You can't even make it up. Precept after precept. Precept after precept. Isaiah 27, he said, you will be gathered up one by one, O sons of Israel. We bring the word here. Isaiah 56:8. The Most High Yah, who gathers the dispersed of Israel, declares, yet others I will gather to them, to those that are already gathered. Oh boy, we about to drop the mic. Yeah, I know the Gentiles are happy about that one. Y'all listen up. Y'all listen up. The Most High Yah said, Isaiah 56:8. The Most High Yah, who gathers the dispersed of Israel, declares, yet others I will gather to them, to those that are already gathered. Yeah, I go for those out there vexing the Gentile. See, this is all Israel stuff here. This, that Israelite stuff here. These are the sins of our ancestors in transgression. For those out there vexing the stranger and only for us, only for the Native Americans and the Puerto Ricans and the blacks and all this. Oh, no salvation for you and all this stuff. He said, the Most High declares, others he will gather to them, to those that he already gathered. He gonna gather us. Psalms 147 and 2. Yahweh builds up Jerusalem. He gathers the outcasts of Israel. Yeah, we on the gathering. Psalms 107 and 2. Let the redeemed of Yahweh say so, whom he has redeemed from the hand of the adversary and gathered from the lands, from the east and from the west and from the north and from the south. He has gathered. That's Psalms 107, 2 through 3. Yeah, Mashiach Assembly is about that word. We ain't speaking on our own accord at this house. Thus says Yah. This be the Most High talking. The book of Isaiah 54 and 7. For a brief moment, I forsook you. Oh, he talking to us. Now, y'all listen, guys. Listen, Yasharal. Israel, y'all listen up too. Gentiles, everybody listen. Isaiah 54 and 7. For a brief moment, the Father, the Most High said, for a brief moment, I forsook you. But with great compassion, I will gather you. The Most High said, I forsook you for a brief moment, but with great compassion, I will gather you. Oh no, we nailing this one tonight. Because I got instructions to blow the shofar. I didn't know I was blowing the shofar. But I know it said, warn them, tell them. Yahweh said, you blowing the shofar. Praise Yah's holy name in his rightful order. Let's blow. Hosea, the book of Hosea 8 through 10. Even though they hire allies among the nations, now I will gather them up, and they will begin to diminish because of the burden of the kings of the princes. So all through the scripture, the Most High said, I will gather them up. I will do it. He was always gathering us, whether it's for judgment, whether it's for calling, whether it's for supper. It is like a shofar, the trumpet being blown. Every time the Most High gathers us, it's like a trumpet being blown. It is to be fed. Y'all hear me? It is to be fed the word. It is to be warned of famine. It is to warn of war. It is to be judged. It is to, yes, the great I am, the Most High, Yah. Here we go. Deuteronomy 30 and 3. Then the Most High, Yahweh, will restore you. All right, now here we go. Deuteronomy 30 and 3. Then the Most High, Yahweh, will restore you from your captivity and have compassion on you and will gather you again from all the peoples where the Most High Yah has scattered you. What more? Well, I mean, do we need to even say any more? Listen, let's go to 4. If your outcasts are at the end of the earth, from there, the Most High Yah Eloah will gather you, and from there, He will bring you back. Oh, you can't. Dolores Yah, let's go. Let's go. Come on, guys, let's go. What? Did he just say? Now, this is the curses, Israelites. This the curses that you're so proud of, right? We the people of the book. Deuteronomy 28, the curses. We the people of the book. What about that part, Teo Ministries? What about this part, Ronald Dalton Jr.? What about this part, everybody who running? Did the Most High just say, if the outcasts are spread all the way to the ends of the earth, from there, the Most High said, I will gather you, and from there, he will bring you back. But we just showed that brother from the go-go music who said the ancestors and these shamans in the universe said, make this the year of the return. But our scripture says the Father is going to gather us to return us to where he's going to gather to return us to. So you could make a huge mistake if you go somewhere when the Most High said he know exactly where he scattered you. Now listen, that doesn't mean that he scattered your ancestors and then you move somewhere to a new place. You move. He's talking about you going think somewhere spiritually on your accord, thinking you're doing something against for the curses and the captivity and the identity and all. That's what he's talking about. He knows everywhere you traveled. You hear me? He know every strand of hair on your head. He know where the slave ship dropped your ancestors in the Caribbean and then they migrated to here and then you migrated from Texas to here and then you migrated to Atlanta and then you migrate. He know everywhere you going. But the minute you try to do some spiritual migration is when you stepping outside the well. Y'all hear me? Now, if you want to go somewhere, then go. But if you think you're going somewhere spiritual migration, the Most High said he's going to gather you and do that. So you better be sure it's him doing it. And he ain't doing it with Teo Ministries telling everybody, flee and run and run and flee and run, guys, run for your lives. And they mad at me because I call them Chicken Little. Running for fear. The Most High said he going to gather us. Let me do that one more time. Deuteronomy 30, 3 through 4. Then the Most High, Yah said, then the Most High, Yah will restore you from captivity and have compassion on you and will gather you again from all the peoples where the Most High has scattered you. And if your outcasts are scattered way to the ends of the earth, from there the Most High, Yahuwah, will gather you. And from there, he will bring you back. He will bring you back. He will bring you back. Where? He'll tell you where. He ain't say he will bring you back to Ghana. He ain't say he will bring you back to Nigeria. He ain't say he will bring you back to South Africa. He didn't even say he would bring you back to Israel, that land over there, to the Middle East. Nah. He said he will bring you back. That's the spiritual journey. Now, if you want to move, then move. We got the right to move where we want. The fullness of the earth and the fullness thereof is ours. Every square inch of it. Just make sure your heart is circumcised. You're trying to be right with the Father. And go on, you can move to Bora Bora. Go on, move to Costa Rica, beautiful land there, beautiful jungles and land. Go on to Africa, you want to move there, beautiful jungles and land. Just know that that's you moving, and don't make it a spiritual unless the Most High is calling you. And if he's calling you, then it's a purpose. It's part of your purpose. If he's calling you to go to a land, it's going to be to serve a people. You hear me? It's going to be there. You're going to have a work to do to bring in his word to those people and bringing something to his people. It's going to be a word for you to go there. They ain't going there for a word. He scattered you with Johnny Yah. He will gather you. That's what he said. Leonardo de Yahada said, The Abo brothers warned about this. Go back to Africa Trap last year. They said it's a trick to get us to build up. Yeah, it's a trick. Spiritual, physical, and all of it. Now, listen to this one. We ain't playing. We ain't playing the Mashiach assembly. Y'all listen, I guess I'm doing a little long one tonight. This side, I'm gonna knock this home. We almost finished. The book of Nehemiah. Nehemiah 1 and 9. But if you return to me, uh-oh, here we go, Yada. Let's go, Hakyama. Listen to this. The Most High, Nehemiah 1 and 9. But if you return to me and keep my commandments and you do them, though those of you who have been scattered were in the most remote parts of the Shabbat. He said, I don't care if you scattered to the most parts all the way to heaven. Y'all hear that scripture? He said in Deuteronomy 30 and 4, he says, I don't care if he scattered to the ends of the earth. In Nehemiah 1 and 9, he said, I don't care if you scattered to the most remote parts of heaven. I don't care if you got knocked all the way to heaven. He said, I will gather them from there and will bring them to the place where I have chosen, because my name, to cause my name to dwell there. Whoa, boy! See, we don't play with the word here at Mashiach Assembly. Told you it's a spiritual house. Ain't got nothing to do with no religion. I don't care about your identity. I don't give a crap that you got woolly hair and the blackest skin in the world and you a whole Israelite and you were scattered somewhere. If you ain't doing the will of the Father, then Mashiach said that you ain't my brother. So my job is to blow the shofar and to teach and to show you to open your eyes and open your ears. Hear the word is alive. We ain't playing, we don't play identity here. Yeah, I know I'm Ya'ada. Yeah, I got the little shirt. But this means nothing if I ain't doing the will of my Father. If I ain't doing what this word says, this is just all identity. I might as well have Africa on this shirt with the lion in the jungle. If I ain't going to do the will of the Father. Did y'all hear what Nehemiah said? 1 and 9. But if you return to me and keep my commandments and do them, though those of you have been scattered, I don't care if you've been scattered to the most remote parts of heavens, I will gather them from there. He said, I don't care if you done made your way to heaven being scattered. I'm going to gather you from there and will bring them to the place where I have chosen to cause my name to dwell. That's why this house is a house of Yah. Mashiach's assembly, house of Yah. His name dwells here. Y'all hear me? His name. Let's do one for our ancestors. Isaiah 11 and 11. Then it will happen on the day of Yahuwah. No, then it will happen on that day that Yahuwah will again recover the second time with his hand the remnant of his people who will remain from Assyria, who will remain from Egypt, who will remain from Pathros, who will remain from Cush, who will remain from Elam, from Shinar, from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea. And he will lift up the standard for the nations and assemble the banished ones of Israel, and will gather the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the planet Earth. Somebody need to tell the Boondock emoji dudes. Tell Ministry, the twins, the Boondocks that everybody following. Somebody tell them, say Uncle Yahshua at it again. Tell the Boondocks. They know who I am. They all know who I am. And they sit quiet. Facts. Tell them, Uncle Yahshua at it again. He put up a lesson about Africa. Teo, you need to watch. Y'all tell them. Because they the Teos. We got some Teo people who watch, well, what mark are we at? I don't see it. I can't see a marker. What timestamp? Oh, do y'all see a timestamp? Where we at? Oh, 6 hours. There you go. 29 minutes. Tail probably going, Dad, this dude be going for 6 hours? Yeah, we go for 6 hours in the word of Yah. Go on, blow the show. Tell Tail. Uncle Yeshua at it again. He gonna be like, oh, did he mention our name in the title? No. I ain't. Tell him. Go to the 6 hour, 29 minute, and 47 mark. Now, listen clearly. Isaiah 11:11 said that it will happen on that day that the Most High Yah will again recover the second time with his mighty hand the remnant of his people who will remain from Assyria. Okay. That's the Mesopotamian region. Egypt, Africa, Pathros, Cush. That's Ethiopia. Like Elam, the Elamites. This Shinar. Y'all know Shinar? That's Jonah and Shinar, Hamath. He said again, and from the islands of the sea. And he will lift up the standard for the nation and assemble the banished ones of Israel. That's the separate house. Because Judah was dispersed across the four corners. So he's going to gather he's going to assemble the banished ones of Israel and will gather, he will gather the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the planet Earth. That's the precept for when y'all always hear me teach that Judah was the ones that were scattered to the four corners of the planet Earth. There we go. I didn't know I was going to put this shirt on. I ain't even hear put the shirt on. I just knew I needed to put something Hebrew on. And this one was sitting there. Ya'ada. Scattered across the four corners of the planet Earth. How do I know I'm Ya'ada? Don't you hear the lion roaring right now? Don't you hear the kingdom of priests right now? What did Mashiach say? If you don't believe the words I'm saying, don't you see the work? I'm 6.5 hours in. This is work. And this started out early at the beginning with younger Yashia talking, about her calling and mixing in the work. This my calling. I ain't getting paid for this. So I got to find another way to work to pay my bills. Praise y'all for anybody who ever donates. But this, I ain't getting a tail and them getting paid. It's the word of Yah. It's my calling. Feed my children. Warn my children. Blow the shofar. Sabbath Yah said, we are Ya'ada. Do you not know that you are Yads? Do you not know? Now, for those who really don't have an understanding, okay, the Most High gather us, but what is he going to do something for us? Jeremiah 29:14. I will be found by you, declares Yah, and I will restore your fortunes and will gather you from all the nations and from all the places where I have driven you, declares the Most High Yah. And I will bring you back to the place from where I sent you into exile. There's a lot of first-hand account in this scripture tonight. All I hear is the Most High talking here. I hear Yah saying, I'm going to do this. I'm going to restore your fortunes. I'm going to grab you. I scattered you. I will gather. I don't care if I scattered you to heaven, I will bring you back. Jeremiah 32:37, behold, I will gather them out of all the lands to which I have driven them in my anger, in my wrath, and in my indignation, and I will bring them back to this place and make them dwell in safety. Jeremiah 32:37. Oh, we nailing it tonight, Mashiach Assembly. I'm going to be hoarse after this one. I'm going to be tired and all that. But guess what? I put that work in, y'all. I put that work in. There, Zion, I trust what my father says. They can miss me with this Israelite. They're telling you run there, run here, and run there. My father says stay where you are. He gonna gather you. Don't you go nowhere spiritually. You go wherever you want physically. He know the hairs on your head. But don't you flee nowhere spiritually, thinking you fleeing spiritual. Nah, that's unlawful. That's unlawful. Ezekiel. Let's go to my brother Ezekiel 11:17. Therefore you guys say, thus says the Most High Yah. This is what Yah told Ezekiel. Tell him, thus says the Most High, I will gather you from the peoples, and I will assemble you out of the countries among which you have been scattered, and I will give you the land of Israel. He told Ezekiel, say this. Ezekiel 20:34, I will bring you out from the peoples and gather you from the lands where you are scattered with a mighty hand and with an outstretched arm and with wrath poured out. Okay? Yah, with a mighty hand, an outstretched arm, and with wrath poured out. Ezekiel 20:41, as a soothing aroma, I will accept you when I bring you out from the people and gather you from the lands where you are scattered. And I will prove myself holy among you in the sight of all nations. Yeah, I did that one smooth because Yah said, as a soothing aroma, I will accept you when I bring you out from the people and gather you. Ezekiel 20:41. Yeah, we Bible hopping tonight, but we doing a good Bible hop tonight. We doing a good dance, spiritual dance tonight. He said, as a soothing aroma. You heard? Ezekiel 28:25. Thus says the Most High Yah, when I gather the house of Israel from the peoples among whom they are scattered, and will manifest my holiness in them in the sight of all the other nations, then they will live in their land which I gave to my servant Jacob. Then they will live in their land. Then, when? When I gather the house of Israel from the people among whom they are scattered. Then. Ezekiel 34:13, I will bring them out from the people and gather them from the countries and bring them to their own land, and I will feed them on the mountains of Israel by the streams and in all the inhabited places of the land. He will feed us. He will give us our fortune with a soothing aroma. Yeah, they're trying to mess with my internet and everything. The Most High. Ezekiel 36:24, for I will take you from the nations, gather you from all the lands, and bring you into your own land. And daughters of Yah, who's going to do the timestamps, you don't got to remember we Bible hopping. So only thing you got to do is write the first scripture we read, that timestamp at 6 hours and something, that starts it. They can just listen from there. So y'all don't got to write each timestamp. I'm doing the Bible dance. I'm Bible hopping. Y'all ain't got to put in all that work. Write the first one. And that starts the Bible study, the scripture reading. And then they can just watch from then on. Thank you, Leonard, yada. The Most High told me to put in this work tonight. Now, Ezekiel 36 and 24. The Most High said, "For I will take you from all the nations. I will gather you from all the lands, and I will bring you into your own land." How many times does the Father got to tell us, yeah, I'm going to knock it home this time? Yeah, I need to title this. I had to blow into all these Israelite running our people into a burning building outside of the will of the Father. The Most High ain't tell Teo Ministries and all them to tell y'all to run and flee to Africa, to run to these lands and fleeing. Nah, the Most High is speaking here. Ezekiel 37:21. He told Ezekiel, "Say to them, thus says the Most High Yah, behold, I will take the sons of Israel from among the nations that where they have gone, and I will gather them from every side, and I will bring them into their own land." Zechariah 10 and 10. I will bring them back, listen to this one, from the land of Egypt, and gather them from Assyria. And I will bring them into the land of Gilead and Lebanon, until no room can be found for them. Sabbath, Degia Gilead. Degia Gilead, Sabbath. Right there. Look at the Most High. He said, "I will bring them back from the land of Egypt and gather them from Assyria, and I will bring them into the land of Gilead and Lebanon, until no room can be found for them." That's your precept, Sabbath. Isaiah 43 and 5. Do not fear. Listen. Isaiah 43 and 5. The Most High told us, "Do not fear, for I am with you. I will bring your offspring from the east, and I will gather you from the west." Teo Ministries, the Boondock, Chicken Littles. Do not fear. I don't mean no disrespect. I ain't calling y'all Chicken Littles. I'm trying to help. I need to reach, because everybody, we make errors and mistakes. But everybody has a chance to repent, long as you ain't blaspheming the Rayak HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit. So my brother, well, I can't say brother. I'm careful with that. Teo Ministries. Teos. The Most High in Isaiah 43 said, "Do not fear, brothers, for I am with you. I will bring your offspring from the east, and he will gather us from the west." This is the last one. Praise Yah. Jeremiah 31 and 8 says, "Behold, I am bringing them from the north country, and I will gather them from the remote parts of the earth. Among them, the blind, the lame, the woman with child, the woman who is in labor with child. Together, all of them, a great company of them, they will return here." Jeremiah 31 and 8. "Behold, I am bringing them from the north country. I will gather them from the remote parts of the earth." Yasharal, Israel, Christians, Gentiles, natural branch, awakened, unawakened, conscious community, Africans, Israelites, whatever. Thus says Yah. This is the word of the Most High. We heard this tonight. And with that, we're going to close. My voice I did what the Father told me to do. Leonardo de Yada said, why do you think they're doing all this jab stuff and this AI stuff and alien fallen angel deception? They know their time is very short now, fam. Facts. All praise to the Most High Yah. Thank you, Yasharallah, for pointing out the feast day, the Feast of Trumpets. I'm losing my voice. Timing is perfect. For the Feast of the Trumpets, blowing the shofar. Y'all told me to blow the shofar, and I blew it so much that I lost my voice now. So that's that work. Praise y'all. Have a day of rest before the Sunday, so my voice will heal. Now I understand the fullness of when he said, show them that they're in danger with this whole African thing. You have been warned, you have been told, you have been taught, the shofar has been blown. This is the Feast of Trumpets, according to our breakdown of the Zadokite calendar, with the election of understanding the different times of when it was off a day or two, from the election of our daughter of Yah Yasharallah Mashiach Assembly. If you want to know the holy day calendar, go to MashiachAssembly.com and look up the part on our website of Holy Day. It's for free. We ain't like we're not like GOCC and we ain't selling y'all a calendar. The word ain't for sale. Praise Yah, his holy name, his rightful order. Thank you. Yah Shabbat Yah said, all praise to the Most High Yah. You stood on the wall and blew the shofar as the watchman, so their blood is not on your hands if they don't obey. Praise Yah. Janelle Richardson, it is received. It was spoken. Now you know how to walk, sister. You know how to move in your movement of the Most High calling you to wherever land he called you to. Praise Yah, his holy name and his rightful order. The holy season is upon us, guys. And now their heli season, what they call the spirit of Christmas and Thanksgiving and all that, is upon them. Our holy season is upon us and the shofar has been blown. Thank you, Mashiach Assembly, for assisting me in doing this work for the Father tonight. Thank you for everyone who added in the chat. Thank you, Hakyama, Yadan on the screen. Thank you, everybody else earlier who was on the screen. Thank you guys for covering our sister Ayashia, and so that in spirit, so that the Ryak of offense from earlier, when those Sabaoths tried to come in and bring distraction in Yah's house, because now y'all see why. I didn't know the importance of this lesson until now, when I started reading the word of Yah. It's so important and prominent. Yah spoke to us tonight. A spirit of Yah was here. Abba Yah, we get to take this moment of stillness as a moment of silence and stillness and consecration of the holy Shabbat day, your holy day. We take this moment of stillness to be in your presence right now. The scripture says, be still and know that I am Yah. I exist in the stillness. So we take that moment of stillness to be in the presence of the Father, to consecrate the spiritual Shabbat, the holy Shabbat that he said, remember forever. We thank you, Abba Yah, for the instructions tonight and for the warning of the shofar. And thank you for reminding us of your word, that you will gather us. You will take care of us. You dispersed us, we belong to you, and you will gather us. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. He who has eyes to see, let him see. The word has been spoken. Thus says Yah. Praise Yah. Thank you, Atsiyah. May you guys go forth, have a blessed Shabbat. Continue, go forth in your day, be the light in the darkness. May this word be digested, what was received tonight. I love you all, and thank you for helping me feed y'all's children worldwide. Mashiach Assembly, thank you. For everyone else that added in, thank you. You are Yah's children, and he has spoken. Go forth and be the light. He will gather you from which you are dispersed. Shabbat Shalom. From Mashiach Assembly.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. I love you all.
Shabbat Shalom.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we will see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.